There we go. I think we'll start now. I don't think I've got. Have I got YouTube turned off? No. I better turn that off first.
Oh,
Uh,
hang
I've
on.
got the sound turned
Don't
off
forget
there.
to mute it.
I
Yeah, I
didn't
muted.
have it on, I don't think.
Mine's muted.
Yeah, so do
And everybody in Discord muted. Yep. Everyone's in
Let me get the
Discord
chat.
gone. Or asleep or whatever. One of the two.
Rim Fundale says there's a whole toolkit in the emojis. He's got a hammer and a wrench.
I.
Blues must have fallen asleep.
That's all right.
We'll,
He's been up all
we'll
night.
just keep it quiet so we don't wake him.
Yeah.
He'll come in.
So your live stream went good today for your 700 sub
Yes,
special?
I think it went all right. Yeah, I think
Yes.
I had about 42 or something and watching. About 100 odd views this morning, so it went okay.
It's something up with YouTube because I thought, oh, it was Sunday night. I can have breakfast and watch Gem Panda's Debate Flat Earth and More thingamajig. Yeah, unavailable.
Oh.
So I don't know whether
as well.
I don't know whether it's a mistake he's made or whether it's YouTube playing up again.
Everyone's getting struck with it. There's something wrong with that new algorithm. It's hit so many creators.
But the thing is, Peter, why do I only have the one problem, but every other problems I don't have any other problem?
And of course, your problem is the worst problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was that the second key, Pip?
Yeah.
Oh.
Got a bit of dirt, but it was an old Mr. Sensitive video he put out back in May the was it 7th? I've got it here.
Oh,
May the 7th.
4 days ago.
Yeah, multi-tom-tom. Genius explains the motorcycle.
Oh, unbelievably stupid.
Oh, that is face palmingly painful. There.
So grab your face palm protection.
I mean, you should know that because it's multi-tom tit, you know. I'm just going for a tom tit.
Put your monitors in the next room.
And there's a reason why multi-tom very rarely joins in with live streams.
Yeah, he's bad enough in the peanut gallery, let alone to be on the live stream.
I've encountered him a couple of times in live streams, and he's even more painful.
Oh.
Come on, multi-tom-tom. Where on earth is that undebunkable video that you promised to give to me? Yourself at home, guys. So I had a look at multi-tom-tom's channel because the silence is deafening with regard to this undebunkable video he promised me, and I had a look through the comments, and in one he declared that his videos are for people 200 to 300 years in the future. They will be shown in schools and universities. People will stand on my shoulders. They will declare that I was the greatest thinker that ever lived.
I think that's supposed to be spelled W-A-N-K.
For explaining the natural world. Well, a whole group of people who I don't think are going to be bothering to thank you, multi-tom-tom, are my amazing patrons. With massive thanks to all my patrons, including new patrons Nicola Redmond, AZ Atheist, Grumpy Old Man, Hugh Jast, Larry XK, Yuha Escalinen, Purple Rhymes with Orange, Tim Nicholas, Royce C, and thank you all so very much. So, Mr. World's Greatest Thinker, failing your undebunkable video, I chose another one of your videos. Let's have a look what you can tell us about the water cycle. Roll VT.
We have all been shown a diagram like this, or a similar one to this, when we were at school.
Yep.
They claim this is the water cycle of the Earth.
Oh, for goodness sake. So you're going to tell us you don't believe it? They claim. So now, as well as a flat earth conspiracy, we've got a cycle of the water conspiracy. Why the hell wouldn't they just tell you the truth? Why would they tell you and try and hide the way that water cycles through the environment?
This is fine when you are a child and you are just beginning to experience the world or are about to learn about the world outside. But once you grow up and become an adult and start to think for yourself.
But I don't think you ever have really thought for yourself, have you?
Certain things just do not make any sense.
Well, I guess for you, the certain things that don't make sense are likely to be complicated things like door handles, curtains, and teaspoons.
They explained that water evaporates over the ocean and form into clouds, which then are transported over the land, and moisture contained within it condenses into rainfall and falls down as rain.
I think she's got it. I think she's got it. By George, she's got it. By George, she's got it.
The rain gains momentum and form into rivers, which are in turn returned to the oceans, and the whole cycle starts again. But there is one problem with this explanation.
I know. It uses big words like evaporation and condensation.
And that is, there isn't enough rainfall to sustain all the oceans of the world. The worldwide rainfall for a calendar year is so tiny compared to the required amount to sustain the oceans.
Sustain the oceans? What exactly do you think is happening to them?
This would, in fact, dry out the oceans of the world.
Well, I'm concerned about the number of sponges there are in the sea. Just imagine them soaking up all that ocean.
You must agree that water is always moving. This ocean current chart shows the direction of the flow of ocean currents. Even in lakes such as the Great Lakes of the North America or the lakes of Middle Asia, water is always moving, caused by wind or other means.
Well, unless you're going to be talking about things like monsoons, etc., I think you're starting to get a little bit off topic, aren't you?
Science also tells us that our Earth is composed of 70% water and 30% land.
Oh, does it? Are you sure it doesn't actually teach us that the surface is 70% covered in water? That's a bit different than the Earth being composed of 70% water.
So in that respect, our world is a water world.
And yet, you are apparently worried about the oceans drying up.
Even if you are in the middle of a desert and you need water, if you dig deep enough, you will finally hit water.
Well, that's true for many places, but you do realise that in the area of, say, the Sahara, you're going to have to dig between 100 and 250 metres. That's quite a hole to dig when you're just feeling a bit thirsty.
There is a pressurized water system underground, and that is also moving. The geysers are proof of this pressurized water system.
That is not how a geyser works. This is how a geyser works. Water seeps down through the ground until it reaches rock that's heated by magma. But the water in the column leading to the surface is relatively cool, and it presses down, much like the lid of a pressure cooker. The water in a reservoir eventually becomes superheated, and the water in a column rises in temperature until that boils and froths at the surface. We reach a point where the weight of the water in a column is not enough to hold back the pressure of the superheated water, which flashes into steam, boils violently throughout the column, and the boiling water and steam sprays out of the vent of the geyser. Geysers are quite rare, only occurring generally in volcanic areas with magma near the surface.
This pressure system is also responsible for plate tectonics movement.
Just know, whatever pressure the water in underground aquifers is, that is nothing to do with plate tectonics. That's an entirely different subject.
When they build up pressure together with the crude oil, they have to release its energy, and this is done across the world where there are fault lines.
Look, you just really don't know what you're talking about there. Get back onto the water cycle, please.
This underground pressure system is also responsible for the large amounts of water that come down over the great rivers.
I really don't know what you're waffling about there, but I would like to warn everybody to get facepalm protection ready.
Contrary to what they say, it is not rainwater, nor melted ice cap water that forms into rivers. For generations, human beings have pondered what the clouds are, its composition, etc. Clouds are not water, nor are they water vapor. They are completely different elements.
Hang on. Hello. Hang on.
Stop
You
it.
can
Don't
go
stop
up a flipping mountain and get inside a cloud. It's easy.
Calm down, Alan. Calm down. It's Tom.
Just-
But wait for the punchline. Wait for the punchline, Alan.
Don't interrupt the joke.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm ready.
For the first time in human history, I will now explain what clouds
Oh,
are
later, Renee.
and how they are
Renee.
created.
Cups of tea and coffee away from
Renee,
your
mate, gotta
keyboards,
go.
please, and make sure your monitor is not in punching range.
Clouds
You're a
are
wonderful
a
person.
byproduct of the aurora borealis and the aurora australis.
Yeah, he said that.
Clouds are
Actually, he said
created
that.
at the northern and southern edges of the earth.
Oh, come on, Tom. You're just making crap up. Otherwise, how could it be the case that you can have clouds anywhere near the equator, or even just the tropical regions, without all those clouds having passed over areas further north or further south?
Mr. Sensible. I used to have a cousin who was as dumb as the sky. We all used him as a waste paper basket.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Prof. Go on, Tom, you better finish off.
These are results of electromagnetic radiation. These radiation bursts are sent out across the sky. And when these energy bursts reach far enough out of the energy zone, they form into clouds.
Logic failure. Then how can you get clouds in the extreme north or the extreme south?
They do not carry water nor water vapor.
Go on then. You better tell us what they are.
They dissipate into the sky like magic.
Well, I'm starting to lose the energy to live listening to you.
Finally, I must explain how rain is formed.
Well, since you're supposed to be teaching us the real water cycle, that would probably be a good idea.
They are not formed by clouds.
Oh, this is going to be good. Come on, Tom, please serve us an assortment of words and concepts that you don't understand.
Rainfall is simply when all the moisture in the air travels from high pressure into low pressure in the atmosphere. This causes the moisture to gain weight, to become water. Vapor becomes water and become...
Oh no.
Oh dear.
I can't control it. Oh my god.
I'm going to explode. Help.
Tie Alan down quick.
You know the film Mars Attacks where the heads all explode? That's me right this moment. My head is about to do that huge explosion. No. Kingsman. That's it. Kingsman, where all the heads blow up. That
You
one.
know, I think
That's my head in a minute.
I think we have to tell Mr. Sensible to include a new protection method there. You have to put you have to put baby nappies on because I'm going to piss myself laughing.
You need to be wearing the Depends just in case.
Yeah, you got to have pull-ups on.
Oh dear.
They do make adult-sized nappies and diapers, you know.
Yeah, it depends.
I'm going to make it twice as dumb. I'm playing it again.
That would probably be a good idea.
They are not formed by clouds.
Oh, this is going to be good. Come on, Tom, please serve us an assortment of words and concepts that you don't understand.
Rainfall is simply when all the moisture in the air travels from high pressure into low pressure in the atmosphere. This causes the moisture to gain weight, to become water. Vapor becomes water, and because it's heavy, water is heavier than the air surrounding it. It falls down as rain.
Okay, so it's moisture in the air turning to water, getting heavy and falling down, and it's nothing to do with clouds. Have I got that right?
This is the simplest of explanations.
And you, sir, I'm afraid, are the simplest of flat earthers.
I will admit, however, that there is a high concentration of clouds when it rains.
Well, slap my arse and call me...
Breaking news. It's cloudy when it rains.
I'll wait for that.
That's almost as bad as saying there's only rainbows when the sun's up, but it's got nothing to do with the sun.
It wasn't so much what he said, it's the way he said it. A high concentration of clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never seen it raining without the water coming out of clouds.
Yeah, that's strange that it never rains when it's, beautiful sunny days. It's quite strange, that, isn't it?
Moron.
I love it when you get those big cumulonimbus coming across and you can see the rain falling out the bottom of them.
Yes. No, it's only because it's too heavy to stay up there, Alan. It's nothing to do with the clouds.
The clouds are just there by coincidence, Alan.
And you're thinking, is that one going to come over me? Am I going to end up soaking wet because that one's going to come over me? And I'm going to get so, or is it going to go one side or the other as they're coming towards you?
Yeah.
I reckon the clouds just like to be there to watch it rain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
They're just there to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, they're placing bets and see where the water gets too heavy and falls out of the sky.
Yeah, that's right.
It's going to land on that bit over there. No, I'll bet tenner on that. It doesn't. Yeah.
Oh dear God.
I'll admit there is a high concentration of cloud when it rains. That's going to be the hashtag of the year, isn't it?
We all really know that clouds are nothing more than transport for monkey magic anyway.
Oh yeah. Forgot about that.
But the original series not.
Yeah, not that remake.
Sorry, Al.
I was just saying the monkey magic thing. It's got to be the original monkey magic, not that horrid remake they did.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Okay.
Who would have thought that?
This is a result of the activities of the Aurora Borealis and Australis.
Nice recovery.
These clouds act as a buffer above the rain. If you do the simplest of investigations...
Multi-Tom, you could have saved yourself quite a bit of embarrassment.
Then you will find out that the amount of rainfall in the world is not nearly enough to sustain the oceans of the world.
Well, Tom, you haven't actually explained why the oceans need sustaining or how much water is required to sustain them. But if you had an inch of rain falling on 1 square mile of land, that gives you 17,380,000 gallons of water. And in an average year across the mainland United States, you get 30 inches of rain, and that equates to 1,430 cubic miles of water. That's quite a lot.
So we have to go back and redraw this diagram for our children. Teach them the truth, the real world we live in.
Well, Multi-Tom-Tom, I don't think that the educational establishments are going to be coming to you to design a new diagram for the water cycle. I mean, it would appear to most people that you're not too bright, but I did notice another one of your comments where you said the trouble is that you don't recognise a genius in your midst. Well, you got that right, Tom Tom. I don't recognise you as a genius in our midst. I hope you all enjoyed it. Until next time, stay sensible.
Can I just put a comment here now? Multi-Tom is bitch made anyway because he just keeps running from talking to me. 2 years I have been asking him to come and have a discussion, and for 2 years he's been dodging me or trying to find some excuse not to do it. But all I can say is, Multi-Tom, you're bitch made.
The number of times he's been in the side chat of something that's going on live, sort of people have said, "Oh, Multi-Tom, come on, join us, have a debate, have a discussion," and he won't. I've only seen him do it twice, I think.
You know, when I was doing the Jose after show,
Yep.
He would come in the side chat there all the time, and I would constantly issue the challenge to, because he did actually agree to this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
On radio navigation aids, radar, and so that and GPS as well, of course. And he would just keep making more and more excuses, more and more demands before he would come on. To the point where, you know, all the guests have everybody on the panel's got to leave, and then I'll come on.
Yeah.
And you know he won't. You know he's just like. So yeah.
I think he tried to do that in my side chat ages ago. Tried to get get him to come on.
Yes, he did,
He's done
Terry.
it here. Yeah, he's done it here as well.
Yep.
It just does it to
He basically
bugger up the
did it-
stream.
Yeah.
Tries to.
Because originally the conversation was going to happen on GeoStreamer's channel.
Yes.
But yeah, he's been ducking and dodging that for 2 years, over 2 years now. So yeah, don't think we got a lot of time for our friend Multi Dum Dum.
No.
Non-sec said he told Professor Field he'll debate him. Oh, that'll be a laugh.
No, he won't.
Yeah, righto.
Yeah.
Don't hold your breath. Bloody hell. Never happen.
Dum Dum said he won't go on monetized channels as he won't give you the chance to make money from it. Anyone under 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours isn't monetized?
Yeah.
That's all right, Terry. You can go onto my channel.
Well, you could,
Women still come onto my channel.
I
no,
tried to get him onto
it's
mine, and I
312.
was under that.
I'll take him onto my channel, Alan, with the premise that he can debate me and then bring you in.
Yeah. My head was just about ready to explode there.
Yeah.
Painful.
It's a bit sad because they're eventually going to go through all the education and everything, and it's false. They're idiots.
Andrea says that every time Multi agrees to a debate, he stops going on their channels. I think he's only got 4 he goes on now.
He doesn't crop up half as much as he used to.
That's because he gets owned every time he goes on them.
Yeah.
And he gets hammered in the side chats as well.
Yep.
and then starts calling people names and things if he can't get his way. It's a bit racist.
No, he's not a bit racist at all. He's very racist.
Well, sorry, yeah.
Mm.
Very racist. He used to go on Jose's and be quite racist towards Jose.
Yep. Yeah, these people aren't generally very good when it comes to that sort of thing.
No.
Anyway, have we got any more derp, Terry?
Yeah, I'm looking, but I don't know of anything else that's been. Unless I go back.
There's that ranty one that I dropped in.
Somebody give us a.
Terry, there's that ranty one that I dropped in.
Okay.
I dropped it in the streaming.
The stream homework.
Yep.
Ranty, red Earth observation destroys the globe edge. Is that the one?
It's only about 7 minutes long.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's not
okay.
too bad. You wouldn't want to listen to any longer than about that of Ranty.
Colon, tell me that's not true.
What?
Farmer's Boy, I believe he lives pretty close to you, well within 30 miles. Jesus,
oh no!
Not another one. Oh,
no.
God.
You know, everyone within 100 miles of you, farmers, becomes your responsibility to deal with.
Okay, I'm putting out a request now. Does anybody want a new patio?
Yes, I need a new patio.
Yeah, I need a new one as well.
Good. Okay, I'll see what I can do.
and I think, are we talking a straight line or are we talking driving distance over the roads?
Well, as I can't fly, I have to be via roads.
In that case, I'm a bit more than 100 miles from you.
I think you are. Yes.
But not much. But probably not in a straight line. But probably not in a straight line.
I don't know.
Going to be close because I know from here to Irchester is 125 miles.
There you go. Yeah.
Farmers, I will sign for any big styrofoam box that comes to my door, and then I'll make it disappear for you.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to think. Do I still know anybody who owns pigs?
Yeah. We've got quite a few pig farmers around here, chap.
Yeah, you would have. Yeah. It's very good pig country.
I'm about 30 k's away from the entrance to the Port of Melbourne, and they have these great big shark things in there that are whitish in colour.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those things seem to deal with rubbish really easily.
And at least make it flat and level.
Yeah.
Nice one, mate. Oh, dear.
Yeah, the reason we got a lot of pigs around here is because we got a lot of mafia. I mean, really nice people that live around here.
Great growers, you mean?
Yeah.
It's just very good part of the world for pigs.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Oh, not a ranty.
Yeah, but it says it's an observation from Rude Earth, a channel. Link here.
Now remember, Rude Earther is the guy who did that video that Stingray ripped apart.
That's correct.
So this could well be another of the same ilk.
Yeah, it is.
Oh dear.
This is in favour of the Baal.
Yeah, and he's typographical error with the 19OC, which is.
Yeah, can't he get a degree sign?
No, he probably doesn't know where it is on the keyboard.
What? Well, assuming it's Windows, it's Alt 0176.
Is it? Hang on a minute.
It is.
Just look at my cheat codes. Or Alt 248.
248.
That's the one I remember. Alt 248 will give you degrees.
No, Alt 248 is little theta. No, little Thoi, sorry.
Well, it's a little circle. It's the same thing.
No, it's but it's the 0176 is the superscript 0.
Oh, man.
What was it again? Alt
0176 on the numeric keypad.
Yeah. No, that's what that. I don't know what come up then.
There you go. That was Alt 248.
I'm not getting that. Alt 248. That's what I get.
It depends whether you got American keyboard or English keyboard.
Ah, okay.
That's strange.
That's that in the group. Yeah.
There you go. I'll just put it in our chat as well. That's Alt 248. That gives me degrees.
That gives me that, which is not degrees.
Well, I don't know. It works. It works. My
weird.
Alt codes works for me. I don't know why it only works for me. From www.usefulshortcuts.com.
What was it? Alt
248 for me gives me the degree symbol.
248.
Yeah, that's what I do. Alt.
Yep, I got degrees as well.
If I do Alt 0248, I get that.
I get degrees as well.
And I don't.
No, that's a diameter symbol.
I definitely don't get it.
That's Alt 248 on my keypad.
Oh, well, something's not right.
And not just this keyboard either. It's been like that because I'm looking at my own cheat sheet.
You were.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Although I know although I can actually remember the 176. 178 is squared. 179 is cubed. 185 is to the power of 1.
John Raps watched yesterday's Jose's channel. Jose's stream. Yes, George Natchett called me a rude SOB.
Oh, that George bloke, he can get a little bit
The problem was that he was repeating everything that had already been said several times earlier in the show, but he wasn't there. And when George gets going and he starts doing his ever so detailed description, it's like, yeah, George, we know all that. That wasn't the point I was making. And I don't know what it was yesterday. He just got a complete bee in his bonnet. And 10 minutes later, when we went to the after show, he was completely fine. But in the side chat, I was called a rude son of a bitch and all sorts of things just because I dared to overtalk him.
Dared to tell him
he
that
was starting to do a rumpus. That was the problem.
What was that conversation he was having with trying to correct the 8-inch 2 miles squared parabolic thing over for the Earth curve calculation? It's not to do with the center of the Earth tangent. It's actually the tangent of the surface of the sphere or something. Oh, I couldn't work it out.
That whole thing with Bev yesterday. Try thinking. Because I didn't recognise who it was to begin with. I thought, who the hell's Try Thinking? And as soon as he spoke, I thought, hang on, I know who this prey is. And I got somebody to confirm it in a side chat. It's, yeah, Bev with his stupid water level. And he's one of these guys who obviously wants to prove a flat Earth, but he won't actually admit that's what he's trying to do. Oh, I'm trying to prove the horizontal. What? You're trying to prove the Earth is flat. That's what it's all about. And you're not going to.
Oh, farmers, somebody has pointed out why we are having difficulties over what character we get. Because I always put the zero. I always put the 0 in front. So I'm talking about Alt 0248.
Yes, that's totally
which
different.
Is and Alt 0176 is the degrees.
Well, Alt 248 works for me.
Yes, I just realised I didn't, because I'd always understood it that you had to put the 0 in front
No.
So I've never tried typing Alt and then just a 3-digit number. So
right, that clears that one up then.
Yep.
Good.
It was not working for
Sorted.
me. That's all there is to it.
Have you mentioned lightning? That might work then.
Oh, okay. I'll have to mention
Hey,
that.
Terry.
What?
Press play.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I've been waiting to do that.
Let's see how wrong he gets this one.
We got music.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, just mute the bugger.
Just turn it down. Let's see.
Now, what's he trying to show us there? Is he showing us the temperature or what?
Yeah, the temperature in degrees. Kurt.
18.7. Oh, it's quite nice, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the temperature.
Do you want to write that down?
No,
he's going to be wrong.
You can, I think you can almost turn the sound up now, Terry. Oh, no, you can't. No. Oh, look at those.
Look at those turbines that are all sinking into the sea. Oh, no.
No, as Riley goes, they're oil rigs because the oil rigs
that's
are
right,
turbines.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait for it. Let's see how far this boat is supposed to be.
We'll try focusing it first.
They're using Travis's camera.
He reckons he's 16 feet above sea level.
But I bet he can't focus the boat properly because I bet
why should it be?
I bet there's so much refraction going on in the air that you can't get a decent focus on it because it's wibbling about too much.
Well, actually, you can see the
40
refraction
foot.
layer where it's lighter.
Well, how can it be 40 foot below the horizon?
Right, so he said his viewing height was 16 feet, yeah?
Yeah, right. Of course he is.
Oh.
He must be a really tall person. Look. He's a really tall person if he's standing 16 foot above sea level.
Not. His camera's 5 or 6 feet. I mean, he's right down on the beach.
He can't be more than 7, 8 foot above sea level at the most.
Oh.
If he's got a rise on the beach.
Whoa, look at all that mirroring.
He's in Blackpool. Where Ranty takes his pictures.
Yeah, I guess he probably is up somewhere, like on the Wirral somewhere like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I misread it the first time. I thought it said +3 degrees, not -3 degrees on the longitude.
Well, I was just guessing that's where because it's where Ranty takes his pictures, isn't it?
Yeah, a -3 would be about right for that side of the country, wouldn't it?
You're trying to outdo Travis.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He must have learned. He's been taking lessons of Travis.
From. Yeah.
So we've already been through this video before. It's not 17.4 miles away either. We've already established this, mate.
But even still, it's just a very terrible day to take footage of out on the horizon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's probably not where Rent is. He's on the Wales side of England, isn't he? So
Right, so he reckoned that was
side.
what, 17.5 miles away?
Across the world.
Where did he mention
He
that?
reckoned that's Liverpool. If that was Liverpool, he must be standing on the other side, on the Welsh side. And that isn't 17 miles across there, I'm sure of it.
Terry, can you just go back to the spot where it had the lat and long?
That's what I'm looking for. That one.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll look at it in
because I've got Google Earth Pro up now.
Ah, you've got it as well.
Is that his position where he's actually located right now? That's
No,
the
that's
53 point.
Position of the boat.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Well, that's all right. 47927. And minus 3.6118.
Terry, if you go back to the start of the video, it actually shows you on there where you're standing.
Yeah.
That.
But
no,
that's
keep going.
just,
Keep going
that
forward.
doesn't prove where you're standing when he took
No,
the video,
but
though.
Keep going forward. A little bit further.
So he's standing off. That boat's off Colwyn Bay.
There. Right there, Terry.
That's his location.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
5320.
So one of you do the other one, and one of you do this one.
Well, he reckons he's down near, I can't pronounce the name, Moston, Whitford.
Oh, yeah.
Whitford.
Eden's got a
Can you see it?
Okay, Eden.
And 3 degrees 24.
Yeah, there we go.
You want to share that now?
That's
You're going to share now, or do you want me to look for other info?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to, before you do that,
he's in Prestatyn.
Before you do that, there was a. Find it.
Well, is he standing on the beach there?
Yes.
Because his location is nowhere near a beach.
No, I have his location as being on a beach.
5320.
53 degrees, 20 minutes, 40 seconds. 53 degrees, 20 minutes, 40 seconds north. 3 degrees, 24 minutes, 18 seconds west. Puts you on the seawall at Prestatyn.
That's where he's saying he is.
Yeah, he reckons.
And in fact, and Google Earth does in fact give you an elevation of 4 meters for that location.
So
yeah, but
is that where he is? Going by this map?
No. So let's be honest for a minute here, Terry. That's where he showed his original GPS location. However, like Mad pointed out further on, he's down on the beach. He's not at that location.
He's not at that location. Oh, I can find that location.
So if Alan was to scroll
let's see
in,
that picture. Yeah, go back a bit more the other way. No, to the left.
Yeah,
to the
left. What he's doing.
No, to your screen's left. Sorry, my right. Your right, Terry.
What?
You're right. Go a bit more right.
You
so
mean
you can
go forward through the video?
Yeah, that. There, stop there. That'll do. Right, I can see that. Let's see if we can see. He can't be where he says he is because that
Shades of the Matrix. Go left. No, your other left.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Your other left.
Your other left.
Well, it looks like when he panned around, he was on the steps.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to point out, Terry, that he is below those steps. The location of that grid reference from the start of the video is above the steps in the car park.
Yeah.
Which instantly, just looking at the height of those steps, can take about 2 meters off his height.
I'm trying to see where the hell he is.
And it's looking towards Liverpool, isn't it?
Yeah, so he reckons. Ah, where are those?
I think there's an oil rig type thing out between there.
Yeah, there's some out there. See them from Blackpool as well.
So you got his location. Is he in the same spot as the steps for the boat? Not so much the elevation, but the location. Yeah.
You'd have thought so. Otherwise, he'd have to say that he changed location, wouldn't he? Can only assume that the camera stays where it is.
Seems to be in the steps where those steps are for a lot of those shots. But it's this one back here where the boat is.
Yeah, I won't look for them.
And somebody's got a zoom thing.
Yeah, I'm now going to Google. Google. I'm going to have a look from. Well. Yeah.
Peter, I've got a question for you.
Yeah, I'm answering.
Okay.
There's no way he would see Liverpool from that location. There's a thing called sand dunes and that in the way.
Ish. Sand dunes. Don't worry about things like that.
Oops, I
Do
managed
you want me to share?
my audio.
Do you want me to share it, Terry?
Yeah, you can share if you want. I was just checking to see if my Google Pro is still linked to OBS. Oh.
Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. This is towards Liverpool. How's he going to see over that?
Well, he's not.
Assuming this is where he says he is, right? Because you can just about see the out to there. That won't let me.
I'm pretty sure when he
There you go. There's all the.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm further up than he actually says he was.
Yeah, he actually says he's on the bit he says where he says he is. He's actually shown himself to be, according to Google Earth, he's directly opposite one of the groins. And I think
That where it dropped you right there, did it? It didn't drop you.
So whereabouts on here, Alan?
Yeah, I can. Let me show mine because I can then drop us into Street View straight on it. Because I've got the pin. I've got the pin in the location that he shows on
that GPS.
On that GPS, yeah. So there's the pin where he says it is. And
where's the pin at there, Alan?
Why am I not getting any option for Street View?
Where do we mark it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Nothing there. No Street View.
No, not in Google Pro. You have to get a.
No, I get Street View in Google. I normally get Street View in Google Pro.
Try clicking on the street.
You may not get Street View if there's not a street there.
Yeah, click on that one.
Sometimes the tourist locations will actually The bloke will
There
actually
you
walk
go.
down onto
Yeah.
some place.
If he's standing on the
That's
promenade,
that's not the promenade.
no, it's the other
That's
side
not-
of that.
The other side of that. That's the closest I can get with the street view.
Well, that's where I'm looking.
There's the steps.
I've gone.
Are you able to drop your camera down anywhere along those steps?
Well, that was what got me because Mad was able to get a camera along there somehow, and I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm in.
Lots of lovely grass or bowling greens there.
I got the view further up, Alan, where the car park is. That won't let me click on this bit. I can get down to it, but it won't let me get a street view on the beach or the promenade.
It's almost as if, Alan, that he's picked a location where Google won't let you go.
Well, it's funny that because if you draw a line where he's standing, there's no way he's going to see Liverpool.
No, he can see. As I zoom this out from his location, and I'm sure he wasn't directly opposite the end of a groin either when he was filming. But if
he wouldn't see Liverpool. As simple as
you
that.
can kind of see you're not going to see. You're kind of just going to miss Hoylake, and you're not going to see. You're just going to be able to see maybe Crosby.
Yeah, you won't see Liverpool because all that hump's in the way.
From there.
Well, you can see two white structures. Those two white things.
So,
railway track.
I'm looking at his best bearing is going to be 70 degrees. So at 70 degrees, what's he going to get?
Need to go further north.
Oh, he can just see Hoylake.
You'll need to go further north than that, Alan, because wherever that green is,
The other side of the water there.
Yeah, no. So wherever that green is, like, see that the actual grass, that's going to be higher than high tide sea level.
Yeah, no. This here is below high tide.
Yeah,
this is the sandbanks.
But that's where you'll need to go. That's right over the top of that's where you're going to have to go, because where you're going over at the moment is over the top of grass, which will be.
Yeah, no, Peter. What I'm trying to say is that at the bearing that you're going to be able to see from at Prestatyn, which was 70 degrees. Right, if you project the 70 degrees across, you can just about catch the edge of Hoylake. Yeah, because the yellow line is basically the bearing that he can see from along that beach without it being blocked.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, see just above where the box. See where just above the box is. How you're going over the top of the grass there?
Yes, I know. He can't. I'm not saying he can see everything along that line, because from Hoylake, where it hits the coast at Hoylake, he's not going to be able to see over that bit of land, but he will be able to see all this piece of coast, all the piece of coast along the top of the Wirral, and then just the top edge of Bootle, and then into Crosby. So he'll be able to see kind of the docks here in Bootle, but he won't be able to see Wallersley, but he will be able to see kind of a bit of the edge of Hoylake and the coastal strip along there.
The centre of Hoylake is in an elevation of about 9 meters above sea level.
Yeah,
he looks like he's looking more to the north, going by the video.
Coldy Hill is at 256 feet in height.
Yeah, I mean, there's bits.
Coldy Hills, wherever that is.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say was if you look at the beach where he was, so when I was zoomed in down here, what I did was I looked a lot. What could he see looking along the beach?
Well, if you go
without
to
going
Google Pro, if you're in Google Pro, go to that car park I was at. You have to go
at the one down the end here.
somewhere. Yeah, that one there. If you go to that car park, you can actually go down onto the beach, and you'll see exactly what you'll see along that coastline.
Yeah, but he wasn't looking at 90.
Google Pro's not giving me as much as you had for some reason. That's not giving me.
But in his video, he's not looking parallel up the beach that he's videoing.
No, he's not. He's looking across.
Yeah.
So he's not going to see.
I put what is the yellow line in to give you an idea of what he could see from the point he was at. So if I move back to here and just go ground level, because I've got 3D terrain turned on.
What I'll do, I'll go over to Holly Lake and look back.
Yeah, so what I'm kind of saying is where the yellow line is mostly what he can see from this point. Yeah.
Right.
I can't move the origin of the line, but yeah, the line gives you a very good idea of where he can and where he can't see.
Yeah, if you go onto Holly Lake, that's a bit awkward to see though. Holly Lake, and expand. Street view. Where's he?
Oh.
Can't go out any further. Bugger.
Better, wouldn't it?
And if you go to Red Rocks.
Oh, I'm on the beach.
Yeah, if you go to Red Rocks, it's right on the beach, and there's already been pictures taken from there.
You can't see Liverpool from there. Oh, I can't go any further. Why not? Let me go further. Can you see a lighthouse when he pans round in his video? When he said he's looking at Liverpool? Because there'll be a damn great lighthouse in his way. Well, they won't stop and view. Yeah.
20 degrees. If you look straight out off the ocean there, he looks like he's looking at about 1:30 o'clock.
You won't see over that bit where it says Hoy Lake. You won't see over.
No, he's not looking that way.
No, you won't see over Hoy Lake.
No.
I mean, that just.
I'm trying to find.
Yeah, he can't see Liverpool from there.
He can't see Liverpool, Ellen. That's what
You
I was trying to say before.
Yeah, no, I know he can't see Liverpool. That's what he can see on. That's the angle he can see down the beach at. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
If he was to look down the beach. Yeah.
If he were to look down the beach, that is the red line. What is now red is the line he would see. But obviously, terrain the other side of the water will get in the way. So he'll see Hoylake, he'll see the coast along the top, and then he'll see sort of the top end of Bootle and Crosby, but he won't see Liverpool itself,
No,
Birkenhead or anywhere else.
not Hope and Hells, because I'm round on the north tip where it says that, what's that word?
Hoylake.
Towlaker? No, on the other side, opposite. Towlaker?
Oh, Tallaka.
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
I'm actually there on the beach, looking across. It's just no way. If he's actually pulling anything in, that'll be what you said, Crosby. But
Yeah.
we'd see a lighthouse in between that.
That's correct.
Did we see a lighthouse?
No, I don't think we did. Lining up almost perfectly with that beach, Alan. There's a lighthouse just off the end of the point. No, other side. No, other side, Alan.
Other side?
Yeah, where
Go
he was standing.
to your left. Go to your left.
Oh.
Sorry. Go to your left.
Zoom in.
Across the body of water, back to the left.
Where I was standing.
I'll
now.
follow. Yeah, right there.
Oh.
So see where your pointer is right about now. Zoom in there. Zoom in there.
Oh, what, just here?
No, just off the shore, Alan. Back where your pointer was.
See
Right,
that there?
stop there. Stop there.
There you go.
That's the lighthouse.
See the lighthouse, which lines up perfectly with the wall. If you zoom in on that, it's a red-topped lighthouse.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you would see that if you were looking in the direction of
Well, if you line it up
Liverpool.
with that lighthouse, that red line, Alan, from where he says he's
but he can't. But I don't think he can even see the lighthouse from there because I think it's too far around past the sea wall.
But that's the point. He would have to be able to see that to see Liverpool or anywhere.
Because what I'm saying is the red line he can't see anything south of that red line, no matter what, because of the sea wall.
No, but what Peter was saying, he'd have to see that lighthouse if he was pointing anywhere direction towards Liverpool. And the fact that he can't see that lighthouse, see what I mean?
Yeah.
What Peter was saying, it's just no way.
Oh yeah. He can. Yeah. What I was trying to say was that he can kind of see Hoylake. If there's something really tall behind Hoylake, he might see it. But then he'd see this. He'd be able to see the edge of again. He'd be looking slightly along the edge of this bit of land here, and then he could look across and he would sort of kind of see the north end of Bootle and then Crosby, but he wouldn't see Liverpool at all. I think the best you're going to do is see this, maybe see here, C4 Waterloo, maybe if you're.
It's just so funny how they can be so dishonest and think they can get away with it.
And I don't see any high-rise buildings at all in Crosby. Do you?
No.
In Crosby, just give me a moment.
Where are Stills and Nash?
Whose observation are you discussing? Is this Ranty or Riley? Who is it?
It's Ranty's presentation of Rude Earth's video.
Oh, okay.
In Crosby.
He's claiming to. We see too far.
Yeah.
I'm now at Crosby.
So there's the
Seafront.
the Crosby Leisure Centre, which would be somewhat large, possibly 2-story. There's nothing along the beach line that seems to be any taller than 2-story, though.
No.
If he can see the terminals, as in the like all of the shipyards there,
Yeah.
which
I mean,
I think
like
that's
I
going to be
said-
a stretch, but that's more down
Like
at
I said-
Seaforth.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, anything north of the red line is visible to him because it's not being blocked by the seawall. But of course, there's lots of other stuff in between that can block it.
Yeah, I honestly,
the red line is just based on he can't see south of the red line because that's where the seawall is.
yeah, I don't think you'll see much, even if you went up to the point there, Alan.
Yeah,
There's gonna be too much crap in the way.
Yeah, like I said, you can see sort of the coast along from New Brighton down to Leesdown and then down to Hoylake, which you'll kind of be looking along.
How
Can't we just agree that it's a lie and move on?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I reckon he's possibly looking at the P&O terminal.
Anyway. Yeah, let us move on.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Terry, wake up.
I got him.
Am I muted?
Yes.
I was muted. No wonder you weren't listening to me about the map.
Yeah, well, I did that earlier, so there you go.
What else haven't I planned? We're doing. Yeah. What else haven't we done for a while? How long have we been going for? Oh, we've only been going for an hour and a half. We've got plenty of time. Okay. Since Farmers likes a bit of trivia.
Oh yeah. Oh, does that mean I've got to turn around and pay attention to my computer again? Hang on a minute.
What have you been doing? Looking out the window?
No, actually painting one of the camouflage colours on the turret of my Leopard. Well, you see, whilst you're all screen sharing, I can't do bugger all. So.
Of course, I forget you can't see. You can't
no, it's fine. It just means I just turn my chair around and do a bit more of my modelling whilst listening and talking to you guys. I just can't use my computer. That's all.
Because very fortunately, your computer chair doubles for your modelling chair, and you just have to literally swing around in your room, don't you?
Correct. And that was done by design.
Of course.
Yeah, but by design, has your camera actually set up on your desk so we can see you painting your tanks?
No, of course not. All you'll see is my back.
And guess who I was listening to wittering on about camouflage a little while ago?
Who?
What's his face from the Tank Museum?
Oh yeah, I haven't watched any of their videos for a week or two. I must sit down and try and catch up with some. Was it Willie or the other one?
It was Willie. It was the not so big. It was Willie. It was the not so big moustache.
Yes. Yeah. David Willie is the He's the curator, isn't he? Yes. He's
Yes.
a nice bloke. I do like him.
The director, I've watched one of the films by the director yesterday. He seemed nice, but he's obviously using just a webcam.
Yeah.
And he doesn't understand framing.
No.
He doesn't understand that you can't keep lunging towards the camera.
No.
Some general
It's
trivia.
very disconcerting.
So I've got 100
No.
general trivia questions. I've got sports trivia.
Oh God, not
Oh,
sport.
no, okay, I won't go to sports. Okay, we'll go to.
Trivial Pursuit players don't like sport questions.
Okay,
'cause
how
if you do
about
all the other crap? You don't know the sport.
It's like sport and leisure, but it's
how
never
about
leisure.
how about technology trivia questions?
Christ.
We give it
Okay.
a go.
Here we go. Technology. That means I can't answer them. That's not going to be fair.
Your idea.
You've got the answers, I assume.
You're the host, Terry.
Hey, Terry. Terry.
Yeah,
Terry. Before you
Elmo.
do,
Yes, Elmo.
Before you do, I've got a screenshot to share of the latest Melbourne forecast. All right.
Oh.
Yeah. Go for it.
Can you see that?
It's coming.
Yeah.
Here it
Yep.
is. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's going to be rain if there's cloud.
Huh?
Chance of concentrated clouds, 5%.
Yeah.
Chances are it's not going to rain.
I like the concentrated clouds.
Yeah. Well, as opposed, quick lads, scatter.
Yeah.
There might be dehydrated clouds. You just have to add water.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've got some dehydrated water somewhere. Yeah.
You've got a fistful of clouds up there scratching their heads, going,
What do we do?
Will it rain today or not?
I think we'll get it today from the looks of it.
Okay, so
That was bloody horrible yesterday.
Bloody
so
horrible
some
today.
some of these questions might it depends on how old you are for some of the answers.
Okay.
I reckon if you're a younger person, you probably know 'em more than the older people will.
Oh.
Yeah.
I suppose we're going to have to give the Peanuts a chance to answer in the side gallery as well.
We got any
Oh,
young?
yeah,
We got any younger peanuts?
What? It depends. By what standards are you judging young?
Well, 30s
in
or
comparison
younger.
to what?
Oh,
30
God, that
or
is young,
30
yeah.
year old or
Yeah.
younger.
Yeah, that is young. Yeah, I'll grant you that. Young pups.
Yeah, these young'uns. I don't know. Okay, question 1. What year was the very first model of the iPhone released?
Bloody Apple, I don't know.
Sorry?
The year before the second model.
The year the iPhone was
Where's
released.
Stingray? Where's Stingray when you need him?
Oh, don't, 'cause he'll just.
He hasn't found me here, Alan. He finds me over on when I'm on my channel, but since I've been on yours, he hasn't
2005.
found me.
The first iPhone.
2005.
First model of the iPhone, yeah.
Oh, what's the first model called? No.
No,
well,
what
you-
year? What year?
What year was? Yeah.
I'll repeat the
2005.
question just for Mad. What
No,
year was the
I already
very
said it
first
right. People
model of
question
the
my
iPhone
answer.
released?
2005, I said. And I was
Not using the
questioned.
hands up.
Wait a minute, I've got to check the peanuts. Peanuts
I
are
would-
going 2, 9, 8,
I'd go to
1,
2007.
3. Who's the closest?
I got one, but I can't remember when.
Dora can't answer twice.
I say 2007.
I'm going to say yes, but only if you say no, you didn't cheat.
My hands are behind my head. I don't cheat when it comes to quizzes.
I thought you were doing your modelling.
No, you've got my full and frank attention because my computer now works.
Okay.
So
not
the other thing that I'd just like to throw in there, just to confuse everyone, are you talking about in America?
I don't know. The questions don't go into that
Hey,
much detail.
Peter.
Okay, Bog's got it.
Oh, so it was 2007.
Yeah. The pheasant
Outstanding,
plucker's,
right,
pheasant plucker's son got it, even though we don't
I'm
know if
keeping
he was
score.
cheating. Yeah,
Of
somebody
course I'm not
keeping score.
cheating.
Who's keeping score?
Well, I'm keeping track of my score.
So 13, So 13 years ago, then. I'm surprised we're not on the iPhone on the iPhone 26 by now. Then.
Well, you see, because they've cheated, haven't they? I mean, the new Galaxy, the new Samsung Galaxy phone is now the 20 because it's the year 2020. They skipped from, I think.
Oh no, they
10.
did not. No, they did not.
They didn't.
No, they did not.
Where's the 12, the 13, the 14, the 15, the 16, the 17? Where did they all go?
Just because they didn't actually
If this
use
is the
those
first
other
question,
numbers.
you wait till we get to a few more.
Okay, look, forget all that then. Let's have another question.
This is what she's going to be like with the first question.
That's the next question, Terry. So
That's
we
the
can
next
move on.
question. Yeah, press play.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Bundle.
We're just talking to make sure that.
Well, if
there's
you
no
shut
gaps.
up, I'll read the question. Okay.
Play.
42. Oh, sorry.
I'll mute your friggin' asses in a minute, I'll tell you. Okay. Question 2. What's the shortcut for the copy function on most computers?
Oh, good grief.
I think a lot of
If
us
you
know
don't know-
that one. Even I learnt
You
that.
don't know that one.
Yeah, I learnt that one.
Control C.
Yeah, we'll see. Wait till the peanut answers first.
You got to give the peanuts a chance because there's a
sorry.
lag, isn't there?
Oh, right.
20-second lag, man.
I've got it on ultra low latency, and there's still a huge lag.
Yeah.
Control.
Oh, I like that F16. That's pretty.
Yeah, my missus likes those
Meow.
brand of
Yeah.
chips. With the
That's not
first
I like
letter
that
in
previous
both
one was
answers.
The first one was called that one's called Hypnodisc, and the other one I don't know what the name is, but it's Dutch.
To be
Oh,
technical, Broomfondle got it right.
Well, of course.
That's right.
Because that's technically right. Because if you go, well, Dora put CTRL-INS, but Dave went the word Control C, but well, it's got semicolon in between. Oh no, it hasn't. It's got a gap. There's
Yeah, it's just a
nothing
gap,
written
'cause you
between
press both
Control
keys
and
at once.
C. So no one's got it right in the peanuts. If that's how I've got to go for word in the answer.
Broomfondle has
Yeah,
Control
okay.
plus C.
Yeah, plus. Yeah, plus. Yeah, okay.
Oh, morning, Prof. Is it still? It is still morning. I had to check.
Yep.
2007, Guardian, Aaron.
Oh yeah, right, Aaron.
That's some lag.
That's a bit of a lag.
What does your internet go via the dark side of the moon or
Yeah.
something?
You might need to refresh, Aaron.
So who gets
Control
that?
C
Well, if
used
you
to end-
type the answer into the internal chat, that way I can class it as you're not cheating, and that way you've got your answer out before.
Okay.
You make them put their hands up. That's what it's there for. That's what we use.
Yeah, we could do that.
Fireman's
We
Day.
could do that if the peanuts weren't involved.
Dora, that's not going to work here.
But you
because
can put.
unfortunately.
What did what? Huh? Control C ends programs
Control
on
C,
decent.
No, that only works on those silly machines that have those funny little fruits on it.
Yeah.
That
And the thing
used
is,
to
we
work
got
in
keyboards with the
AutoCAD.
delete key. What works?
No, that used to work in AutoCAD many, many years ago, but I think they designed it out. If you was having troubles and it froze, if you hit Control C, it would shut down AutoCAD. And that's in Windows, but it doesn't work anymore. But it used to. It's one of those handy little features that they took away when they did an upgrade.
Yeah. Task Manager's quite good.
Yeah,
Aaron's,
but cricket just to go Control C.
Aaron's like almost 5 minutes behind us. So
You'll get us talking in a minute.
hang on. No, you won't.
Right. So if you know the answer, type it in the internal group.
Is Aaron even watching
Yep.
live?
Yep.
Is he
I don't
maybe
know.
dropped behind completely?
Okay. So if you know the answer, type
fixing
it
it.
straight away into the internal group chat, and
Yeah,
the peanuts will answer it out there after I read
Yes,
the
because the
question.
peanuts can't see our internal chat, can they?
Exactly.
Oh, right.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Here we go. So who got that right? A couple of you got that right.
I think we all knew what Control C was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Broomfondle, that was actually the one that got it. But Control C, the word Dave said it. But Dora said Control Insert. No, it's Control C, Dora. Okay. Now we're getting
Not
into
even
other
got
ones.
insert
Alt
on my
F4
keyboard.
shuts program down. Okay, Dave. Right.
You're all
Yes,
wrong anyway.
Brainery.
It's Control C. It's Control C, not Control.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Control.
Would you sit and do this in a pub when you're playing a quiz? No, get on with it. Come on.
Okay, question 3. What does HTTP stand for?
Sorry.
Internal chat.
What was the question, Terry?
HTTP. What's HTTP?
What does
stand for?
HTTP
Oh, right.
stand for? Is it my accent, Matt?
No, I wasn't listening. Sorry, I was doing
dear.
something.
Are you here?
Sorry, did you call me? Did you say coffee? Yes, please.
Farmer said that. Okay, Farmer.
I can't remember what the rest
That's what I thought too.
Something dark side.
Yeah, I won't read it out. I just went, yeah. Okay. 2 of you have got it right. Oh, no, Alan got it wrong.
Yep.
Elmo.
Naughty Alan.
Elmo's name now. Make your mind up. Okay.
I'm
I'm not reading out big words.
I've said, but I pretty much use
Okay, Peanuts.
either.
Who read the first answer? Broomfondle?
Brainery.
Brainery?
I was gonna type
Hypertext
my
Transfer
answer, but-
Protocol. Yeah, Brainery
was
was the first one to get it right with the first answer. And the only person to get it right on the panel was Elmo.
And John Stock
Yeah.
was just being rude.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but
Perfect,
Elmo
John.
was first.
But you said the only.
Oh, sorry. Well, the first person to get it right was Elmo. Alan got it wrong. Farmer's Boy was confused, and Peter got it right.
The last word, I just couldn't remember what the first ones were.
Farmer's Boy participated.
So
That's what
hypertext
something,
not transport protocol.
Yeah, but that would be SSSP then.
That sounds like something to put memory on.
Look, this is too modern for me. Let's have some proper technology, shall
That's
we?
what I said. The younger ones should know this stuff.
Where are they?
Yeah, okay.
Where are they here?
Oh, okay. Here's another one. What is the name of the man who launched eBay back in 1995?
Oh,
I don't
eBay.
think no one's going to know this one.
No, I ain't got a clue.
Geez,
We could have the proper intermission music.
Oh no, it wasn't that. That was something else he'd done.
I could play my penny whistle if I could play the penny whistle.
No, just purse your lips and whistle. No, he wasn't eBay. Sure,
I can't.
He was something else.
That's George
no, he did
eBay.
PayPal.
Yes. He sold PayPal. to
Georgie
eBay.
Boy. Oh no, Georgie Bay.
George eBay.
Yeah, we've got one in the thingy and an agreement in here.
As long as no one's
eBay,
cheating
no.
by Googling it or asking Alexa.
No.
I haven't asked Alexa once because I don't have
Let's
an
see.
Alexa.
Boggs.
No,
Looks
I
like
know
Boggs
he's
was the
Alexa
first
guy.
person with an answer. No, it wasn't George eBay. Boggs was the
George
first one.
eBay.
Elon Musk. So Boggs got it
Elon
right.
Musk.
So Boggs got it right. And
Elon
who
Musk
else?
did PayPal, didn't he?
Who else
Yeah,
got
he
it
did
right?
PayPal.
He
Yeah.
sold
Oh, I
it
didn't know
to-
that.
Yeah, he
Okay.
sold it to.
So
eBay.
Pierre on Omidyar.
So
where he got all his money from.
No, eBay get all the bloody money.
And the only person to
Fees
get it
from
right
selling, fees from PayPal.
was Elmo. And Mad
He
said
was
it
a
was
French
Elon Musk.
billionaire.
Yeah. As soon as I typed, I thought, shit, no, that's the wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's half the reason he's so rich, isn't it? From his sale of
Now I reckon a lot.
I
I
don't
reckon
know young
everyone.
people.
I reckon everyone should get this one right. Even
Okay, so
you,
that made
Pip.
me
I reckon you,
screwed
Pip,
then.
should get
Oh,
this
even
one
me.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
Chocolate.
Fuck off.
Technology, not food. Okay.
Purple.
What
need
is
technology
often
to make it.
seen as the smallest unit of memory?
Oh, thanks, Terry.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Right. That's supposed to
There's
be
no
bit.
answers in the internal.
Oops. Yes, there is. You're not
Yeah.
looking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you were too quick for me, that one.
And Peter, if you're going to get it wrong like that, it needs to have a Y in it, not an I.
The last letter wasn't meant to be there, Alan.
Okay.
I'd hate to tell you, but you're all getting it wrong.
Oh.
We got it the wrong way round.
No, you're all getting it
Or
wrong.
is it just something completely different?
No, I'm just
Oh,
saying
I know
you're
what it
getting it all
is.
wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, well, whatever.
Oh,
I'll tell you what it is.
Aaron was closer. He's getting warmer.
I know what it is, Terry.
No,
I
you
just
can't
typed it
answer
in.
twice if you've already answered.
I know I can't, but I'm just saying that's what it should have been.
Never heard of it.
No,
How the
you're
hell
right.
was I supposed to get it
I
right?
know Aaron was the closest. So it's kilobyte.
No.
It's not the
No, it
smallest
isn't.
unit
No,
of
it's not.
bloody memory.
No, it's
Look,
not.
that's what it said here in the question.
No.
Look, don't hit the
No.
messenger.
And
So-
you put
so,
8 bits
Terry.
together to make a byte, and you put
Terry.
1,024 bytes together to make a kilobyte.
What's from what you've just said? What's heavier, 1 gram or 1 kilogram?
Which came first, Terry? A gram or
Which is
kilo?
It's the question
These
is
are-
what is
Kilobyte.
often seen as the smallest unit of memory, and the answer is kilobyte.
The bit.
No,
It's
it's
a bit.
not. It's a bit.
Was
The
it
quiz
wrong?
is wrong. The quiz is wrong.
It's a bit.
Quiz is wrong.
Calm down.
I know.
My goodness.
But you've all got it wrong. It's flat earther.
Ether band.
Reasons. Sorry.
Good. So what should it be?
A bit.
The bit.
Bit.
That's right. Yeah, even I thought
You need
that.
8 bits to make a byte.
Yeah.
I
And
remember back in the old
1,024
days
bytes
with the
to
bit
make a kilobyte.
when there was a 2-bit computer with the games and that, like a whole of 2 bits or something.
No, a little bit more. than
Notice
2
when we
bits,
talk
Terry.
memory these days, it's all a matter of bytes, kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes. But when they're selling you internet speed,
It's bits.
it's bits,
Yeah.
not
It's bytes
bytes.
per second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas it should be a more realistic bytes per second. Then people might get a more accurate idea of what their internet's actually capable of.
How slow the internet
Yeah, but
actually
Yes,
the
is.
how
problem
bloody
is-
slow it is. Yeah.
But the problem is that when we're actually talking about moving digital data down a pipe, we actually do talk about bits per second.
Yeah, but everything else we refer to in bytes.
And of course, also the fact that I really hate that they suddenly started redesigning the megabyte and the gigabyte to be powers of 10 and not powers of 1,024.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
You mean powers of 2?
Well, yeah, powers
Yeah.
of 2. But
Bloody
the
retcon.
but the particular powers of 2 that they use that turn out to be on the
Oh, excuse me.
1,024 decimal.
Anyway.
Anyways, next question.
Okay. Okay, Pip should know this one. Which email service is owned by Microsoft?
Oh.
She
Ah.
she goes.
It depends which one you want to call it.
Look, I'm just reading the question verbatim, so don't. Here we go. I'll have to scroll down.
But it's one of the same thing.
It
What
is
was the
one and
question?
the same thing.
It's yeah.
Yeah, Pip got the first.
The answer is
answer
the answer is yes.
What was the question?
Which email service is owned by Microsoft?
One became the other, even though you're still using those old addresses.
John
Yeah.
Rat, behave yourself.
My two particular Microsoft email addresses I've had since 1997.
Snap.
So, and
Back in the day, I've actually got an email address that's just my name, my full name with no numbers after it.
I think I have as well.
Which was
I've
like,
actually
bloody hell, I'm having that.
I'm still on AOL. Thank you.
I've got both farmers. So both of those particular servers, I've got my name for both of those.
Because it was first .com, and then over here you couldn't get them anymore, and it became .co.uk, and that's gone back to .com again. But mine was .com the first time around, which is what bloody hell, 23 years ago.
I couldn't get my name because there's too many people out there with the same name.
Well, at the time, when I first started using Facebook, there was two of us with the same name. There was me and a young religious chap in the States, because somebody sent me a friend invite, and I thought, well, who the bloody hell are you? And then I realised at that time in the entire world there was only two of us with the same name. Now I think there must be thousands, but back then it was two.
What? There's thousands of mad DBs.
No, it's
No, there's thousands of farmers, boys.
Yeah, well, as Colin says.
If I Google my full name now, I can find quite a few, but back then there was two.
So who answered Hotmail? Dora?
Hotmail is Outlook.
No.
Yeah.
Hotmail is the email. Outlook is the app.
No, they've changed it now.
They've changed it.
Outlook is now the email as well.
Yep.
As the app.
I've got an Outlook address and I've got a Hotmail address, and they're two different addresses.
And Pip got it right in the internal chat.
See, my two are Hotmail, because back in 1997 it was Hotmail, but it's now all Outlook.
Well, I've got
and
both.
Mad got it right.
And then they're not linked at all. So
if it did say Outlook, I would have gave you that, but it doesn't say that.
No,
it just
fair
says
enough.
Hotmail. So these questions might have been before it went to Outlook.
That is the problem with. We used to play trivs with a set of cards.
Oh, Bob's
that were
remembers
A,
it.
old, and B, I think would have all been asked the questions 2 or 3 times. But it was the age of it, because it said who won the Grand Prix and blah blah blah, and it's like, gosh, that was 20 years ago.
Dora's looking for some Hotmail.
Looking for some hot stuff.
Well, it's a bit warm at the moment, so does that class?
Yes,
I'll just go turn my heater up, Dora. Just give me a sec.
You don't use ASL anymore, do they? No.
Okay, another easy one. Google Chrome, Safari, Firefox, and Explorer are different types of what?
Cheese.
Cheese.
Am I? Oh yes, I can spell it correctly. I had to think a minute there. It's nearly going to be something else. My fingers are quite dyslexic at the moment.
That's all right. My whole
Is there a
body
time
is all
delay
the
in the
time.
internal chat? Because the answers nearly came up in the internal chat before I finished reading the question.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we kind of knew when you got to like Safari.
Ah.
Yeah. Only be one thing.
So you're allowed to answer it before I finish reading the question?
Well, I assume so.
That doesn't matter.
We are now.
Okay. Okay. Everybody answered? I'll have to scroll back up. Okay, Dora again. See, Dora's lightning on the answers.
Oh, she never comes on Barman's quiz.
But technically she's not right, because I want it word for word.
Oh, really?
Who remembers Alta Vista?
Okay, Dave Cannabis got it right. Or almost. Almost got it right. Just missed one letter at the end, but that's closer. Somebody just... Because it's not just one, it's plural. So your answer should be... So, because Dora got it right in the plural sense, but you've got to have the whole answer in the plural. which
Not
Pip
really.
did in the internal
But
chat.
actually, the question you stated said these are all types of what?
Yes, which gives you a singular answer.
Which
Yeah,
gives
it's
you a
not a
singular
plural.
answer.
And
It's not
and
a
I would
plural.
like to point out something too, that all of those browsers will work for your files on your computer, so that makes them not necessarily web browsers.
No, they're
Just saying.
Yeah. So, Terry, do you want to fight?
Well, grammatically the question's right because it says types. That's plural.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
it's
they're
looking for a
browsers though, but
singular.
they're not web browsers.
They're not web browsers? Well, the answer's web
No.
browsers. So whoever said
No,
web
but they're not.
browsers,
No, they're a web browser.
Pip got it right. She said web browsers, word for word.
I'll show my badges.
Yeah.
I'm not playing no more. You're
I
being
got web
logical.
browser, search engines, web browsers,
Can we switch from
browsers,
technology to history?
internet browser. There we go.
Technically, they're not internet browsers. They won't browse the whole internet.
No, they're just browsers.
They don't do, because the internet is more than just the World Wide Web.
Oh, Aaron's trying to get me on a technicality. Search engines for the internet.
No, they're
No,
not.
it's search engines.
Oh, okay.
Alan, if you
Yeah,
type
okay,
in
you could drop local. Yes, you can drop local files into them.
exactly, so that means that they're not web browsers either. They're just browsers.
Well, technically, they're relying on
Yes, after.
the HTTP protocol.
I'll argue that you don't need to be on the web to use them.
Arthur reckons I'm the worst quiz master ever. I'm just reading the
Yes.
questions word for word. Got
Yeah,
any
but you're
complaints?
supposed to know the answer as
I'm
well,
being
so you
told.
can correct
Where's
it
your
if it's wrong.
Where's your getting a phone call from the head office? You
Yeah.
know, like where what's his name? On the quiz masters, Tony Barber. He used to get on the phone call to adjudicate from the adjudicators
Brains
upstairs.
Trust. No, I haven't got a Brains
Yeah.
Trust.
Oh well, we're
You have.
screwed
You
then.
got Professor Phil.
Where's Professor Phil? He was out
He
there
was out in
earlier.
the chat.
Yeah, he was there. I don't know
Was
if he's here
it?
now.
Bog said it's rigged. Okay. This
Next
one's going to
question.
confuse a lot of you because it's a yes
What?
or no
Like
answer.
the last one didn't?
Okay, this is a yes or no answer question.
Yes.
Is Java a type of OS?
That's coffee.
Is
No,
Java
that's a
a
good one.
type of operating system, in other words?
No, it's an interpreted.
Wait till the answers all
Sorry,
come in, Alan,
forgetting.
before you give your 2
Hush,
cents
boy,
worth
hush.
about the explanation. So we've got a Huey. Hey, Huey, you can't answer in the peanut gallery, you cheat. Oh, we've got a lot of no's and yeses, so I'll have to scroll back up. No, I can't take Huey's answer because he's in here. So I have to take
John Rapp says
Aaron's answer first.
web browsers are simply spiders.
Going from Aaron down, wrong. John Rapp, right. And going back internally, chat. Peasant Plucker's son was the first one to get it right. And
Alan.
everyone else is the same. So everyone on everyone internal chat got it right on the panel. Dora got it wrong. Aaron got it wrong.
I think Alan should lose points for all of those exclamation marks.
I still reckon my explanation's the best one.
Can I
coffee.
Can I now disagree with Colin? It's not a scripting language. Java is not a scripting language. JavaScript is a scripting language. Java is an interpreted language.
Yeah, I agree with Vrim Frondel though.
Coffee or the island?
Coffee or the island. What are you talking about? It's
although of course you could technically build an operating system out of Java, but I wouldn't want to.
It's a code.
So Colin's saying it's technically a scripting language.
No, it's technically not a scripting language. JavaScript is the scripting language.
Okay, we've got two left. Who is often called the father of the computer?
Ah,
Ah.
Oh,
Ah,
I know.
it's probably not who you think it is either.
Oh,
So
I
who
spelt
is
it
often
wrong.
called the father of the computer?
I don't know if I spelt it right, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll read the
Yes.
panel's answers in a
Oh,
minute. I'll get
oh,
wait for the peanuts to
oh,
catch
oh,
up.
oh,
Oh yeah, I spelt it
oh,
wrong.
you're right, but you're wrong.
Yeah.
I can't
No,
remember
it
his
won't.
name spelt.
All right, the answers are coming through. Dora, I don't know who these names are.
Yeah, it was a toss up between him or
We've
the other
got
one.
Boole, Eva, Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs.
That's what Aaron said. Steve Jobs.
He isn't that old.
Alan Turing, Ida,
Alan's not
1600
Turing. He's sitting
BC.
here.
What?
1600 BC.
Abacus Confucius.
Okay.
Harry Flowers.
Turing, Alan, or Harry Flowers. Sir Charles.
Who's got airy flowers?
Okay.
I'm going to say Ada Lovelace was the first computer programmer.
No, not Linda Lovelace.
Linda Lovelace.
Not,
Yeah, Linda Lovelace.
Yeah, not Linda.
No.
Okay. Well, I didn't know.
Ada was the first programmer.
Now, Colin gives the first answer of the name, but I didn't know if they were a Sir or not because the answer is Charles Babbage.
Oh, yes.
So
yes,
if they're a
that's it.
Sir,
yep.
I didn't know. Right, first person
tell you
in
if
the
it's a Sir.
internally was not a peasant plucker's son. And Alan got it right. And they've only got their last name. That's half
Babbage
a point.
and his first name.
He didn't get the first name yet.
And his first name.
That's Mr. Babbage to you.
Yeah, you should have just wrote Mr. Babbage.
Sir, Mr. Babbage.
No, I got Babbage and his first name. What are you talking about?
Who's winning out of the peanuts and out of the panel?
Well, I'm on 5.
Any of you peanuts keeping your own scores? How many are you getting right each?
I must be on -5, I think.
I'm up to the last. So there's 10 questions. So out of 10, you have to tell us how many you got right each out of 10 after this last question.
Okay.
Okay, last question. Now the answer is it's the way it's spelt is the answer, not so much the way you say it. I'm just giving you that as the clue for the way for how the answer is. That's how it's written. It's how it's written down. It's how the answer is. Okay.
Do I just give up now?
Yeah, mate, you will.
You'll understand when I read the question. What?
Oh, speech to text. Speech to text. Hang on.
Here we go. What was Twitter's original name? Twitter's, as in TWITTER''S, original name.
Ooh.
Can't remember because I don't use Twitter.
No, I don't.
So you just listen to what the clue was before I read the question. That'll help you for the answer. Well, Pip was quick.
I kind of know that one.
Yeah, but you got what do you
I'm
call
not
it? So you got what's his names after it. They don't count.
Well, I'm not going to do that because if you've answered, I hadn't got a clue anyway, so I won't worry about that.
Oh, I spelt it wrong.
Elmo, it's not capitals.
Come on!
Nice one, Huey. Trump text? Stupider. Toilet texter.
One answered? Time is up.
Oh, dear.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm out.
Everyone out? John went twatters, no. Tweeter, no. Toilet texter, no. Bird app. Stupider. Trump text. Twit. Oh, Aaron Armstrong got it right. TWTTR. There we go. And in the peanut internal chat, Pip got it right.
Yeah, my
The
finger
question-
slipped.
With the
Typing
question
too
mark
fast.
and the thing, hashtag thing.
Hashtag.
Yeah, my
Mad got
finger
it
slipped as
right.
well.
Oh no, Mad didn't get it right. He missed
Well,
a
I
T.
did.
You missed a T.
I mistyped it.
Yeah, you missed a T.
You're just being pedantic
You
now.
needed
The
another
point
extra,
being
you
there's
need
no
an extra
punch, there's no
T.
vowels in it.
Elmo got it right, but it's in capitals, which is not right. Twat. Who wrote twat? Huey.
There you go. I corrected my spelling.
And Peter's wrong because it's not capital T, it's lowercase t. And Mad got it right. Hey, Mad.
Oh,
No, you can't correct your answer.
I was just correcting my finger
Okay,
loss.
that was 10 questions. So everyone type a number of how many questions they knew they got right.
It was wrong. We're in the right
did I
place,
get the-
Terry.
Did I get
Pardon?
the last one right
Sorry,
or wrong?
Huey?
Yeah, just give it. Yeah, just take it.
I got it wrong, but I put it in the right box this time.
Okay.
Credit where credit's due.
Okay. So check your
Farmer's
answers.
boy.
Pip got
Peter
3.
-5.
Gravity got 11.
11.
Grabby Kuru got 11.
Morning,
12.
Prof. Tequila.
Anyone beaten 12 yet?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Alan
Okay.
beat 12. Alan beat 12.
I missed the answer to the last one. Was it Turing or Babbage?
Babbage.
Babbage.
Oh, it's Morris Babbage.
And Alan got 5 million right.
Yeah, minus. Minus.
Look carefully. Minus.
Oh, minus.
Minus 50.
Is that a negative
'Cause I
number,
can't keep
Alan,
your
or a
mouth
really
shut.
small number? Is that a negative number, Alan, or a really small number?
It's smaller than a
Oh,
negative number.
Demon Orb's winning. Demon Orb's winning. He's got 42.
oh, he's got all the answers.
Yeah. Oh, no, Coldplay, 68.
Okay. Well, that was technology. Would you like some science questions?
No. What about history?
What's the
Auto?
independent
What about
variable?
auto?
Yeah.
We got used
Oh,
gold.
Jesus.
Got
God,
got
no.
some car
No,
questions.
not cars.
No.
Not cars.
Not cars.
Jeez.
Yeah, I've got to use Google again.
What about food and food and drink?
As long as all the
Yeah.
answers
No,
are whiskey.
no food and drinks.
Food and drink's good. But
No health. Geography.
Yeah, that could be good for a laugh.
Geography.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peanuts.
Yeah.
Geography. Okay, 10
No good
geography
asking
questions.
them. They'll just say 4, Terry.
So Dave said not.
Dave
Brum
said,
Brums.
nah, not Brum Brums.
no, not
If
room.
Pip wasn't here, we'd do the cars.
John Rapp wants
Would
science.
you like me to leave? I'll leave.
Hang on.
Pip,
Terry,
don't you
we
got to
could
go
do
down to the
geography.
shop or something for anyone, or do
No.
anything like shopping or something?
No, not today. Oh, no, no.
Technically, Terry, you can include cars in geography or motorbikes, but you could say, where's this factory located? What makes these particular vehicles?
No, maybe I'll get it now.
Ah,
Just joking, Pip.
okay,
No, you're not.
It's fine.
okay. Pencils ready?
Oh, there's their name. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, they and them just turned up.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, good
They and
afternoon.
them will have to start from scratch.
Oh, it's all right. He can have my -5.
Now that's what you
Oh.
call.
Aren't we just starting from scratch anyway?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah, that's
Alright.
what you call a guard dog. Then.
So they and them, you put your answers in the internal group chat. The peanuts are putting their answers out in the peanut gallery. We wait for their answers, and then I can start checking to see who's got it right. The question
Take the
that
right
is.
box.
All right, but as Bacon got every answer I gave is correct, regardless of whether it's right or not.
No.
Refer to Rule D.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bacon is not an answer.
No.
John Rapp's just going to answer Timbuktu for them all.
Okay.
No, there are a set number of answers that you can use in tribs that will
Yeah, you can't answer that one for everyone.
probably let you win, and I can't remember what the bloody hell they are now.
Okay, question 1. We ready?
Yes.
A.
Okay. Which continent is the largest?
Oh.
I wish I could sing that tune.
I put in the right one.
Something. We argue for 5 minutes each questions.
Yeah.
Then we argue.
Yeah,
But we
love
know
to
who
see
to
that
blame
when
for that
both-
one, John.
Have you seen that YouTube channel that's just videos of how stupid Americans are when they're
Yes.
asking them questions? And the very latest one, they've got a map of the entire world, and they're asking these Americans, name a country.
Yeah.
And you've got to name a country and point to it on the map. And none of them can. And they're all American. And none of them are going, America. They can't even point out their own bloody country on a world map. It's scary. Yeah, they
Okay.
point at Africa and go, Europe.
It's not far off.
I should have a little timer going of some sort. Yeah, I have. I've got a timer here.
Is that close enough this time, Mad?
I should be
Questions
counting
or
it.
answers or
Okay, so I've got 10 seconds.
That is perfect.
10
Answer.
seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Time's up.
Thunderbirds are go.
Okay. Roll up.
Oh, it's not good.
It's all right. I'm being serious here.
We know. That's what makes it funnier.
It wasn't me, Terry.
It wasn't.
No.
Do I have to put somebody in the corner?
Oh, I like it there.
The answer's in the peanut gallery. Sir Francis Bacon.
Okay.
Blue whale.
So Dora didn't get it right.
Oh dear.
I like it.
Said blue
Pangea.
whale.
Dora didn't get it. Fondle didn't. Miro did. Miro Longcarrick got it right. And Arthur.
Eurasia.
Only got two right. Only got 2 rights out in the peanuts. Okay, who got it right here? Pip got it right first. Farmer's got it
This isn't
right.
cute,
Alan
I
got it
answered
right. Bacon got it right. And CC got it right. And Mad. And
Can I get an extra point for the most the most individual answer that's correct?
what they said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't mark them down.
And technically, the answer that Bacon gave the second time is correct. The biggest one.
Not his name.
Not a useful answer, but technically correct.
Harry only asked which one was the largest. He didn't ask us to actually name it.
Yeah, but is that Class A or Class B beef?
Yeah, but I said which continent? Which continent is it? So it's the biggest one.
The
Okay.
biggest one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, to answer you, Mad, it all depends on how you rub it.
Yeah. I thought that was brilliant. That was.
I want that one. Don't want that one. I want that one.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
And Colin said bacon was the answer to everything. No, I won't take bacon as the answer.
Unless
I
it's,
don't know.
yeah, it's not going to be the answer if we're on geography.
I don't hate. No, I don't hate bacon. I like bacon actually.
I've got bacon for lunch.
Ooh, so
I
have
had
I.
square
And
sausage.
eggs and chicken.
Terry still hasn't joined reality of Bacon Earth, even though I sent him an invite.
Where?
I don't think I have either. Thinking about it.
Oh, you could.
The
I get
the
that
Earth
many
isn't-
invites, I forget. I put them aside and I go, yeah, I'll go into that one later. I need more
Yeah,
room
then
in
you
Discord
forget.
to have more channels.
You just need to start sticking them all in files.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to start putting them all into folders.
Mhm.
Oh, he's
Okay,
doing that.
question 2. Which of the 7 wonders is located in Egypt?
Oh.
Oop, I heard the typewriter
I
go
can't
then.
spell.
I heard the typewriter go.
Yeah.
Can I spell it with an I instead of a Y?
No, you won't get a point for that.
Oh, well, that's not fair. I can't type as quickly as Pip.
Well, Pip wasn't the first one that answered, I don't think. Oh, yes, she
No.
was.
Oh.
Yeah, she was too.
Oh.
First one.
E's are good. E's are good.
And I need a complete answer, Arthur. Not half an answer. And you can't do 2. Yeah, gee, some people are trying to beat with their answer. Okay. Okay.
Mirror says S.
Death said bacon. No, Death, not bacon.
Nom nom.
I'll just say the pointy ones.
Okay. Arthur
Not
said
the
shove
You mean
Terry.
you mean them tank traps?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Big
yeah.
tank
Yeah.
traps.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very,
them-
very big tank traps.
Yeah, I hate to
Yeah.
think the tanks were attacking them now.
Blimey, yeah.
Big
Okay.
tanks.
You
10
wouldn't want to paint
seconds.
them tracks, would
9, 8,
No.
7, 6,
My little airbrush. No.
5, 4,
No.
3, 2,
Be there for a month of
1.
Sundays.
Okay, question's over. I mean, answers, whatever you call it.
you? Okay, question's over.
Whatever. Stop answering or whatever. Okay, I'll scroll up now.
Stop answering the question.
Yeah, stop. Who was first in the answers? Arthur. Arthur said pyramids, but then he said of Giza.
He's
So
on his
technically
phone.
I can't allow that because that's 2 answers in 2.
He's on his
Miro
phone.
said pyramids.
That's
Pyramids.
harsh.
That is
Pyramids of Cheaps. Bacon. Sphinx. Pyramids of Giza. John Rapp.
If Terry's going to be this harsh, he doesn't get bacon for the rest of the day.
Well, it
Yeah.
should be the answer is actually the Pyramids of Giza, so John Rapp's the closest then.
Well, he don't count then.
Well,
He
actually,
don't
no,
Arthur,
no.
Arthur went again.
Saying them, I've got an even worse punishment. I think we should make him eat vegan bacon.
Yeah.
Did
Turkey
any of those answers have a
Don't
full
even know if I can. Yeah, fair enough. That's it.
Flavored.
Yeah.
Turkey flavored vegan bacon.
Yep.
Did any of those answers have a full stop at the end, Terry?
Jesus.
No, they haven't got a full stop. Okay,
Well,
the
they're not
Pyramids of
grammatically
Giza.
correct.
So
Yeah.
Miro, Arthur,
Pedantic Aussie.
John.
Yep, that's the answer.
So the objection, I was first.
Okay, and guess who got the answer right in,
Dora, you
on the
picked
panel?
chips.
We all did.
No, we
No,
didn't.
who got it
Most of us
first?
said pyramids.
I'll give you one guess who got it right first.
The Pip.
Yeah, Pip.
I don't know.
Who said Sphinx? Pyramids.
Oh.
Alan said pyramids, but they've got to be pyramids of Giza.
So we don't get any points for that one then, except Pip.
Yeah, Pip
But
got,
strictly
Pip
Pip's
got it
answer's wrong
exactly
as well.
right. The pyramids of Giza.
No,
so-
she didn't.
didn't.
That should have been a capital T at the start because
Yeah,
of the
capital
start
Oh,
of
and
the
a capital
sentence.
P and a
There's
capital
no
G.
time for capital
Yeah,
letters.
yeah, you
And
didn't do
Giza's
capitals,
definitely a
Pip.
place name.
Yeah.
Capital G for Giza.
Yeah.
No full
There's
stop,
time
so
for
it wasn't a.
So no one got
No, there's
it
no
right.
full stop here though.
Oh, John did.
Well, but it's an answer, Terry. You've got to be grammatically correct.
Yeah.
Signs.
Well, it's capital
Yeah, the
T,
great-
capital P, and
The
capital
Great
G.
Pyramids of Giza.
You know, if we're going to be that anal about it.
Why not? It makes it more fun. Okay, you know who
Next
got
question.
that right.
It's almost like you want to be a flat earther, Terry.
But
Why?
with facts.
But with facts, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no one's debunked my flat Earth proof videos yet, so I'm going well.
surprised.
You know why they call
Okay.
it the Pyramid of Giza? Because it's got an old geezer buried in it.
Oh, okay.
No, it hasn't.
Oh, that was a
I didn't
joke.
think that.
Oh, sorry. Haha.
Well, it is, but I didn't think the Great Pyramids actually had anyone in them.
Oh.
Well, actually, they've got a few stuck in the walls.
Well, they used to have people in them, but someone decided to
Nick them all.
Borrow them.
Yeah, just take them all out so everyone else can see it. And I think, why didn't you do that with the coffins in the churchyards then?
Oh, God.
You know, it just seems a bit weird that they took the burial
They're
ground.
not
of-
made of gold.
Yeah, but they stole the burial ground of ancient ones. That's wrong. They should put them
Next
back.
question. Next
Oh,
question.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Next question.
Okay. Question 3.
And another thing.
Am I allowed to swear on Alan's channel?
Yes.
Go at
No.
it.
There's a few words you can get away with.
Okay, question 3. What is the name of the thin but long country that spans more than half of the western coast of South America?
Ooh.
Oh, I heard a typing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we need I don't think we need an Alexa anymore. We've got a Pip now, so we'll just.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the point of having one of these things?
Like my geography.
Yeah.
I'm buying a heap of them at the moment.
Colin says, get the jar, Alan. You'll make some money back off Terry.
Oh, yeah.
Pew.
Jamaica.
No, she went of her own accord.
Oh, no, okay.
Bum, bum.
Da, da, da.
Okay, 10 seconds. 9.
I like
5.
I like Miro's.
4.
10
3,
seconds later.
2. 1. Okay. So the answer
Miro
is.
drawed it for you.
Pardon?
Miro drew it for you, Terry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. What? Pepper.
So
Purple
chili.
Peppers.
So Arthur did chili with a small c. But spelt it correctly.
As the pepper.
Dora didn't spell it correctly, but that's okay. But Arthur got it first. And Miro and Fred. It's Chile. If you just want to know how it's spelled. Okay, he got it. Well, obviously Pip got it right first.
Obviously.
And then Alan. Then Peter. Then Farmer. Then Bacon Earth. Then CC. Then Mad. There we go.
Jalapeno.
Oh, Miro put chilies. No, this is when you hover over it says hot peppers. Well, most of the people got it right. I don't know. We've got an Argentina in there and a Jamaica.
A Peru?
Okay. Next question. Uh-oh.
All got it wrong anyway. It's the Republic of Chile.
Yeah.
Another minus.
Okay, we have to retract all those answers now.
It's Chile. Unless you're American, then it's Chile.
Well, speaking of American, I've got an American question.
Okay. I'll take
Okay. Move brain up.
Oh, I
So-
got another -0 then.
The answer is
So-
McDonald's.
Well, even though this is an American-related question, I think us Australians would know it more than what Americans know about our like we were talking about the geography a minute ago. They don't know their geography, but we know a little bit of
They
theirs.
can't even point to their own country on a map, can
Yeah.
they?
No, they can't.
And they called Australia Japan or Korea or something.
Asia.
Asia or something, yeah. Okay, so question 4. Which American state is the largest by area?
Oh, I know.
Too slow. See, I'm looking for capital letters because
Yeah, so am I.
My pinky nail's too long. I keep missing it.
I think we'll get too pedantic with spelling and capital letters.
What number state it is? If you want to know.
52?
Nope. Nope. There's only 50 states.
Okay, 49.
Okay, the answers are coming in.
See, Pip's got all the answers.
There was a film called The 51st State, and that was us.
Yeah.
Good old UK.
I think time's going to be up in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
yeah,
In this side chat,
3,
Pip.
Yeah.
2, 1. Okay, I'll scroll up again. The first person with the correct answer was Dora again. And Dave, Rimfondle, John Rapp, Peter G, Miro, Fred. Okay, and who did the first answer in here?
Let's go.
It wasn't Pip.
No.
No, because you made me do capital letters. I'm not doing them anymore. I'm just saying.
That slowed you down a bit, did it?
Yeah.
You've only got to press Control and then P and then or Control then A.
Yeah, but my finger keeps slipping off the key because of the stupid long fingernail.
Oh well, Alan got it first. Then Elmo, then Farmer, then Pip, then Matt, then Bacon, then Peter, and Huey.
Very good, Dora.
There we go. You've done well. Where's Sheepy?
Bar.
Warming my fingers up.
We haven't got a Sheepy here tonight for this question.
Oh.
He hasn't found your channel, Alan. I'll have to have a talk to him and see what he's doing. Okay, question 5. What is the capital of New Zealand?
Mexico.
What?
Ooh, lightning fingers for Pip. Lightning fingers for Pip.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
I'm just waiting for the peanuts to catch up.
Well, that's the expected answer from Bacon.
Yep.
Yep. Most definitely.
Yeah.
If you're south of it, it'd definitely be N.
Am I wrong? No.
That was
yes.
Yes.
How did I just type the answer and it not appear?
Well, that was in Batman's Quest the other day. You recognised it.
It's all right. I just spelt it wrong, so don't worry about me.
I don't know. That's how they pronounce it, Peter.
Oh, that's right. I was saying it how they say it.
Yeah, that's how you spell a Kiwi accent.
How's your dicks?
Yeah, I was just going to say, lucky we weren't going to ask what in New Zealand was called their verandas. Sheep town sheds. Gumboots. Okay. 10 seconds.
Robert
9,
Carlo.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, stop answering.
Tasty.
And guess who got the first answer correct out in the peanuts?
Oh, actually,
Yes, Dora.
Actually,
Wellington. And John. And Fondle. And Miro. Beef Wellington. Who got it in here?
I need to make a correction.
Yep, Pip
Terry.
got it. First. Then Matt. Farmer. Peter spelt it wrong.
I'm about to make a correction.
A dick.
No.
Dick Canberra. What?
I think
Yeah,
that's
East.
the wrong country.
That's how East Island, isn't it, Terry?
Yeah. Technically, yes.
Australia's Eastern Islands. Sheepy's
Okay.
not here to argue, so I can
See,
say it.
they have dicks in New Zealand, and you have Canberra in Australia. Ooh.
Okay, where are we? Number 6. Which desert is the largest in the world? While I make a coffee. I'll go make coffee while you're answering that.
Oh.
Yeah, I bet most people get it wrong.
Yeah, I bet you most people do too.
Oh,
Ah,
Me and Eleanor. Ooh.
You can't spell it though.
Oh.
Point off.
Yes, it was. No, that don't count anymore.
Well, I guess it depends if it's.
Well, yeah, it really does. I'm going to go this one only because I can.
Can't help for my dyslexia, right?
No, it's all right. Mine's in fine form tonight. I've just ordered a really sandy dessert.
What's that joke about sandwiches or something? Or beach?
Oh, I can see one right answer.
I can see certain panel members have been influenced from Pep's stream last night.
1, 2, 3.
Well.
There's a few. What dessert question next?
Thanks for putting out a PayPal link and everything. I never got in, but thank you anyway.
Yeah, it measures on rainfall.
Oh, I'm surprised at number 2. Huh. Oh, because now I've given me the answer. I've actually Googled it.
All right.
Yeah.
My answer comes in at number 6.
All right.
I was looking for your answer.
All right.
And Pip's answer is actually number 3.
Oh, fuck.
Yep.
Yes.
So it's got to be the other one then, the wet one.
Well, it can't be a wet one.
No, it can't be a wet desert, can it?
It can't be a wet desert. It's kind of.
There are some parts of the largest desert in the world where it hasn't rained for over 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
It all depends on the technicality of the word.
That is how to describe
John's talking
Where-
about the largest
where there
desert in the world.
Where there has been no precipitation.
Yeah.
In over 1,000 years.
You see,
But wouldn't the aurora be there and make it
but
rain?
it has rained in one of those locations.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you one thing, it rains in lots of deserts.
Yes.
It just depends on how often.
Yeah.
Because guess who visited the bloody Sahara Desert and it rained on him.
Well, of course.
You went in the Sahara then.
Well, that goes.
Only happened to you, Alan. It
Hey,
would only happen to
Alan,
you.
would you expect it not to rain if you went there?
Did you know that the climate of the Sahara is such that the inhabitants have to live elsewhere?
What's the question again? What's the largest? What's the largest desert in the world?
Yeah.
That's the question.
That's the question.
Because two people asked for it in the side.
Yeah, no, I was just.
They miss out, did they? I'll
Well,
give
John
them
wanted to get
give them a
Timmy.
couple of seconds to answer if they missed out.
No, they've had plenty of time.
I was a bit confused because I was thinking of a different desert, but it might not be
Yes,
the
I was-
largest. But
Well,
That's what we were discussing.
yeah,
Could be either of those.
Well-
It could be none of them.
yeah, it depends on technicalities, doesn't it?
If you check it, you'll find that Alan and I are right.
yeah, Fred. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Fred. Yeah, and define a desert. Yeah. But I think it's just in general.
Yeah, okay,
terms.
Dave.
Yeah.
Okay, give you 10 seconds to answer the ones that missed out.
So
Well, yeah,
I'll define it for you, Fred. You ready? You eat it with a spoon, and it's generally sweet. Oh, hang on. That's dyslexia again. Sorry.
Sorry.
One. Okay, stop answering. Okay. So the answer we want is the Sahara Desert. Although
Wrong.
Antarctica, which is larger, might qualify as a desert too.
That is classed.
does qualify
Sahara
as a-
comes in third.
So
Sahara's third, Terry.
Yes.
So what was the
So-
first? What came in first?
Antarctica's first,
Antarctica?
and the Arctic is second.
Yeah.
So, as I was trying to say, it depends if you're talking about a subtropical or a polar ice and tundra.
No, it
If
defined the word
you look on
desert.
Wikipedia and it has list of deserts by area, it goes Antarctica, Arctic, Sahara, Australian desert, Arabian desert, Gobi desert, Kalahari, Patagonian, Syrian, and the Great Basin, which is in the States. That's the top 10 of deserts.
Yes.
Well, it must have been an
And
American that thought up these questions because they don't know their
Like,
geography.
like I said, it depends if you're talking about a polar ice tundra
Yes.
or a subtropical.
Or a cold winter.
Well, yes.
But they're all deserts.
Yeah. Deserts are usually defined by rainfall.
Yep.
And lots of Antarctica basically just don't have rainfall and haven't had rain for well over 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Or should I say precipitation, because you
Yes.
know, we'll include snow, hail, and all the other.
And -50, it doesn't really allow rain to fall, really, does it?
No.
How much rain did you get while you were down there, Paul?
Oh, that bloody fan.
And I'll whistle.
Oh, is that
Well,
fan
that was
again?
not me. I heard that.
Yep.
I heard that, so it wasn't me. Okay.
I thought it was that fan again.
No, it's what it is. It's Team Skeptic trying to whistle.
I
What
heard
is,
it, so it
what is so
wasn't my
difficult
fan.
about being able to do this?
No, I can't do it. Sorry.
I can, but my microphone's in my way of my fingers.
No, you don't use your fingers.
can't
You
do
use your
that.
tongue.
No. I have to use my fingers.
I can't whistle with my fingers.
And if you're really clever, you can carry on breathing whilst you're whistling because you whistle out and you whistle in.
Hello, Irish Stu.
I can do that whistling
I
Stewie
sometimes.
out there. Hi, Stewie.
He can talk to
Hello,
us in
Stu,
Discord
you.
now.
Got him. Oh, he got his microphone.
Yes.
Hey.
About
Did he go?
bloody
Did he
time.
go beat up his neighbour?
Yes, Stewie, you'll have to tell us all about it.
Yeah.
You got your microphone? You can come in here and talk about it if you want. Okay.
Oh,
Hello.
Phone.
Hello.
Sounds
So
like
who-
the battery, son.
So who got that right first?
I didn't.
Uh,
I was trying to be clever. Didn't work.
Well,
Gobi,
if
Antarctica.
if the challenge was to
Sahara.
write down what there was the answer on your sheet,
Me.
Yeah.
I got it right.
Oh, tiramisu. I used to make a mean tiramisu.
So
Yummy.
John Rapp
Like
got
it.
it right in the and the peanuts.
It was that good. I even got praise from a trained chef. She said that was the best tiramisu she ever tasted. I said, I just followed the instructions out of a book.
Oh, Crafty Keel, if you're
So-
still in the chat, I'm waiting for that.
So the
recipe.
ones that got it right out in the peanuts was who's the first one to get it right? Peter G. Oh, not Peter G. Got Antarctica. John Rapp, Miro. Scroll down. Death Valley is the driest. Okay. Baked Alaska. Who put
Baked Alaska?
Yeah.
Oh, baked Alaska.
Oh.
That's nice
Nice,
as well.
yeah. Get brown sauce all over my headphones.
No one else really answered it. They were all
No.
confused. Simpson Desert in Australia. Yeah. Who got it right here first?
So I'd like to point out something here,
Pip got
Terry.
it right in Sahara. Yeah, and bacon.
No, it's not. It's the
not
Antarctica.
I know,
It's
but
the
I'm going by
So-
what these are.
So, Terry, I'd like to point out my answer, which is actually saying Sahara Desert, as your sheet says.
Go away, creep. Go away, creep. Creep.
Oh, come on, I'm already on minus 15.
I'm not going to talk to you on my radio now. No. I'm going to come and pull your long
Bye,
hair.
Alan.
Yeah, Alan would be back. What time is it?
Oh, see you later, Alan.
He did post it in the side
12:39.
chat.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we up to? That was the desert. 7. What is the name of the longest river?
Oh.
Awesome.
Yeah, I heard the little
Alright.
letters go.
I'm trying to spell it all correctly.
I'll
mean,
give up with capitals. Okay.
Yeah, but you've got to put. It's 2 words, so it's got to be correct that way if you're going to go that way. No, Peter. You got to get an extra word.
It's its name. You asked for the longest one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's already got
It's
that word in the question.
You asked what the longest one was, and I said
Yeah, but that word is already in the question, so you don't have to write the
that's
same
right.
word
That's
again.
how you. That's how you correctly answer a question.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yes, Peter. I quite agree because I was just typing the thing, but didn't realise I wouldn't clicked on the chat.
No, you have to double check you get the chat, not the side chat.
Yeah,
So I think
people
he's
wouldn't do
obviously
that.
knows
People
that one
wouldn't
by
take them
the
mates.
answers coming pretty quick.
If people try and type their own windows all the time. It's stupid,
Yangtze?
really.
No, not John.
Yeah.
Not the Yangtze. Not the Amazon.
Yeah, that makes a mess.
Yeah, I couldn't spell Yangtze River either.
3.
So Mira got it right first. The Nile. And John. Miro. Oh, yeah.
Some
the
people
Nile.
live in denial.
Pip got
Right,
it right
Elvis.
first.
Pink Floyd did a song about the Nile.
CC. Farmer. Peter, the Nile River. Nile River. River Nile. Okay. I knew you'd all get that one right. Okay. Oh, this one's going to be different.
Do you remember Top Gear looking for the source of the River Nile?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's stupid.
Oh,
One where
yes.
they drove up into the hills and
Yeah,
a
that-
little
that-
tiny
that
creek
was a
of
good
water
one.
coming out of the side of the hill. Yeah, we found the source of the Nile.
Now, those big expeditions were peak Top Gear. They were just hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to be interested in cars to sort of enjoy the show because Clarkson just being Clarkson was worth watching. Because he's just a big kid.
Yeah.
When he was being an absolute pillock.
Yes. Clarkson.
Yeah.
Clarkson being Clarkson.
Yeah.
Still say he should be our Prime Minister.
Dear God, no.
Oh, yes.
Fuck it.
He doesn't live that many miles away from me, actually. He's the Chipping Norton Brigade.
Oh, right.
Arthur, dear Arthur.
Okay.
There's a hymn about a river. Amazon Grace.
So we got another.
I'm just trying to think what that Pink Floyd track was.
So we've got another long or largest question.
Okay.
Which two countries share the longest or largest international border?
Oh.
Which two
Which two
countries?
countries share the longest or largest international border?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Pip would have to fly in
Yeah.
straight away.
Yeah, that's it was a toss up
you
between
would
two
have-
pairs, and that was the.
Oh
Sorry,
shit!
Hey, Mad, where you going?
Sorry,
Where you going,
I
Mad?
typed in the wrong place. Bloody stupid thing.
Yeah, that was my other option as well. It was one of the, what's that bloody Pink Floyd track?
Oh, the other one's on the other side. I was thinking too. Could be
The
there.
Nile song.
It probably is the Nile song. Yes. Sometimes they do have painfully obvious titles, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
hearing it in
that's
my head.
valid.
I'm just hearing it in the head. That was probably one of their heaviest, if you can call it that.
So,
I was standing by the Nile.
But the answers are all in. I
I
don't need
saw
to count
the
down the
lady
timer.
smile.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
so who
the
got it
Nile
right?
song. Yeah.
Canada and USA.
Oh.
Dora.
I never even heard the question.
Well, whose fault is that?
Yeah, whose fault's that?
Pay attention, dear boy.
Would you like me to read the question just for you?
And you're
Shush,
naked.
Pep.
And you're
Shush,
naked.
shush, Pep. Terry didn't notice.
well, it was there.
What?
Nothing, Terry.
I didn't do anything.
I'll just put my chat over and I know what to say.
Which two countries share the longest or largest international border? I read the question twice.
Yeah, Mira wins with a space comma.
Yeah. Are you talking about that I'm noticing bacon that's naked, or is that something different?
No.
Can we play one of Stu's songs? Hint, hint, hint.
Hint,
Stu
hint.
don't mind. Yeah, his latest upload. It's acoustic.
I've got two more questions.
Oh yeah, not just now. I mean,
So, are you going through the chat, Terry?
Yep. I'm just scrolling
Answers?
back up. Who got it right first? Yeah, Dora got it right first. Canada and America. No one else answered. Oh, Ari Stewie
No.
did.
When I typed that, I thought, oh,
And
maybe it's
Fondle
China.
did. Eden did.
So Canada, US
Right.
is what? Less than 3,000 miles.
And Pip got it right first, and Farmer, and Elmer, and Matt. Oh, China and Russia, Mad. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it wrong. Peter got it right.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
I know. You said.
Not often you're right,
Just
you're
say,
wrong
go on,
again.
say it again.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
Thank you. That's three.
You're wrong.
Not only aren't you not right, but you're wrong.
Yeah.
Am I not right?
No,
you're wrong.
I'm
You are in error.
Yeah.
So I'm doing a Fonzie. I can't say that word.
No, your name's Fonzie, is it?
Computer said no.
No, Fonzie couldn't say wrong, could he?
Yeah, no, Fonzie couldn't say wrong.
Yeah, he could.
I was.
Yeah.
What,
Yeah, I
a
was
bit
a
like when
roo-roo.
Crichton's learning to lie.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
he's a
Okay, question 9.
The pen is blue.
Okay, Stu.
Which
Type the right
city?
place this time, man.
Which city in India would you find the Taj Mahal?
Oh, I know that one.
How do you spell that?
No, I'm not
No,
taking because I didn't know the
No.
answer, and I'm not just going to copy everybody else.
No, Eden, because Alaska's not connected to USA mainland. So the border breaks because Canada cuts it off.
Yeah, there's an actual break.
The city it's
it's
in.
in.
City it's in.
Oh,
Bang a
you
lot.
ever been? Dora?
Dora said bang a lot.
I think she meant Bangalore.
You think?
Yes, yes, he said continuous border, Eden. Alaska doesn't border United States, it borders Canada.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
Viagra.
Oh dear. It's a long time since I've watched a South Park movie.
Quite happily say I've never seen an episode.
What, South Park?
No.
Just watch the very first ever episode called Cartman's Anal Probe.
No. Or The Simpsons.
Yeah, all the Simpsons. I watched the first episode of one with the rockets and the girl with the one eye.
Futurama.
That's the one.
What about Family Guy?
No.
No.
What the deuce? You've never watched Family Guy? That's brilliant.
Family Guy's fantastic.
Some of it is absolutely superb. I mean, some of the early stuff's a bit crap, but
The kids used to watch Rugrats
it's like everything
when
else.
they
What's
were
it?
out one night. I remember watching a few episodes of that with them.
It's almost like an adult version of The Simpsons.
Yeah, you're very adult. Yeah.
No, Dora.
And it's so full of sexual innuendos that 90% of all people miss.
Faster than the speed of love.
Rick and Morty?
Yes, absolutely.
Nope. Don't watch any adult cartoons.
Rick and
Oh,
Morty.
Family Guy's superb. That's
No, you just read adult books for the world to hear.
Yes.
No, they're children's books.
Okay, who did Agra? John Rapp.
I didn't.
John Rapp did Agra.
Viagra.
Somebody put Viagra out there.
Gravity.
It's next to the Quickie Mart.
Only one person got that. Yeah, next to the Quickie Mart. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Bapu.
I say the Quickie Mart's an ethnic shop, is it?
Okay, last question. We'll get it out of the road. What is the smallest country in the world?
I'm glad you finished that word.
Yeah.
Oh.
Country.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you've
Yeah,
got to
yeah,
be careful
yeah.
with definitions now.
Oh, I spelt it wrong, but that don't matter. That might not be right. That might be
You're
the
in the
other
wrong
one.
place anyway, Mad. Again.
Yeah, yeah, it's the other one.
I'm sure that's still classed as a.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it is. That's
Yes,
the problem
yes.
with definitions.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I didn't mean to put it in there.
Chat's answering.
There you go, man.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Where's he put? God. I nearly read that out there. That would give away.
What? Sorry, I don't know where are we looking. What?
I don't know. What did you write, Matt?
Two above what you wrote.
Oh right. I don't know how it's spelled because I'm shit. at
But you're
spelling.
wrong. But you're wrong.
Yeah, blimey. Yeah, there's quite a few letters
I
missing.
think it is.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Yeah, I just looked in the side chat and I
Eden
thought,
got it right first. Vatican City.
Yeah.
Who got it right first here? Probably Pip. Yeah, Pip did.
Yeah.
Pip was first.
Farmer. Elmo got it right, yeah. Who else got it right out there? Eden got it right.
I've got to get points for my
Peter
answer
G
too.
got it right. John Scott got it right.
For anyone wondering, Peter put, God knows.
Colin. Yeah, God knows. Colin got it right. There we go. Anyone want?
But
And
technically,
now
what's gonna happen?
do your own scores. How many you got right out of 10?
9.
Minus something or
I
other.
didn't do very well in this one. Only got 7.
How many questions was there?
10.
10. There's 10
Just put a minus
questions,
in
so-
front of it for me.
Yeah. Snap.
Well, it's out of
Oh, yeah,
Pip
mine
on the
was-
panel, or Dora out in the peanut gallery. Bundle got 4. John got 7. Okay, Miro. Look, they're just the questions I got here.
Yeah, well, it is kind of technically.
Not a real country.
It's got its own army.
Oh.
Farmer said he got 7. Okay, you're level with John.
I didn't count more than 4 and I have trouble counting.
Oh,
This
Eden
is
said
his
road
business.
late. Okay. Well, it seems like we only got 7 so far. Oh, Pip said 9. Oh, that'd be the highest then.
I know I got one
so
wrong.
far.
What one did I? Or was it first? Oh no, probably did them all right. I don't know. I'll give up.
You probably did get 9 right.
Yeah, but I wasn't first in one of them.
No,
so
you went
technically-
first in all of them.
There you go, Terry. Check the side chat.
How'd you figure that out?
Oh, because I can Google.
What are the numbers? What are they putting who what?
That's the top 10 smallest country in square kilometres.
Ah, okay. So it's not even a square kilometre.
So Vatican City isn't even a square kilometre, apparently.
No, it's tiny.
Yeah.
But it's still classed as its own.
The area,
you
someone PRG says the area is less than half a kilometre square.
Okay, so he's had enough brain work with questions for
Oh,
now.
I think.
Give your brains a
Unless you want
rest.
me to ask them so you can have a go.
Oh, we've been going for nearly
Or have you
3
got
hours,
something?
so we better get ready for the last section.
Okay,
And if anyone wants to play, or who would you want to play some music from Stewie
No,
or somebody?
He can't. He
Been
can't.
struck.
Yeah, at the moment. There's a dispute or something. So don't play that.
Okay.
How rude.
Well, I'll start grabbing
see?
some videos from everyone.
Everyone head over to our stew, so.
Yeah, I'll go and watch it after
Yeah,
this.
we'll listen to it later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. See if...
And
Where'd
thank you,
Andrea
Stu,
go?
for
Andrea
doing that
wasn't
for
in the
me.
side chat answering questions.
Yeah.
Oh, you can soon get Andrea to appear.
Yeah.
Hello, wonderful
Hello,
people.
beautiful people.
Hello, wonderful Andrea. Oh, it's guaranteed to work every bloody time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cherry cola.
Isn't that a song as well?
Okay. One. How long does Phil go for?
I thought it was.
Oh, we've got
I know
Phil-
too many songs, obviously.
We can do a Phil if he goes for 13 minutes. That's just on the border of time.
Oh, is that his very latest? Is that the one he put out this morning?
Yes.
Or this evening for you guys?
Yes. Well, the one he's just put out.
Yes.
Ooh, 756.
Stu would like a link for Discord later.
I gave him a link for Discord.
I was going to say, he hasn't got it already.
He has got a
He needs to
Discord
set
link.
up a new.
Need to log in, etc., and set up a new invite.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's got to get a
this
new...
is-
I've got to find him again in Discord to send him a link.
See? There you go. There's Andrew.
Hello, wonderful person.
Hello, wonderful Andrea. It works better than Candyman.
Yeah. And then you need to rewind this later and see what happened there. That was hilarious.
Outstanding. Oh.
It's brilliant.
It's absolutely superb.
Yeah.
They do say the secret to good comedy is timing.
Yeah. That's nearly as good as, are you talking to retards?
You talking to
It's up there with it.
Oh dear.
Oh, only got 15 likes. How disappointing. Hint, hint,
Oh.
hint, hint.
Oh, I better go like it then, eh?
Yeah.
I better care. I don't even have it on.
That's because you got all your bits on your iPad, Pip.
No, I'm on a computer.
Yeah. Yeah. Get your
I'm on
bits
a
off your
computer.
iPad.
I'm on a computer. Talent edit. You'll hear it in a minute.
I better go like it then, eh?
Oh, who's playing that back?
I told you
That
you'll
was-
hear it in a minute.
Yeah, I heard
That
somebody.
was people listening to it.
I've muted it now.
Farmer's Boy 7.
Yeah.
Give a look at Try Thinking's experiment diagram. Please.
Oh yes, that's in Jose's Discord.
Oh God.
Well, whilst we're waiting, I can. Well, I'll try to put it up on the screen. Let's see if sharing works in here, because I'm sure when I'm in Meets and I try to share something, Google Chrome just shuts down in an instant.
Well, going up, whatever.
Okay, let's try this. Right, can you see this, everybody?
Not yet. It's still coming through.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yes,
There it
we
is.
see it.
Right, this was put up. Was it? I think it was yesterday by Bev, otherwise known as Try Thinking, and this is his, as it says, this is his water level experiment. And if you look at the bottom one, you can see he's got 3 water levels, and he's going to be doing it over a distance of 2 miles. And he seems to think that that's going to show that the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Not quite sure how, because as I explained to him, I said, well, it's not going to show that the Earth is flat because it isn't flat. And he said, well, at what rate is it curving then? And I said, well, 1 degree for every 69 miles. So as you're only doing it over 2 miles, the actual curvature is 0.02 something degrees, which in common parlance is 2/3 of bugger all. Yeah, that's the problem with doing things like this. You've got to do it over quite a range. 2
Is he going to
miles.
try to do the slice bar cane experiment? Same, but
He's doing something of a similar ilk to slice bar cane. The problem is he's not going to be standing at one end and looking all the way across 2 miles to see where the levels are. That's why he's got the blue one that's got 3 points in it, and then he's got the 2 individual red ones. And he's going to go to each pair and see if they're the same level.
What an idiot.
Yeah, quite. But he spent an hour arguing about the definition of the word horizontal.
Oh no.
It's painful.
It is so painful. It's just excruciating to listen to.
You can't even explain to him where he's wrong if he doesn't understand what horizontal means.
And he keeps going on.
I would have liked listening to a couple of minutes of it.
That's about all you'll be able to manage, mate, because it is painful.
I'll do that on Wednesday night.
Yeah, do it on
Pick
Wednesday.
any of the sections he's watching.
Where's he getting
And that
the
was what
pipe?
he's talking about. That's all he was talking about.
Where's he getting 2 lengths of pipe a mile long?
Yeah.
Well, you could.
That's going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah, I know. Slide.
Depends how thick a pipe that you get, man.
Yeah, it did cost Sly a fair bit of money. And the problem Sly had, of course, is because there were so many connections, because he had so many different points, is that it leaked.
Yeah.
And that's what knackered it for him. It leaked.
You need to do a continuous length. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
The thing is you could do it. In theory, you could do it over a long distance, water level each of, not over 2 miles. If you did it over an extended distance, with instead of just a marker at the midpoint and a marker at both ends, but if you did a multiple amount of markers all the way along and then marked each one,
Yeah, you'd see
with
visibly.
like Yes, so you could see the whole lot from one point with, say, a telescope or something like that. So you could zoom in across all of them and make them all overlap with each other.
Yeah, but he's not doing that.
Yeah.
He's gonna start at sort of one end, and look at the difference between the blue and the red, and then come down and look at the three in the middle, and then the ones on the right hand side, or what have you. He's not looking across the whole lot at one time. He's going to come to each individual 1 mile position.
Well, that doesn't work.
Even if you were to like put like a physical pen line or something like that over each post over that distance, the difference from the start to the end is going to be somewhat very little.
Yeah, but all he's doing is measuring the height to get a level from the ground. From the first one, it's not going to work.
No, it's not going to show him anything.
No, it's just not going to work because all he's doing is just getting two levels a mile apart.
And of course, we asked him about that and said, well, what happens if it doesn't show what you expect it to show? And that completely stumped him.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if he hasn't got both markers at exactly the same height, like above sea level.
Yeah, so you'd have to have a point you'd have to have a reference point.
Yeah.
So that all of them were at the same height, be it sea level or something like that. You need a reference point for all of them to be set at.
And you'd need a very accurate meter over a mile to get any reference data. It's
yeah, and as John points out, he kept saying that the experiment is not to prove flat Earth, just that horizontal is level. Because all he kept saying was that level means horizontal. Yeah. And this is where I got into the argument with George Natchuk. I said, level has so many different meanings. And he said, well, in the scientific community, I said, you're not in the scientific community.
No, it was a good put down. I thought I enjoyed that.
Yeah, this is the problem that George and Rumpus have. You've got to know who your audience is and who you're speaking to. And level is a noun, a verb, an adjective. It's not just what we treat of it, what we think of it in the scientific community. Level means so many things, because this prat doesn't understand what sea level is. He thinks it's called sea level because sea's flat. Because flat and level and horizontal are all the same thing in his mind, and that's why it's called sea level, because the sea's flat and level. He doesn't understand what sea level refers to.
Yeah, it's a height.
Correct.
Yeah,
and that's why
average.
That's why mean sea level is used as a datum across the globe.
Yeah.
And then Professor Phil came in and said, well, what happens when the tide goes out? And he said, what do you mean? He said, well, where's all that water gone?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And does that mean sea level's changed?
That's and that's why we have a mean sea level to take into account tides.
Yeah.
But it's basically saying across the year when I'd have to look it up, but I presume it's generally classed as halfway between.
Yes. It's the average height between low and high tide.
High tide. And you do that across the world, and that's your mean sea level. And that's why you had those idiots, Oakley and QE, saying, here's our flat Earth model, and gave us Google Earth.
Yes.
Because he took the sea level on one side and the sea level on the other, and oh, look, they're the same. Well, yes, they would be. And in their minds, that proved a flat Earth. Because they don't know what sea level means either.
No. They ain't got the faintest idea. They'll go down there and measure at high tide and call that sea level.
It's just,
okay, did we wake? We woke Blue up.
I think Oakley knows that you're talking shit when you talk about that. But Quantum Eraser, on the other hand, he just I remember the hangout where Quantum Eraser brought up the Pontchartrain bridge.
Yes.
And and he was saying, and he launched into this big explanation of how it proved that the Earth was flat. And I think Nathan Oakley was just stupefied by it. He didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
Hello, Jack. You're very, very low.
Yeah, Jack.
Hello,
you want to
Jack.
get a mic check, Jack?
Hello, Big Blue.
Is it working?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear. I can sort of hear you.
Just about. You'll need to turn it off a wee bit.
Blue?
And we woke Blue up. Sorry, Blue. We didn't mean to wake you.
You guys need to not talk so loud.
Says the man with that voice.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Good.
How is everyone?
Good, thank you.
I broke everyone's brain, Blue. We had a trivia contest earlier.
Yes.
Oh,
But
And
he
you are being
lied.
so
He cheated.
anal, it's unbelievable.
He cheated,
Are you-
Blue.
You broke my brain before that, Terry, when you come up with the concentrated clouds dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Terry, ask Blue what the biggest desert is in the world.
No, I was going to tell Blue that when it's raining, the clouds only just happen to be there at the time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's a coincidence, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's only a coincidence.
Apparently.
So says Multi Dum Dum.
Yeah.
The biggest desert in the world I've had. That off the top of my head, I would just come up with something silly like Sahara, but
Yeah, it is. Well, that's the answer I got for the quiz. They said Sahara.
Depends what you consider a desert.
Exactly.
Precipitation, lack of. Not rained.
yeah, all that.
Yep.
Not much wildlife, no vegetation.
So it could be Antarctica. There was a debate.
Yeah, it doesn't rain very much in Antarctica either, does it?
The science questions was pretty good too. You missed out on.
Do you have science questions?
Yeah, I had science questions, but no one wanted to answer them.
Oh.
I did.
We answered all of them, Terry. You just
No,
weren't
not the
listening.
science ones. Just didn't, because we went
didn't-
past
didn't
them.
hear
Oh no,
our
that
answers.
first lot was technology, wasn't it?
Yeah, the first one was technology, and then I had some science ones.
Yeah,
But
which
then
we
we
answered.
skipped the car, we skipped the food and drinks,
Shush, farmer's
skipped
boy.
the health, and then we went to geography. I'll leave
Yeah, we did
the
a
science
science one.
questions for another night then.
Oh.
Bummer.
I want to get -20.
Right. Well, I don't want to be streaming all night. We've been going for 3 hours, so we've only got about another hour left probably to do these
Is
videos.
-20 a bigger number than 0?
Kind of.
I'm just asking for a friend.
It depends on perspective.
As long as your science questions weren't written by QE.
Oh my god.
No, any answer's fine as long as it's in magenta.
Yeah.
As
long as
You got to emphasise it by putting it in magenta or possibly cyan.
Cyan. You have to put it in cyan with white background.
Yeah.
And you've got to yell the answer like this, you numpty.
It got really loud, yeah. Just to emphasise how wrong he is. So what's next, Terry?
Well, I've been gathering the videos. Blue hasn't done a video lately. I've been wondering about that.
I did one not too long ago.
Done one with Bob.
No.
I got one here with Bob. It says Blue Marble Science Talks Airplanes.
Maybe. I did one with about Chris, Matt, and Cavendish 4 days ago. You guys might have watched it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did we? Did we watch
Yeah,
that
I
one?
think so.
I think we did.
I think so.
Oh, I've got 2 Antons. How do I end up with 2 Antons?
Oh, of course.
Oh no.
Hi, Andrea.
Andrea would be overjoyed to go and do some more housework.
Hello, wonderful person.
You might have to start cleaning. Andrea might have to start going cleaning the neighbour's house because her house is pretty clean at the moment.
Nah, she just had put up with Anton.
I can't do the voting thing like Alan because I can't do it because Alan's not here. Just have to do them at random. Is Peanuts
dear.
mind if I pick the videos to watch in whatever order? Can't vote because I can't get you to vote easily.
Oh, you're so right, Dave.
Well, flat earthers know a lot about density, given they are living examples of it.
Good one.
Dense AF.
Now, Dora
That's
Allen's
probably
not
why
here
they
at the
know so
moment.
much then. Yeah.
Andrew just talking about solid body rotation, huh? Okay. I did a video on that.
Yeah, funnily enough.
Is there any evidence Terry doesn't do that all the time?
There's no evidence, and you can't demonstrate it, Dora, at all.
What's that? Well, what was the claim?
That
You picking the videos.
that you just pick any random video you want to play at the time.
I can
Oh,
I
C-
neither
C
can
rule.
confirm or deny that happens.
C rule A.
Oh, there, John put the order in. Do them in that order.
Oh, okay. I haven't got that many videos. I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 2 hand-ons and 3 others.
We'll just drop the 6 and 7.
You've got 2 wonderful lanterns, have you?
Oh, Stewie said he was in Discord a few days ago and tested the mic out. Then it logged me out, and I couldn't get back in. Oh, I don't know what happened there.
Discord can be such a pain.
Yep.
Can you turn your mic up a little bit more, Jack?
No, hang on.
Or your sound?
How about this? Is this better?
Better-ish. Yeah, better-ish.
Strange, because the mic is on max. It
Um,
should be loud as hell.
Go down to the up arrow next to the microphone at the bottom of the page.
Yeah, well, on the scroll on the bottom, and you'll get your mic.
Go to your audio settings and turn it up there.
Ooh, all right, hang on.
Because you'll probably find it's turned it. It's automatically turns you down.
No, it's actually turned up to the max. Strange. Hang on, maybe I'll try to boost myself through the thingy. No, it's also maxed out. What?
Yep, that's better.
Yeah. You don't sound too bad.
Sounds all right to me.
Yeah.
That's rather strange.
Yeah, that's cool. What
It depends if you've got a loud voice or you've got a soft voice.
Okay, what about this?
Nope, it's gone quiet.
Fuck me.
Anyway.
That one's not here. Shh.
Well, we're mostly playing Anton just to keep Andrea happy.
Because she loves a good bit of Anton.
May the 2nd, May the 10th was that one, and May the 9th was that one. Okay, we'll do the May the 9th one first.
Yeah, I think it's Zoom that's screwing me
I've got a person in the peanut gallery called SE. Hey geniuses, Einstein's water always finds its level, no matter what you say.
Oh, is this the SE moron?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yes.
Montreal.
Yes, it is.
Hello, SE. What a delight and joy it is to see your bullshit. Yay.
You can smell it from here.
Yep.
He's right. He is right. You know, water does find its level.
It does. Yes.
Yes, that's brilliant.
Relative to the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, relative to.
Unfortunately, that doesn't mean it's flat.
No.
Well, it's all the gravitational equal potential.
Yeah, but is that at
Oh,
low tide or high?
As he's
Is it
well,
low
as
tide
he's
or high
done so
tide?
much astronomy, he'll find this quite interesting, even though he ain't got a telescope.
How does it feel? How does it feel hanging upside down as is?
I don't know what as-is is. Do you know what as-is is, anyone?
Miro said,
it's
please
sort of
give
like
me
a
a
name
spanner.
than
I want to
anything
block
else.
that idiot. No, I can't.
Oh,
I can't
I
have
think
people
he meant
whacking
Aussies.
Pip's not here, is she?
Is that supposed to be Aussies?
Yeah, don't go
Yeah,
whacking
I'm pretty
people
sure
on
that
Alan's
was it.
on Alan's
No,
thing.
don't whack SE.
Oh no!
Don't whack SE. I don't want. I
No,
don't
you're
want
saying
people
you
to
want
get
to.
whacked.
intentions are.
I thought you said you wanted to block him.
No, I
Not
don't want to
me.
do anything to anyone.
Oh,
No.
right. Okay. I misheard you, that was all.
I think it's pretty nice to keep these kind of people around, just have a good laugh.
As long as he doesn't get... Yeah.
Come on, that's priceless.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't get nasty, he's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, Ozzy.
You still spell.
Get there eventually. Keep trying.
Yeah.
Called it.
Another Z
You
and
trying
an
to
E.
spell what I have for my Ozzie
It's
Perspective
written in the
SC,
YouTube video.
the O-double-Z-I-E.
Well, he can get it right on the third time. That'd be
Yeah.
quite good for him.
That would be good for him if he gets it right on only the third go.
Just for general knowledge, does anyone know why I spell it O-double-Z-I-E and not A-double-S?
I thought that's how you did spell Aussie.
Oh, well, usually it's
I
spelled
do, but I'm shutting
A-double-S. Usually
Is
it's
it
spelled
something to do with
A-double-S.
Black Sabbath, by any chance?
No, it's because a lot of Americans mispronunciate Aussie as Aussie with an S sound, not an Z sound.
Mispronunciate.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
Whatever.
Never heard Americans say that, but I'll keep that in mind.
I have.
Yeah.
I have heard them. Because it's spelled
You've been talking
A-double-S.
to Nathan again,
Yeah.
Terry.
Who?
You've
Where?
been talking to Nathan again.
Not lately.
Osmandius, King of Kings, gaze on my works in light and despair.
He doesn't reply to my emails anymore because he wants me to pay him to come onto my show.
Nathan
I
wants you to.
I can't. I said I can't pay you. I said I don't even get monetized from your own channel. So where am I going to get the money from? Okay. Are we playing Anton yet or not? What are you doing?
We're waiting for you.
Oh,
Play.
play.
You've got your finger on the play button.
Oh, wait a minute.
Talking about the magnetic field of our planet and the...
Wait a minute, if you got to say
Hello
the
wonderful
magic
person,
word,
this is
yeah.
Anton, and in this video we're going to be talking about the magnetic field of our planet and the resolution to the mystery of the so-called wandering magnetic field, which refers to the more recent discovery that the magnetic north of our planet was surprisingly moving a little bit too fast. It's actually moving away from North Canada to what seems to be northern Russia. So let's talk about this in a little bit more detail, and welcome to What the Math.
Love that guy.
That is Andrea.
Yeah.
So, a few years ago, we've discovered that the magnetic north that is, was moving a little bit too fast. Like, way too fast. Approximately 50 kilometers per year. This was actually way faster than we originally predicted, and so a lot of different agencies around the world had to readjust their calculations for the magnetic north in order to basically change the parameters in various, like for example satellites, a lot of digital compasses, a lot of digital navigation systems, and so on. So essentially this is something that happened very suddenly, and the scientists really couldn't explain and understand why it was happening. And even though we originally knew that the magnetic north was always sort of moving around and was never really that stable, we never expected it to leave northern Canada and had no explanation for why it did so. Until possibly now. So first of all, let's actually talk about the north of our planet. Mostly because there are 3 different norths our planet has, and you have to understand the differences. First of all, we have something known as the geographic north. This of course refers to the north formed by the rotation of our planet. Here you can actually see it quite easily. If I enable the rotation, you'll see that our planet is basically spinning around the so-called geographic axis. But this is something that has pretty much almost nothing to do with the magnetic field or with the magnetic north. because here you're about to see where the magnetic north is. Now this is something that's slightly different from what we're talking about today, but essentially this right here is what a lot of various compasses and a lot of navigation systems use. This axis here is formed by what's known as geomagnetic pole, and it basically is a kind of an average of all of the magnetic fields, all of the miniature magnetic fields, each of which is extremely complex, and their average effect can be sort of summarized as an extremely large magnet inside our planet, which is literally how we normally calculate these so-called magnetic poles. Basically, the magnetic north and magnetic south in this case is kind of like the average of this really large magnet on the inside, which is technically not how any of this works in reality. Because as you can see from this particular simulation, all of this is a lot more complex and involves these individual masses underneath our planet that sort of rotate and spin and create their own miniature fields that can then be combined into one large field. So what you should get from all of this is that the magnetic field of our planet is extremely complex, even though it's usually summarized as just a single axis. And this right here does not show us the true location of the so-called geomagnetic north, which is basically defined as the location where you can stand right there on the surface and the actual axis will be pointed directly upwards and downwards. So it's one of those locations where the compass needle of your compass would be going in circles without really acquiring any north or any south. And that so-called geomagnetic north has been traveling around and changing positions in the past few years, and this is exactly what the scientists are trying to figure out. They're trying to figure out why it's doing it. And this unusual motion of a geomagnetic north has been a mystery for the past few years, ever since we originally discovered it. So trying to understand why the geomagnetic north has been moving so much, unpredictably as a matter of fact, created a few problems for the scientists, because there's always been a speculation of our magnetic field also potentially flipping in the future and creating the period where there is actually no magnetic field on the planet at all. And this is something we definitely know happened on our planet several times in the past. And as you can see right here, during the so-called reversal, the actual poles are completely chaotic and the magnetic field weakens quite dramatically. And the weakening of the magnetic field is obviously not something we would like to see. Mostly because a lot of our technology would probably become completely obsolete. It's not really ready for receiving really high turbulent and dangerous emissions from our sun, specifically the solar flares, where even a single solar flare without the magnetic field would not just strip our planet of a little bit of atmosphere, but it would also most likely destroy most of the technology on the planet, possibly even within like a few hours or so. Now this is something we do want to study in a little bit more detail, so these magnetic flipping events are really important for us. And so the scientists in the past few years were trying to figure out, is this what's going to happen? Is this why the north, the geomagnetic north, is moving so fast from North Canada to Siberia? And the good news here is that it's very likely that this is not what's happening. The magnetic field is not about to flip anytime soon, and the scientists behind the recently published paper may have actually figured out what's happening here and explained this in a little bit more detail. Now, all of their data and all of their calculations come from these three beautiful satellites by the European Space Agency, normally referred to as the Swarm. Three of them are essentially responsible for studying our magnetosphere in a lot of detail and has been doing a pretty good job since 2013. There's actually a really long and very detailed explanation of the mission on the ESA website, and a lot of it explains why this mission is really important for us. But I think I've kind of told you the nutshell of this importance previously when I mentioned the flipping of the poles and basically our need to understand how the magnetic field is generated. And so this mission allowed us to create these simulations in trying to basically understand how our Earth interacts with the sun's emissions and how all of this protects our planet from various types of dangerous radiation. And most importantly, it allowed us to see how the magnetic field also changes as various conditions inside our planet change, and as the actual processes inside the planet kind of move the poles around as well. And according to all of their simulations and their detailed study, there are essentially these two really large blobs of matter underneath the North Canada and also underneath Siberia, which are responsible for generating the large amounts of magnetic field in these regions. We've actually been discovering more and more similar blobs inside our planet, and for the most part we actually just have no idea what makes them and how they behave. We just know that they're really large, and their interaction seems to be responsible for the creation of the magnetic field. I guess one of the easier explanations and examples here would be a typical lava lamp, which does seem to possess somewhat similar effects where the convection sort of drives the three-dimensional motion of this thing on the inside, the blob on the inside, and in some sense we think this is how all of this works. Obviously this is still a very early assumption. And so the scientists behind this paper discovered that it seems that the blob underneath North Canada has been slowly weakening in strength, whereas the blob underneath Siberia has been strengthening. Which is exactly why, according to them, the geomagnetic north is now moving to Siberia, where it's probably going to be eventually in the next few decades. And so this just shows us how little we understand about the magnetic field of our planet, and how this strengthening of one blob and weakening of the other blob can always change the location of the magnetic pole or the geomagnetic pole, and thus shift the actual magnetic field of our planet just a little bit. And this obviously should not come as a surprise, because not so long ago we also discovered that something way stranger happens around other planets, including this right here. This is actually Jupiter. We've discovered that Jupiter seems to have two south geomagnetic poles, and this right now has no explanation. And so it shouldn't really come as a surprise to us if one day our planet decides to have several poles as well, even when it's not going through the so-called flippening event when the magnetic north and magnetic south switch places. All of this just means that we have to study our planet in a little bit more detail and try to simulate and predict this a little bit better using some of the modern computer systems and supercomputers that can actually simulate this quite precisely. So hopefully in the future, with the help of the Swarm mission from ESA and with the help of various supercomputers, we'll be able to go from just thinking of the magnetic field as north and south to thinking and also understanding it as something really complex, really dynamic, and somewhat predictable, but not to the extent where we know for a fact what it's going to do in the next few decades. But this is still extremely important for us to study, because our planet and our survival on the planet depends on understanding and protection of the magnetic field. Today we know for a fact that without the magnetic field, Mars became dry and lost its atmosphere and basically became an uninhabitable planet, even though originally it probably looked something similar to Earth. So knowing and understanding how the magnetic field changes is extremely important for us. And honestly, I think it's one of the more important Earth and planetary science fields and needs to be sort of focused on in the next few decades. And although it's still important to study other things as well, like for example collisions with our planet and various types of dangerous asteroids, it's still a lot more important for us to understand the actual inner workings of Earth, to be able to then apply all of this knowledge to another exoplanet and possibly discover another planetary object out there that we can one day settle. So trying to learn more about Earth itself is going to teach us about the rest of the universe and other planets out there. But thanks to this particular study, we now probably don't have to worry about the flippening of the magnetic field for at least a few decades, possibly even longer. We didn't really think this is what's happening, and thanks to the scientists from this paper, we now know that these particular effects are just something natural that happens in our planet, something that we just need to kind of understand and, I guess, live with. So the changes in the geomagnetic north is basically a natural occurrence. But on that note, that's all I wanted to mention in this paper. If you'd like to learn more, check out the paper in the description below, and also subscribe to this channel because there are going to be a lot more similar videos coming in the future where we're going to explore other unusual phenomena we discovered in the last few decades. But until we learn more about Earth, or until we learn more about the magnetic field, that's pretty much it. Thank you for watching. Consider supporting this channel on Patreon, it does help me quite a lot. And alternatively, you can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt that you can also find in the description below. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Anton.
Bye, Anton, you wonderful person.
Anton is an awesome guy.
He is, isn't he? Could I just ask Essie a question quick?
Well, I already did. I beat you to it.
Could I ask him another one?
I've got to answer his first. I've got to answer his first
The
question.
answer you. The answer you.
Oh, right. It's
I
not
asked him, did he have any comments about this video? And his answer was, everything you said, it is just speculation, just like the theory that the planet hit Earth and became the moon, sheer fantasy. Well, that's not really anything to do with that particular video.
No.
No.
Okay.
And if you've got proof that it's not correct, SE, you should be able to come up and explanation rather than just state it's fantasy. You need a reason to state that it's a fantasy.
That's not how he works.
No, but anyways, I had a conversation with you last year, sometime several months ago. Anyways, Jose's or one of the chats. Anyways, we were talking about space and everything. You said you study astronomy, and I asked you if you had a telescope, and you quite said no, I haven't. I said, will you buy one then and get back to me? And you said yes. This was several months ago. Have you bought that telescope yet?
Pressing X.
That's all I just want to know, if you bought one yet.
I think I've probably guessed what the answer is.
Hang on. I'm going to get the controller.
Yeah. Anyways, nice to see you, SE.
Thanks, Kristen. 7:53.
Not that she's rubbing it in at all.
No, not at all.
That's why I whispered.
Also, SE, it's kind of rude to ignore people that add you in the chat, you know.
It's yours. He keeps saying this. It's your story, not mine. He'll straw man an argument and say it's our argument.
Yeah, we haven't said anything yet.
I never stated it as my argument. I asked you to state your theory why it's not true.
Yeah.
Oh,
you must
God,
have a
he bought a
reason
P900.
behind it. You can't just say, "Oh, that's not true."
It's useless for looking at the stars.
Is that
That's not
a
a
typical?
telescope,
Is
SE.
that their typical type of questionings when you're in the here and now, asking a question about present, what you're saying, but you're not saying something. They're generalising by saying, "Well, you're saying this," and I'm going,
Oh,
"No,
yeah,
we're just having this conversation now. We haven't said that yet. Hadn't said that."
No.
That's how he works, I'm afraid.
Yeah. But he did promise, and he promised in the live chat to everyone that he would buy one. I just wonder if he got round to buying it yet. Or are you going to ignore me, SE? We used to have good chats, chap.
You said no, he bought a P900, man.
It's just, oh, God.
It's not a telescope.
The cringe. Yeah, you know what's the most fantastic thing is that they go out and buy those P900s, P1000s, whatever.
Yeah.
And then they film the stars and get those smeary, wobbly thingies.
Yeah.
And they're like, aha, stars M is debunked.
You don't need $4,000 for a
I was
telescope.
just going to
You
say,
could buy one for
that's
$20
an expensive.
to $30.
That's an expensive telescope for $4,000.
Mine didn't cost
I'm
that.
sure you could rig up a telescope a lot cheaper than that for viewing.
You can buy a second-hand telescope for about 20-30 quid. Would be adequate to look into space.
Yeah.
And you could see for yourself and get back to me. You promised me this. Come on, SE.
Yeah, the DSLRs are really only good for, like, I don't know, low light photography, time lapses, or that kind of stuff. To get like a, well, the 900 and 1000 have the zoom thing, but it's useless.
That's the only
It's
reason
not
to
an
buy it.
astronomy tool.
No, exactly.
Yeah, like Alan's taken good photos of the moon with his camera, which I'm not quite sure what it is because I'm not a camera guy.
It's got Sigma 150 to 600 mil.
Yeah, you can get very decent pictures of the moon with a P900.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but the thing is huge.
Preferably on a tripod.
Yeah, it's rather large. I can actually see the thing with my naked eye.
Where does SE live?
US of A.
US of A.
No, it's Canada.
Canada.
Montreal.
Of course he does, Montreal.
Can he please tell me why, if he takes a picture of the moon and I take the picture of the moon at the same time, why my moon's upside down in compared to his?
And his is in daylight and yours is in the nighttime?
Yeah.
Just explain that one.
Can you explain why the stars go clockwise in Australia, but
well-
they go anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere?
Not too many
SE?
questions, you might confuse him.
Just one at a time. Why is the moon upside down in comparison to yours when I take a picture of it? Why?
Wait for it.
Where's the waiting?
The question I got is, why am I getting sidetracked from Anton's video? Because I did have some questions about his video.
You do realise they're automatic.
It's just a novelty having a Slurpee.
We don't get them, Terry.
I don't get the. Yeah.
By the way, like kind of
Very much.
jumping back into the telescope part that is like 4,000, you can just rent one. It's not a big deal, really.
Yeah, you don't
No.
even have to buy one.
But $4,000, that's an awesome telescope.
Yeah, I would like that one.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he answer my question?
Well, we kind of are ganging up on him,
Yeah,
really.
too many questions.
He's used to that.
Back to the Anton's video about the magnetic
Yes,
poles.
the wonderful person.
Yes,
Wonderful person.
One bit of data that I haven't quite picked up on yet. How accurate is the north and south magnetic poles to each other in their accuracy of actually north and actually south?
They're not.
Not the magnetic poles, no.
So the
No, not in
South
relation to
Pole's
the north
fairly-
and south pole. I'm talking about into themselves in their actual
they're
locations.
not in it. They're not in a direct line, Terry. No.
They're not. Yeah, they're not exactly antipodal.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know that. That's what I want. I've always wanted to know that.
And
Because like
in
our
fact, the
axis,
North Pole-
obviously our axis poles are very close to on axis. Our planet doesn't wobble, does it? Directly in its axis. It only wobbles on its axis.
The North Pole actually moves a bit more than the South Pole each year as well.
And as for the magnetic poles, they're not quite lined up.
Sorry,
they're not quite lined up. Yeah. Okay. And how far? And they're only moving about an inch every so long or something, wasn't the movement of the magnetic pole? There was somebody
It
who
moves
mentioned
It moves a few kilometers a year.
a few kilometers a year. Okay.
How many did he say? Did he say like 20 or something? Or
I don't
can't
remember what he said.
Uh,
It's been much more than normal lately. I didn't listen. I wasn't really paying attention to Anton. Yeah, it moves a number of kilometers every year.
It's actually pretty great that he actually like lists the research papers that explain all of this and just research. It's really great. He's not just like making a video like here's the thing, bye.
Yeah.
Well, I won't watch Anton back to back. We'll put in.
Well, Terry, have you got half a second?
Have I got half a second? Well, that's hard to calibrate half a second. I can go by 1 second.
You just slow it down.
Just go slowly, and I'll drop you a link. So relevant to the question that you just asked.
Is it for something I can view later, or do we need to bring it up and view it now?
Oh, well, it's to show. It's to show the question that you just asked about the North Pole movement.
And
it's in stream homework for you.
Stream homework. Scrolling.
Scrolling.
Open.
Spasiba.
It's not going to be Santa Claus soon. It's going to be that other guy that Russians believe in.
Saint Nick.
Nicholas.
No. They call him
Putin.
Shit.
Putin.
Yeah,
that's a good one, but no,
name
really.
for him.
They call him Old Man Frost. That's what they call him. If I translate like directly. Yeah, Old Man Frost. Yeah, that's an exact translation. Yeah.
Well, he can be my Santa Claus if he brings me a Russian tank.
So if you hold it there, Terry, that shows where it's moved, and how much it's sped up over the last couple of years.
Mad.
Yeah, no, it doesn't know. It's going in a general direction, sort of.
It's a Paul driving a ladder.
That's fantastic. Quality meme.
Ladders are not good. We were watching them earlier on.
They actually up the manufacturing. Like they started making the cars like in one of those European car manufacturing facilities, and they kind of look just generic bullshit car.
Hmm.
They lost that Soviet finesse, unfortunately.
My dad used to have a similar breed. He had an FSO pickup truck. And that was solid and sturdy, shall we say. But it wasn't exactly styled very well. But it had one of those brilliant cruise control systems. It had two choke knobs. One was the choke, and the other one was for if you got stuck. So you could pull this other choke out, and that would sort of you could leave it in gear, and that would pull the idle speed up a little bit. So that the back wheels would be turning. You could get out and push yourself out of trouble, and it'd be driving itself along at about 3 or 4 miles an hour, which means you could quite easily jump back in and away you go.
That's brilliant.
Yeah,
a bit of a
very
hand
clear.
throttle.
And it was literally you had two choke knobs, and you had to remember which was which. But one was the actual choke because this was an old thing, and it's obviously still had a carburetor. So one was a choke, and the other one was the sort of the assist. So if you got stuck going down a dirt track or something, you could get out and push yourself out of trouble. If you was on your own, you didn't need somebody else to push you or keep the foot on the throttle. Very simple, very clever idea.
That's brilliant engineering.
Yeah. No fancy electronics, nothing at all. It did work as a choke, but instead of choking the carburetor per se, it just it raised the idle speed, so you could leave it in gear, get out, go round to the back, push it out, and as long as you didn't pull this second choke out too fast, your truck would be trundling along at 2, 3, 4 miles an hour, and you just jump back in again.
Yeah, we used
And
to refer to them as a hand throttle.
Yeah, it's a similar principle to what you got in the tractor. You just set the hand throttle, because if you're driving up and down the field all day at a constant speed, you just set the hand throttle, don't you? You just sit
If you
back,
had
you
the
don't
revs
need
up
feet
high
and
enough, you
pedals
could
to
set
click.
it as a cruise control as you're going along the highway.
You could in a lorry.
Yeah.
The old lorries used to have them, but it's mainly for when you're doing the tipping work and putting the PTO in. But used to use them on the road. But you had to remember you locked it in, otherwise you could put your foot on the brake and you just carry on driving forward.
The Mercedes Unimogs are in a really interesting position. It just so happens once your foot's not on the clutch, especially for the right-hand drive version, when your foot's not on the clutch, so when you're not changing gears, your foot rests right on top of the hand throttle quite comfortably. So you're at full smoke going down the freeway with your hand on with your foot on the hand throttle, holding it down.
Yeah,
Sorry,
in a tractor, you just had to remember that when you got to the end, when you get close to the headland, you had to get ready to throttle down and pick up whatever bit of kit you were pulling through the ground at the time, and then you had to remember to stamp on the right brake pedal. Because of course,
And more evidence that you are indeed a farmer.
No, I grew up on a farm, and of course tractors have a split braking system. So if you want to turn right sharply, you brake the right hand side and not the left. And if you forget and put your foot on the wrong pedal, you think, why aren't I turning? Oh, yeah. I come close to driving into a ditch a couple of times doing that, yeah. When you're just not concentrating at all and you think, whoa, hang on a minute, what's going on?
Question.
This is appropriate because this is one of Essie's favouriteest subjects.
He still hasn't answered my question.
No.
I'm disappointed.
Goody. I want to see this one.
Yeah.
Gloves off.
Let's play.
Play.
So this is the professor explaining it.
Yeah.
So you are going to listen to this one now, Bill Blue, compared to the one before.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one. I want to hear this one.
Okay. Oh.
Since starting. Good evening, folks. So one thing I've learnt since starting to make videos on YouTube is that if you make videos that are too large, people won't watch them to the end. And because of that, they miss out on some really good information. So I'm going to try to keep the videos really short, but there's a payback, and that is I can't give it the detail that I'd like to. So what I want to do is produce 2 sets of videos. One is with the physics, so that you can get the details. So those people who actually want to learn about the physics.
Is it okay? I've got it a bit faster than normal.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I've got it at 1.25.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Lazy watchers.
What I'm saying, can watch the longer video. And those people who just want the entertainment, they want to hear me, debunk a flat earther. Well, I'll make a short one for that. So this video is going to be a short one, okay? I'll see if I can squeeze in all of the things that I need to in this very short video. So naturally, I won't be going into much detail. Anyway, this all started from a video that I watched with 2 very fine YouTubers, extremely smart gentlemen. That's Dr. Bob, the science guy, and Blue Marble.
Hey!
I really urge you to go and visit their channels. You'll actually learn some stuff over there.
You're a wonderful person.
Now, let's start on this one. This particular video will be about 2 models. One is a model of the atmospheric pressure, and the other one is a model of the pressure in a container. Now, one of the things that Bob and Blue Marble were discussing was a video put out by the Flat Earth Guru Queen. That's the one I've been speaking about lately, the one that all the drones go to get their information from. Now, what this person does is he cherry picks various things that people say, and one of the things that he said specifically was that there's no difference between gas pressure in a container and gas pressure, atmospheric pressure, even though Blue Marble was doing his best to try and explain it. It just wasn't getting through. I'm not really sure if it wasn't getting through because he didn't want it to, or he's just thick as a brick. Okay. All right. So let's get on with this one. All right. So first of all, in a container, the relationship between the gas and the container, and these variables: pressure, volume, and temperature. Now, this isn't something that's been dreamt up day before yesterday. This has been around a long, long time, since the days of Robert Boyle, Gay-Lussac, Charles, those people who came up with this equation here. So, again, pressure, volume, and temperature. All of those things are intrinsically linked. Here, for instance, I've created a container. If you want to vary the pressure, you can change either the volume or the temperature. Either of those will change it. Okay, so more temperature, particles get around quicker, and they hit each other faster and hit the walls faster. That creates more pressure. For instance, if you want to see this in action, fill a balloon and put it in the freezer, and you'll see that it will go down. The reason is because there's less energy, less particles are going to be hitting the side of the walls. Right, so there's a typical experiment that you can do for yourself. All right, now the chemists needed more than that, so they came up with PV equals nRT, and if you see, pressure then is equal to nRT over volume. Okay, now what is N? N is the number of moles, mass of all the gas. Okay, so that's all the gas, the mass of it all, right? And yes, gas particles have mass, and all the gas divided by the mass of 6.02 by 10 to the 23 atoms. That's quite a very, very large number of atoms. And those atoms together, let's say for helium, add up to 4 grams. So therefore, this is the mass of all the gas divided by the atomic mass, okay, or molecular mass. All right, R is the ideal gas constant for all gases, and comes to 8.31. So that's, if you like, a constant that's averaged out. And temperature is in Kelvin, and volume in litres. Okay, so what's special about gas in a container? Pressure, volume, temperature. Let's have a look across here. What have we got here? Helium balloon. Flatties say, well, why does the helium balloon defy gravity? Well, it doesn't. What happens is you've got amount of volume of a balloon, and within that balloon you've got weight over volume, that gives it the density. Okay, well, outside of that balloon, a similar volume that's in the balloon will have much more mass, much more weight. Okay, weight is mg. Don't confuse weight and mass. Okay, so therefore, this is heading towards the ground. This is going to replace all of this gas that's around here. Is going to try and replace the gas of the balloon and force that balloon up. Okay, so the same amount of place of that volume is going to be replaced by gas from there. It's going to move down and replace that balloon. So that forces that balloon to rise. That's it. Okay, gravity still has an effect on it. If you remove that constraint, if you remove the air that's around it, that helium balloon will fall. If you had it in a vacuum, it would fall. If you had it in less air, it would fall. Okay, and how do we know this? Well, 121,000 feet is as high as you can get one of these balloons. Why is that? Well, that's simple. It's because when it gets up to 121,000 feet, the atmosphere is so thin, there's so little of it, it no longer is heavier for the same amount of volume than the balloon. So it can't head down to displace the balloon. So it can't push the balloon up. So the balloon can't go any higher. Okay, that's why a helium balloon can't go any higher than 121,000 feet. Now, this is the silly part for flat earthers. Some of them think that despite this struggle for this balloon to be up there at 121,000 feet because the air is so thin, it's got a 4,000 kilogram satellite hanging off it. How dumb is that? Well, it gets even dumber. Some of them think that there's actually a rocket hanging off it too. Unbelievable.
That's funny.
Okay, so now you know that. Please stop saying that nonsense, okay? All right. Let's have a look at atmospheric pressure.
All right.
Atmospheric pressure, atmos meaning meaning vapor, and spheric obviously meaning around a sphere. Well, let's have a look at this. I've drawn something here. It's at this scale. That red line over there representing the atmosphere would be way, way, way more thicker than it needs to be. In fact, if it was this scale, like this, the atmosphere would barely be thicker than a piece of paper. Now this is hugging the Earth. Secondly, it's not hard to visualize that the Earth having this thin, thin, thin layer around it, this layer would move with the Earth as the Earth moves. That's not hard to think. That's not hard to believe. Okay, here is a column. This column goes from the sea all the way up, as high as you can go, and to the point where the amount of gas at this end is so little that it doesn't matter anymore. Okay, so in other words, at that point, say 100 kilometers, you measure the mass of this, all of the gas that's in here, weighs, if this was a square inch over here, would weigh 14.7 pounds. Okay, so that is the mass, the weight of all of this gas that's in that column. Okay, mass of all of this in that column. Over 1 square inch. Now, if we're talking about pascals, then Pascal is 1 Newton over a square meter. All right, so a Newton is a unit of force, which is also weight. So when I say weight, okay, weight is mass by gravity. Okay, mass times the gravitational field. Well, that shouldn't be surprising that it is, because if you look at Einstein's general relativity, mass bends space-time. Okay, so it doesn't matter what size the mass is. All right, so the Earth is a huge mass, bends space-time, so things that are in the influence of the Earth will head towards the Earth. Well, every single gas particle has mass, so it's affected by the influence of Earth's gravitational field. Okay, so gravitational field on its own doesn't do anything. That's a potential. But as soon as you introduce a mass to it, that becomes the well in space-time. That becomes the situation where the gas particle has to head towards this large mass. And this is what's manifest as things falling. Okay, all right, let's carry on. So everything with mass has the potential to fall. But some things don't fall because they're opposed by other forces, like, for instance, when we discussed with that balloon over there. Okay, so we've got pressure is force over unit area, which is weight over unit area. And what's weight? Just replace weight over here with mg, mass by gravity. Okay, so in this model, that's how gravity comes into it. Alright, so in this model, atmospheric pressure is different from pressure in a gas container, because this is all about pressure, volume and temperature, and this one here is about mass, gravitational field and over the unit area. Okay, pretty simple. So now you know what the difference is. Now, I'll make a video that goes into all of this much more carefully so that you can understand it more fully. But for this one here, we'll just keep it short and sweet, and hopefully you'll watch it. People have watched this to the end. Now, if you have, then you'll hear this. Please press the subscribe button if you haven't already, and press the dislike or the like button, whatever floats your boat. Press that little bell, and you'll know when more of these videos are coming. Okay? Thank you very much for showing up, and I'll catch you later. Cheers.
Cheers, Phil.
Cheers, Phil.
I never understood. I'd like to understand the math
Bell.
part of it, but the explanation part is the part that I prefer.
You not heard of Phil before, Jack?
Hmm?
You not heard of Phil before?
No. Actually, I'm actually getting around. Like, I'm getting to know like a lot of people. Like after doing that Mr. Sensible thing, it's just been like an avalanche of people.
Yeah,
I haven't heard of, including you guys.
Very good.
Up to do.
Me, come here, please. Me.
We're sort of.
Phil was here earlier.
I'd like to think that we're sort of like in the middle of everyone out there, because I spread my tentacles out to everyone, like all the flat earthers and all the globies, and so to speak.
No, this is where people come back to get their sanity, Terry.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I don't know if Phil is still in the chat. He was in the chat earlier.
I was just responding to something SE said, which is a claim that I hear a few of them say.
Yeah.
I claim that the only claim I've made is the Earth is stationary. So am I right in saying my reply, yes, you can say it is stationary, but you can't feel the rotation, only acceleration?
Yeah.
Correct. We don't feel a constant velocity. We feel the change in velocity, whether it's speeding up or slowing down. If you're doing a steady speed, and say you're just going along in a straight line at a smooth, steady speed, you won't feel it. That's why you can walk down the aisle of a jumbo that's doing 500 miles an hour. Because as far as you're concerned, it's not moving because it's flying nice and straight and level, no turbulence. It's not turning, it's not accelerating, it's not decelerating. You won't feel it. That's why you can get up and wander down and go and use the loo and all the rest of it.
Ah, but is it horizontal?
It doesn't matter. if it's a constant speed, you won't notice it.
No.
If it's decelerating, accelerating, yes, you'll notice that.
Like in a train, plane, car, motorbike,
Well, you'll
push
only
bike.
notice it that you'll only notice it if it's large enough, though, and that's the whole point of this argument: is that the Earth is accelerating as it's rotating. I mean, then you're doing circular motion. There has to be an acceleration in there, but it's so small that you can't feel it.
Yeah,
correct.
And
It's negligible, as they say.
The comparison that he made with the merry-go-round, the whole reason why you feel the movement on a merry-go-round is because of centripetal force. Is that right?
Centripetal.
It's going faster. It's because it's going fast enough that you can feel that large acceleration.
Feel that large acceleration. Yeah. So you feel like your body wants to go in a straight line, so you feel it turning.
Just like this coin and pen and on this train.
Yep.
Yeah.
If that was
you
you,
can see that as much as you like, but-
that's you on the Earth. You don't feel it.
Yeah. No. You wouldn't feel it.
All you're feeling, all the water's feeling, is just the little slight vibrations in on the track, and that's the only feeling of movement you feel.
Where does he get his figures about travelling at 4 million miles an hour? I thought we travelled at 66.
The galaxy's going at that speed, or the sun's going at that speed.
I think Jeranism reiterates that nonsense all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
If memory serves me right.
They love quoting the velocity, but they totally forget about the acceleration, which is what really matters.
Also, you know what's the most interesting part? They like live on this earth. They were born into it. They like grew and adapted, and like how can you detect something with your own body that you've been accustomed to your entire life?
Yeah,
that's not how it works.
Yeah, no, SC, we don't think we know. We do know because people have studied it and they pass their knowledge on to us. They're not trying to brainwash us because someone else would prove it wrong if it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it kind of taps into this whole thing with the don't trust your senses thing. Also, Jeranism, TM.
Yeah, TM, all right.
And I got completely sidetracked again from the video with the Professor Phil with the water level and pressure.
Oh no!
Because I was going to ask Blue
Sorry.
what he thought.
Sorry, Pip, to hear that.
What?
She's broken out.
I like the balloon part. When he mentioned the balloon part, I kind of like my mind jumped instantly to like satellites on balloons traveling across America when there's like tornadoes and all of that crazy stuff happening. Like you wouldn't get a GPS signal ever. Well, okay, not ever, but you know they'd get constantly knocked out. Like it wouldn't work.
No.
Oh, but then again, they jump to cellular towers. Oh, GPS is cellular towers. Sure.
They must have them floating all over the ocean because the GPS works out there too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What intrigues me is what do they think? Like scientists haven't ever thought of measuring the circumference of the Earth or the radius of the Earth before. Like, oh no, we're not going to measure that. That's too hard. Let's go and see if we can find dark matter instead. Hey.
Yeah.
So why measure something and why not just assume it in the first place? Then you don't have to do any measurements. Like the flat earthers do.
They come up with these. They constantly parrot the same stuff time and time again. Montreal's favorite is 11 different vectors, and no amount of talking to Montreal will ever get him to admit that I don't care if you've got a gazillion vectors, it will all resolve to one resultant vector.
That's right.
Always and forever. It always has and it always will. But
like the Earth is not moving in 11 different directions at once.
Unless it's coming apart, it's not.
Yeah, that's right.
Only way it can be moving in more than one direction at a time is for it to come apart. But you can't get that through to SC. I've tried over and over again. So it's either one of two things, either just total cognitive dissonance on his part, or he really isn't capable of understanding that level of thinking.
Yeah,
I
can't believe it. If someone states the fact that it's ludicrous and everything, yet they've got no reason why it's ludicrous. They can't explain why it's ludicrous.
Am I right in saying that the Big Bang is not an argument anymore because that's something it's a bit of a conversation in itself, because it's not a black and white answer to say that.
No, it's just a model to give you a starting point. They're not saying that's where our universe has started from, or our solar system, or anything like that. It's just a starting point for the science to understand the model.
So we can use that. They can use that phrase like they use the same phrase for the curvature of the Earth formula that we don't
the
use.
phrase "the Big Bang" it more correctly refers to a point in time, as in the start of everything, rather than an actual like thing itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just totally astounding to me. They can't figure out why a damn ball peen hammer will fall on your foot if you let go of it, but they want to go and talk about the Big Bang. Good God.
Yeah.
Why not try working on first things first?
Yeah, simple stuff.
I got steel cap boots, Blue.
Small
I
steps.
don't have to worry about a hammer falling on my foot.
A small step for a flurf, a giant leap for humankind.
Our Stu's in the Discord. Can you send him a link, please, Terry?
If he's
in
got back
Discord,
in,
Oh,
he
hang
should
on.
already be in there.
Yeah, you're already
He
in
got-
here,
he-
Stu. You don't need a
He's
link.
he's still in my Discord.
Yeah,
He's got back into Discord. He should be back into Terry's as well.
you're all
Yeah,
good,
should be
Irish.
Where are you? Is he over there now?
Yeah.
No, he's not over
Well, he
there
doesn't
now.
need a link because he's
in
actually
here.
in your Discord.
He's not in Discord.
He is in mine.
Not in the voice.
Oh,
I've got to find.
sorry.
I've got to find him in the list.
Ah, right. Yeah, he has. Yeah, he was in mine. Sorry.
A B C D E F G
My messages.
H I. He's not in the list. Unless he's listed as offline. Check. No, I cannot find him. I cannot find him. Lost. He's gone. Gone from Discord. He's Irish Stew in Discord.
Yeah.
But he's not listed. I've got no idea how to find him. QE.
Well, sort of to fill the space, looping back a little bit into the whole tractors thing. You know that some people use some people use the tractors like as police cars, because that's the thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Mad, he could send me a message if you messaged you, or if I messaged you, or you messaged me or something, and then you can link my name through to Stewie, and then he can get me. Then I can get him to get a link. I was just thinking, would that work somehow? Because he said he DM'd you.
Discord.
Could
got
you
him in
do
my
it?
Discord.
Yeah.
Terry.
Yep. He's now. I think Peter's going to send you one, Irish Stew. I can't actually send you one, so I haven't got that.
I don't think anyone else can send me a link. Send a
No,
link.
they can't. They can't. Terry, you need to send. Just hang on. Just let me check something.
Like
Yeah,
somebody
only Terry
said
can
this.
do that.
Like somebody said last night or this morning, it's exclusive here. You have to be special.
How special? Your mum said you're special.
Take whatever meaning you want. It's got multiple meanings.
Fair play.
Yes, he's still on the 11 vectors.
Oh, it's like a broken record, isn't it?
I'll put my Discord out. What I'll do is I'll put my Discord out in the peanut gallery for a couple of
Terry,
seconds.
If you don't want to, you can just send it to me. I've got Irish Stew on my Discord right now.
Oh yeah, but there might be a couple of seconds. I'll be all right. I'll leave it up for 30 seconds.
So, this SE character does he have like a channel? Does he do things, or is he just like a passerby, screaming into the void type?
Yeah, he just comes on in the chats. That's all I've ever seen SE do. I don't know if he.
He's starting to do some photography because, like he said, he's just got a camera, so he's doing some photography. But
that's good.
Yeah,
that's something at least. I kind of usually when like I started doing this, I don't just phase out all of those people that just scream obscenities and stuff at me. I kind of look into who they are. Well, at least I try. Like when I have time, and it's pretty interesting. Like what these people do and what they like and what they watch.
Yeah, you'll find most of the stuff SE says has come straight from QE, Nathan Oakley.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's pretty interesting how that they take the information from these top guys, but sometimes they go beyond. They invent their own things.
Oh,
That's where the fun stuff happens.
Yeah, because generally when somebody when somebody's parroting something because they say it in exactly
Verbatim.
the same way, verbatim as these idiots have. So you can usually tell where they've got it from.
Yeah, you don't even need to debunk that because you could just point it out and say come on, have your own brain, do your own things.
Yeah, and it's the history of these things as well. I mean, Oakley and QE were saying for months and months and months that you have to have gas pressure in a sealed container, but it was a sealed container, and that was their assertion for months and months, if not years, that it had to be in a sealed container. And then, of course, Blue came along and did an experiment with that open-ended pipe with butane at the bottom and said, "Hey, look, there's pressure
in the
container. It's not sealed."
Yeah,
now all of a sudden, their narrative has changed. It's not a
of course,
container, but a container.
Yeah, but they put the word contained now. They changed.
You know what? I think I saw. I can't remember where, but I remember that it was Oakley. There was some sort of discussion they had with somebody about whether or not the atmosphere is a closed system or an
the closed open system thing. Yeah.
Strange you should mention that because that's one of the other things that SE seems to struggle with.
Really?
Yes. Well, his argument is that if it's a closed system, then it is literally a closed system. We can't put anything into space, which of course is not true. And obviously, as we were discussing this a little while back, and we've come to the conclusion that to be as technically correct as he wants, it's an open system.
Yeah, but then also you could be even more technical and say it's both.
Well, this is where this is the argument. You then get accused of doublespeak by saying it's both open and closed. It depends how you look at it, what you're talking about, what context you're using. So it's actually easy to say it's an open system because we do lose some material into outer space and we gain some material. The fact that what we lose and gain is so small as to be negligible doesn't matter. If you're going to be that anal about it, it's an open system.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Yeah. For SE, that's what you have to do. It has to be, you have to just say it that way. To be absolutely, totally accurate about it, it is an open system.
Yes.
What's the most interesting part was when the scientists sort of said that we are losing so much oxygen particles. I think that they actually the atmosphere extends far beyond what we've thought before.
There is small particles that reach all the way to the moon, but they're so minuscule, tiny amount.
And that caused a bit of a stink because I think it was last year that the European Space Agency
the flurfers went mad.
The flurfers
they did
lapped that
about
one
10 years ago. Yeah. And it's taken them 10 years to get round to analysing the data. And they've said, well, actually, technically, the atmosphere goes out beyond the moon. And they went, this is what we're telling you. And they said, but when we say atmosphere, we mean, the odd molecule of hydrogen per cubic meter. It's literally that small an amount, but it's still technically atmosphere. Technically.
No, but that means that the Earth, the moon and the sun or whatever's inside the dome. So there you go.
Yes, correct. That's what I was going for.
Except the sun is 93 million miles away.
Oh.
Yeah, not. Yes. You know what's
that's a big dome.
But let's be honest, it's a bit like turning around and saying, I have a drip of fuel in a super tanker, and that super tanker is now full. It's no longer empty, therefore it's full.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's tanker.
Technically, it's always full. Yeah. It's always got something in it, even if it's just air.
But it's no longer empty of fuel because I've put a drip in there.
Exactly.
So therefore it's full. And that's the connection they're making. They're not looking at it from the point of view that there is a drip in a super tanker or a molecule of hydrogen near the moon that's come from the Earth. Therefore, it's all atmosphere. It's amount. It's the amount. Once again, it's that whole getting things into perspective of size. They can't. They have problems doing that, or they like to not understand it so that they can be intellectually dishonest.
Yeah.
I would say it's the latter. Because I mean, if you would have like honestly look into it, you would understand what they mean. And they just like don't and say like, I was right all along. Haha. Yeah. Even though the most hilarious part, they say scientist M is wrong all the time. And then when scientist says like, oh, it extends a little bit beyond what we've known, and they're like, aha, scientist, I'll take the words of the scientist. And run with it. It's hilarious. You kind of need to make up your mind when, like, are you not taking any words of the scientists, or are you listening to scientists? You can't have your cake and eat it.
Well, they think they can.
Ozzie does.
It's that's why they're all experts at cherry picking.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm just kind of being Captain Obvious over here.
No, I know. But
760.
So does anyone remember what happened in 1908 in Tunguska?
Yes, lots of trees got flattened.
Yeah.
That's the Tunguska event. That was an airburst, wasn't it?
Apparently, there was a large flash and a bit of smoke, and trees fell over.
Yeah.
Because they all got scared.
To do with the Super Bowl line, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, good news, Terry.
Yeah?
It's got 760 subs.
Wow.
Oh, did I say that out loud?
You did say that out loud.
Sorry.
That's a good way to get yourself kicked, you know.
I know.
My, the algorithms picked her up now.
Yep.
Nice. That's always nice.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Exponential growth. You just watch it happen.
Yeah. Did you say play or something, Terry?
The P word. That four-letter word.
Andrea. Hello, wonderful person.
Yeah, Paul.
Oh. Volume
Double trouble, Andrea. Sorry.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and in this video we're going to be talking about one of the bigger mysteries of the 20th century, the Tunguska
Sorry, Andrea. There was two of them.
Yeah.
event. And in this video we're going to explore some of the recent discoveries, especially the ones from only a few weeks ago, with at least one recent discovery coming from a scientific team that may have actually finally solved what happened back in 1908. So let's talk about this, and welcome to What the Math. Now I wanted to start this video right here in Google Earth by trying to find where the Tunguska event happened. Now this was actually back in 1908, and until pretty much now we still kind of have no idea what really happened here. So the event happened somewhere in this area right here, and I think it's actually in this boggy area that you see right here. And what's interesting about it is that even after basically over 100 years since it happened, there are still quite clear indications of something major happening around this particular river that you see right here. I may have to cheat a little bit and look it up. And there we go. I was a little bit too far north. So this is essentially the Tunguska meteorite event, or technically just the Tunguska event, because we've never really recovered any meteorite from here, and this is why the mystery was created. For basically over 100 years, the only real indication of anything actually happening here was the somewhat unusual clearing in the middle, along with a large number of trees toppled away from the center in a relatively large area of about 50 by 50 kilometers, or about 35 by 35 miles. And what's interesting is that even after about 110 years or 112 years now, you can still actually find some of the trees, especially the older trees, completely toppled down, so only the younger trees have been kind of regrowing in their stead. So we know that something major must have occurred here for all of this to actually look like this. But unfortunately, since the scientists didn't really get to this area until about 18 to 19 years after the event, and even then, except for a few photographs, they really didn't get to study the area in a lot of detail. It's thus difficult for us to really determine what happened here, except for basically collecting some of these samples in the area and trying to use various modeling and computer simulations to try to estimate what may have caused all of this. So obviously there were a lot of different theories proposed, and some of these ideas were a little bit too extreme. Like, for example, some scientists suggested that maybe this was a chunk of antimatter that exploded in the atmosphere. Some scientists even proposed an actual black hole, and this was an article posted in Nature magazine back in 1970. But the thing is, we now know that pretty much none of this is probably true. Mostly because a lot of scientists in the past 20 years have been returning here, collecting a lot of samples, studying them in a lot of detail, and discovering some really interesting things. And as you can probably guess, nothing extraordinary or anomalous happened here. And so in this video, I kind of wanted to cover some of the details we've discovered about this in the last 10 years or so, including the most recent analysis that used computer simulations to actually work out what very likely happened here. So first of all, the year is 1908. This area probably looked something like this, like you see in this aerial photo from only a few years ago, but then suddenly, in the early morning of June of 1908, there was a very unusual explosion that rocked the area that you see right here. This explosion was so powerful that its effects could actually be even felt all the way in Western Europe, and even these seismic detectors in the United States could actually feel the vibration created by this explosion. Now, the only other similar explosion was obviously the Chelyabinsk meteor that happened in 2013, but this one was much smaller and on a much smaller scale, both in terms of the explosion and the effects it had. Here in this particular video, you can actually see what this may have looked like, but obviously from a much smaller distance. So this explosion was extremely powerful, and it's very likely that the power itself was equivalent to about 3 to possibly even 30 megatons of power, equivalent to basically some of the bigger atomic bombs we've ever exploded here on the planet. The effects of this explosion were actually felt across a really large area, and even people hundreds of kilometers away from this explosion experienced basically shattered windows, and there were even reports from the local Evenki people that at least 3 hunters may have actually died as a result of being thrown against a tree, although these accounts were not really confirmed by anyone. But anyway, so the locals, whose really cool painting I was able to find right here, were very likely the only witnesses to this event in the vicinity, because these are the only people living in this area, and this is actually lucky because if this was a city, if this was a metropolitan area, the explosion would very likely destroy everything in the vicinity. And following the destruction even hundreds of kilometers away, surprisingly, the skies around Europe were actually quite bright the following few nights. Now today we know that this was very likely because of all of the aerosols that were released during the explosion and were spread across the entire world, basically changing the color of the night skies for at least a few days, possibly even a few weeks. And even though back then the scientists obviously didn't really know why this is happening, today we know for a fact that this happened because of all of the ice particles that were deposited in the atmosphere, and this right here is a very similar fact. This is actually from a few decades ago from space shuttle launches that were actually investigated to cause very similar effects, glowing of the atmosphere due to all of the ice particles that were deposited by the space shuttle. This is actually known as a space shuttle glow. But now take this and multiply it by several thousand times to imagine what everyone around Earth probably saw back in 1908. There were also reports of various bluish lights across the night skies, and of course really loud sounds and essentially an explosion. So all of these effects together today we know were probably caused by what's known as an air bolide, but more specifically something we refer to as an Earth-grazing asteroid or Earth-grazing meteorite. The most famous such event occurred back in 1860, here's a painting of someone actually witnessing it, and for the most part they all happen in a very similar fashion. Essentially it's a rock that ends up passing by really closely to Earth, essentially through the lower atmosphere. It also often falls apart in the atmosphere, creating a huge explosion, but then, because its speed has not actually slowed down, it ends up leaving the planetary system and sort of returns back to where it came from. So these are Earth-grazing asteroids, and they do happen quite frequently. Although more often than not, we don't really get to witness them, mostly because they are either too small or happen in areas where nobody is there to notice them. Now, for the most part, this is what we think happens. But why is it that we think so? Well, one of the main reasons is because we've never really recovered anything on the ground. There were no rocks, there were no actual pieces of large pieces of asteroid, and for the most part, there were no actual craters. However, there was a suggestion that maybe the crater was actually this lake right here. There's a strange lake that some scientists suggested may be the sign of the rock that collided with the planet, but up until now, and also from all of the recent studies, we were able to establish that this is probably not the case. One of the biggest sort of signs against this being the meteorite location is that the trees in the area around the lake seem really old. If there was an actual collision here, those trees would probably disappear as well. And so the facts here were that, well, there was no actual crater, there were no pieces of asteroid being recovered, and there was no signs of any kind of actual physical explosion on the ground. There were only signs of fire, which was most likely caused by something exploding in the atmosphere, and obviously a lot of trees that were toppled down away from the center where this explosion occurred. So in other words, it was very likely some sort of an aerial explosion, which is also what some of the witnesses in the area were kind of describing as well. But what else have we recovered in the last few years? Well, first of all, some of the recent discoveries were in regards to the materials recovered in the various bogs in this area. Basically, back in 2013, the scientists did actually discover tiny granules that very likely originated in space. These were filled with things like nickel, which is a very common material that's produced in meteorites. And all of these samples that were recovered from these bogs definitely indicated that something must have come from outer space and exploded right above this area. So now the question was, what was it? Was it a meteorite, a comet, or something else? And to study all of this, the scientists had to actually come up with several different models and simulations to try to investigate what could have possibly created these effects. And so the most recent study that just came out a few months ago essentially argues that what was most likely responsible for the explosion was a relatively large, approximately 200 meters in diameter, a metallic asteroid very similar to some of the other metallic asteroids we've discovered on the planet. And their reasoning is pretty simple. In general, there are three types of body that usually collide with our planet. They're either comets, which for the most part are made out of ice. A good example here would be Comet Halley, that's predominantly made out of ice. And these objects, when they collide with planet Earth, they normally just kind of explode and evaporate completely. So if this type of a grazer passed through the upper atmosphere, it would very likely create a much larger explosion, and it would also most likely not even survive the passage through the atmosphere as described in the eyewitness accounts. So most of the theories agree that it was very likely not an ice type of an object, it was not a comet. It couldn't also be a rocky asteroid simply because, once again, the density here would most likely create a much larger explosion and also would not actually leave the unusual trails that were observed by the eyewitnesses from a few hundred kilometers away. A typical rock, when it enters the atmosphere, doesn't actually have an ability to withstand the aerodynamic forces. It normally completely explodes in the upper atmosphere and sometimes reaches the lower atmosphere, but very rarely. So once again, this is probably not what happened here. A much more likely event was essentially an iron-based asteroid. These are very common on Earth as well, and we found quite a lot of them, and it's not uncommon for iron asteroids to quite easily maintain their shape and essentially only evaporate when the temperature becomes really hot, which is exactly what they think happened. They believe that when it was passing through this area right here, which is basically the epicenter, the Tunguska asteroid itself most likely heated up to about 10,000 degrees Celsius and was creating this really large flame-like, or I guess you can call it sun-like object that was so extremely hot that it set the entire forest underneath it on fire almost instantly. It only took like a second. This particular event was also elaborated by one of the eyewitnesses who mentioned that he was suddenly so extremely hot and felt so warm on the inside that he had to undress himself even though he was several hundred kilometers away from the actual epicenter of the explosion. And so what they're implying happened here was this really large plasma-like huge fireball that flew past this area right here really fast at about 15 to maybe 20 or even higher kilometers per second, eventually reaching speeds to leave planet Earth. But as it did so, it was enough time for it to cause all of these effects we're observing. The explosion, the fire, and all of the other atmospheric effects were observed for a few days afterwards. All of this kind of makes sense, and the computer models created by these scientists do kind of collaborate the story. Which also of course implies that this rock is probably somewhere out there, orbiting around the sun, and could one day be actually discovered once again if we can somehow calculate its orbit and discover what happened to it after all. And considering the sheer number of air bolides that do happen on Earth pretty much every year, here's a map from about 20 years of investigation by NASA, it's of course no surprise that no rock was ever recovered. A lot of asteroids never really make it to the surface of the planet, and many of them do end up just grazing in the atmosphere and disappearing into the outer space once again. But even though we might never discover what really happened here, the important part here is to understand that these events are pretty frequent. Current estimates suggest that such events usually happen every 200 or so years on the planet, and smaller events happen even more frequently. So it would be really prudent for us to try to understand how these events happen and to try to predict them and possibly prevent them from happening. Because like I mentioned before, if something like this happened around a metropolitan area, the amount of energy produced by this explosion would basically be equivalent to a typical nuclear bomb. So this is definitely something we need to be aware of and study in a little bit more detail. But I guess for now, well, looks like maybe we have kind of solved the mystery of Tunguska asteroid, and we may have finally figured out why is it that we've never recovered anything major from this area. It's not the most exciting explanation, but honestly at this point it's better that we have closure rather than exciting explanation for an event that happened over 110 years ago. And I'm also certain that we'll have a lot more events to talk about in the future, because these asteroids and these bolides are pretty common. Anyway, on that note, thank you for watching. Hopefully now you know a little bit more about the Tunguska event and what most likely happened there. And if you've enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences. Maybe potentially support this channel on Patreon, or help support this channel by buying the wonderful Person t-shirt that I'm also wearing right now as well. On that note, thank you for watching, see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
I gotta admit, that's a pretty good t-shirt.
Yep.
It's kind of amazing what can happen when a lot of speed and things are involved together.
Yeah.
Quite.
Yes, it's quite frightening, really, to think about it.
Funny story I have about that. There's this crazy dude on Twitter. Don't remember. Don't really feel like saying his name anyway. He is a 9/11 truther, and he was like, "Oh, how can big fast plane crash and collapse building?" I'm like, "Have you seen what can happen at fast speeds? Like, ever seen a water jet?"
Yeah.
And what can it do?
Yeah.
And he just like went and said some random nonsense that had nothing to do, because he knew he screwed up.
Yeah. They forget how much them things weigh as well. They're not like aircraft.
No, they do weigh quite a bit.
Yeah, several hundred tons, the big one.
Yes.
That's a lot of mass and weight to stop, really, isn't it?
Kinetic energy.
Yeah.
So when I was a young boy, I was coming home from the drive-in theatre one night.
What,
on your own? On your own?
With my parents.
Ah.
And as we drove into the front gate of the property in Swan Hill that we lived at, it was facing towards almost perfectly west. And as we pulled in, I saw this bright light going from the south down on I don't know, probably about a 22-degree angle down to earth and crashing. And then the next morning when I woke up, all over the news, Skylab crashed in WA.
Yeah.
So now Skylab wasn't going anywhere near as quick as the asteroid, obviously, that caused that. However, it was a brilliant glow going across the sky, just from the immense speed and the metals and stuff that were burning up on re-entry. Now, that was, we'll be generous and we'll call it 3,000 odd kilometres away.
Mm-hmm.
But I could still quite clearly, visibly see that. And Skylab was nowhere near as big as they estimate that comet was. And yeah, when it crashed back into WA, there wasn't, obviously it was a big pile of wreckage and all of that afterwards. But, you know, seeing that for me was something that I saw, and it was like seeing the debris and the wreckage in the news for the next couple of weeks afterwards as they slowly recovered parts of it all over the place. The complete and utter carnage of Skylab. It you know, it's somewhat the whole lot made more sense of things like the meteorite bouncing off the atmosphere could do so much damage. You know, the speeds that they're talking about are just phenomenally quick, to the point that, you know, you can't just look at a car going past and go, well, that was quick. You know, it's not like that. It's just speeds that we can't even fathom.
Inconceivable.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting how, like, this universe has these things that we can barely, like, contain within our mind, like, to comprehend, like, fully. Like, you can look at a thing like you said, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah. That's what space does for me when I look up there.
And it's kind of sad that flat earthers don't really understand any of it.
Get
and
to
they just
enjoy
like
it.
close their mind.
Yeah. It's quite sad, really, because there's so much information up there, what we don't know.
So much to discover.
Yeah. We only know like dare I say, an
Basically
atom.
nothing.
Yeah, we know about as much as the atom.
Yeah.
Compared to the universe. Yeah. Oh, Skylab re-entry, 1979.
Oh, cool. There's even a video.
Yeah. Did Travis take this picture?
1979.
Did Travis take a picture? Oh, there's Peter. No.
Oh, hey, Peter. Oh, look, they're even hoarding the toilet roll back then. Look.
Blimey.
The bastards.
Yeah.
I was like 5 when it happened, Terry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so you didn't have a moustache then?
No.
16.
79. I would have been 9.
You won't get struck for this, will you, Terry?
TV news from 1979.
I think back in 79. I won't play anymore.
It doesn't say BBC, it just says British TV.
Yeah, it just says TV news. So
I don't think they care about footage that old.
You'd be surprised.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
At the moment, if you fart in the wrong direction, you're getting hit with a copyright strike.
Yeah.
Fart in the general direction.
It's an FYI, avoid anything that says BBC on it. Don't use anything that says BBC on it.
Or Disney.
Or Disney.
Oh no, like, yeah, those are definitely need to be avoided. Yeah. I had like a friend that was doing like shit posts, and he did like a Doctor Who compilation of like the most something moments, I can't remember, and he was just like being bombarded with just like worldwide block, worldwide block, worldwide block, and then they eventually nuked his channel entirely because he kept trying. God bless him. He's resilient like that.
Who we got left? We've got Blue Marble talks airplanes, experts debunk the flat Earth, or Where's Wally? No fanfare, wants to see a detailed Earth image from space. That goes for 5 minutes, and Blues
Also, it
goes
seems
for
that
11.
SE
So
finally got bored.
We'll do
Well,
Where's Wally.
in all honesty, he's working.
Oh.
He's working, and he was listening to us, and he was also using voice to text, which would explain some of the abysmal spelling.
Yeah, when he said Siri instead of theory.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay, Siri, is it what they're saying true? Oh, shit, I better not type that. Stop, no, cancel it, stop, Siri.
Yes, Cersei, you are an idiot. But it's all right. We still like you.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
He probably is. He said he was going to listen.
Yeah, he's going to be listening.
Probably more likely come back. Yes, SE, you're right.
Pardon me.
Wally.
There'd be a slight pause, and that go, yes, my name is Siri. What was your question again? Come on, SE, don't tell me you dodged the bullet and ran away.
Christian, the last good one was last week.
Imagine a flat Earth Siri. They asked, and the flat earther asked him the question, and they'd say, "I wasn't prepared for that."
Oh, shame. Just answer the bloody question.
You know what's the most interesting part? If like we're talking about Siri, have you ever seen those people that make like fake videos with Alexa saying like responding to their conspiracy nonsense with conspiracy nonsense, and they just like other dudes believe it hook, line, and sinker, and you're just like, oh my god, are you for real? Like custom commands, custom responses, really? Are you so easily fooled?
I watched this woman on there doing prank calls to scammers, and she pretends she doesn't answer phone voice perfectly, and she's trying not to laugh in between each one. And then suddenly she goes dead serious, and it is just perfect. Absolutely.
Oh, I think I've seen that video.
You're talking about IRL Rosie.
I don't know, but she's hilarious. I can't remember her name.
She's doing like different kinds of voices, not just that one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Then we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, she mimics thing, and it's just hilarious. And just as they go to speak, she'll interrupt him with that voice, and that's just priceless.
Oh, that's right. We were having meteor showers here in the last several weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know who's actually
Really?
got to video it or see it or.
It's been too cloudy where I am at the right time.
Same here.
Oh, not that
Plus we had
condensed
the-
cloud formation again.
Full moon was interfering last week.
Oh, concentrated clouds.
Yeah.
Concentrated clouds. I went out last night, Terry, but it was like it wasn't too bad at about 9 o'clock at night, and I thought, oh, maybe I'll go out. So I set my alarm, went out there in time so that I'd get both. I was going to try and get the Elon's trainers that flew over the top, as well as the meteorite showers. But yeah, just the clouds came in and I got neither.
No,
that's a shame.
We've got blue sky here at the moment, Pete.
Hang on, I'll just
Dark
look
blue.
out my window.
ELO.
Then we've got the moon out again, I think.
Hey, at least you got something. Like I get nothing at all.
No weather at all.
Ever.
I've got some stars out there, so I might have another look.
It's a bit
I don't think
cloudy.
I'm getting the train for another 2 days though. So I'd have to check that. I got dismayed and upset, and I said, "Bugger it! I'm not going to get it."
Supposed to have another cold front coming your way soon too, Peter. I heard.
Well, that will clear it up.
While I sit here with nice warm 20-ish degree weather still.
Really? Well, it's 10 degrees here at the moment.
I haven't had to put my jumper on during the daytime yet. I can't press play, my hands are full.
Use your nose.
Okay, I'll use my elbow. Wait a minute, I can reach the space bar. There we go.
Press play.
Already did.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, finally, no fanfare, got another video up and I could hardly wait. So imagine my disappointment when I see he's only just talking about the ISS. And to make matters worse, he says nothing distinct can be seen from the ISS.
Then no fanfare said. Globetards reckon they have shot the ISS with AP900 from Earth. Way easier for ISS to shoot a ship, especially with one of the many telescopic cameras they have on show hanging around the International Shit Show.
What's his claim? He says they don't ever show anything distinct. Well, this is sure going to be easy,
Like
isn't it?
Londonium?
No fanfare once again showing his complete inability to research. If only you put as much time into research as you did playing with your new animation tool, mate.
Give it up. It's not good telling lies, I tell you.
So have you ever been inside working away and you notice a bit of a weird glow coming from outside? And you run outside and see that there's a brilliant red sunset or such thing happening? Well, apparently this happens on the ISS too. Alex Gerst was there one day working away in the cupola and he noticed an orange glow. And I guess it would normally glow blue or white in the daytime with the reflection from the Earth. But he was suddenly aware of this orange hue in the sky. Floor? Ceiling? Cupola? I don't know. Anyway, Alex, he snapped this photo out the nadar-facing window. Ooh, any detail in that, no fanfare?
For nothing else but an epic fail.
Or maybe you literally meant ships. You can see them too. So as you can see there, no fanfare, we have ships in the ocean.
Ooh, geez, you're making yourself look all clever there, where's Wally?
And we have planes flying along, leaving contrails that they were able to pick up from the ISS as well.
Funny that.
Now, bearing in mind, all of these photos are just from one guy, Alex Gerst, and he is an ESA astronaut, not a NASA guy. So this is his own personal collection. I didn't have to go very far to look, did I? How come you're so bad at this research, mate?
Give it up. It's not good telling lies, I tell you.
I'm just going to ask the expert on this one. Wolfie, me mate, what do you think?
So here is Frankfurt Airport, photographed from the ISS. That should be distinct enough for even the dimmest of flat earthers to see. Let's zoom in a little and see if we can actually see a plane. And remember, they're about the same size as the ISS. Well, look at that. We can see planes. That was easy enough. Barely an inconvenience.
Give it up. It's not good telling lies, I tell you.
So, he has links with NASA. If he is fair income, he could contact them to ask for some video footage of ships from the ISS, showing ships in the northern hemisphere and ships in the south virtually simultaneously.
Oh, hold on there. Say what now?
What?
Did you just say you wanted to see it simultaneously in the northern and southern hemisphere?
Oh,
no fanfare.
How does that work?
The ISS is only 400 kilometres up. It's not like the Tesla Roadster, which was 5,000 kilometres, and you could easily see both hemispheres at once. Yeah, mate, you're not going to be able to do that because, guess what, the Earth's a ball, and you're really, really close to it. And come to think of it, no fanfare, I think you just debunked your whole flat Earth argument there. I mean, the reason the ISS, even at 400 kilometres up, can only see 1,000 kilometres in all directions is because ball? I want to say ball. What do you think, mate?
Give it up. It's not good telling lies, I tell you.
Before I go, Tim A. RSE Face made this comment. You will delete me for showing you are a complete idiot.
And Tim A, yes, no fanfare. He's like so many flatties. He talks a big talk, and yet we all are blocked because we keep showing no fanfare to be a complete idiot many times over. He hides in Coward's Castle, and yet he's freely able to visit and comment all of our channels. But, of course, he does get hammered like nobody's business when he does poke his heads above the parapets. Look, I guess we've got nothing to fear. The truth fears no criticism. Hey, Tim A.
Give it up. It's not good telling lies, I tell you.
Alrighty then. We know Wolfie6020 was a moderator in the live chat with one more orbit.
Oh, and I see no fanfare is still crying about one more orbit. Mate, I will let you on a little secret. I was the one who set up the mods for the OMO. It was me, little Where's Wally, who set up all these mods for One More Orbit, you know. And how did I get the gig, I hear you ask? Well, it was really easy. I asked. Well, who would have thought it was that simple? And besides, going through the boss and the boss's boss and then the boss's boss's boss just takes too long.
Give it up. It's not good telling lies, I tell you.
So no fanfare. We know you've got a P900. You sort of did something with it one time. Here's the link for the ISS Transit Finder. So why don't you get yourself out one afternoon, one night? So it's up to you. Go and video the ISS transiting the moon. You can do it. It's pretty easy. Look, if Jaren can do it, you can do it, mate. Oh, no fanfare. What do you got to lose? Oh, we know what you got to lose.
Give it up. It's not good telling lies, I tell you.
What's the channel name again? And can you scroll down a little bit?
Oh, for this guy.
Because I tried looking at it kind of. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Where's Wally?
I'm already.
You'll find him in Shield Your Shit. He gets shielded in
That was a brilliant video. That was just.
Yeah, check Shield Your Shit for all the latest uploads of creators that I've got that I have in there.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely do. Because that was some good stuff. That fanfare guy, he didn't stand a chance.
No.
Now all the videos I play, these ones are all the ones that I shill in my Discord.
Oh, so that's where they're coming from.
I don't know if you can connect the P900 to a telescope.
Yeah, you can.
Well,
you can. I've heard you can.
Right, adapt. I'm sure you could.
You can, because you normally take the lens off and screw the body.
Yeah,
to
but
the
you could just do a
macro.
With a little bit 3D printing, you can do anything really.
You could just do like a connector, and set it in macro. It should work. I don't know.
Yeah.
You'd have to ask Alan, but I think you could.
I don't know. I ain't seen any adapters, but then I haven't looked. As I say, normally most cameras are either quite short, because that's got a telephoto lens on it.
Yeah.
It zooms right out. Don't know. Ain't clear.
Duct tape works wonders.
Yeah.
What's it?
Yeah.
If you duct tape and zip ties will fix everything.
Duct tape.
Oh yeah, it does. That fixes everything.
And if you can't fix it with duct tape and zip ties, it's not worth fixing.
No, you ain't
When in
used
doubt,
enough.
duck it.
You ain't used enough. If you can't fix it, you ain't used enough.
Yep.
Yeah. And if you can't fix it with a hammer, it's an electrical problem. Might be too late to find out, but that's normal the case.
Clapper check on the panel.
Learned that years ago. If you can't fix it with duct tape, screw it. It's broke.
Yeah.
Well, unless of course you've got a tube of super glue floating around somewhere.
Slow, medium, or fast.
It depends who you're putting through it.
If it won't move, force it. If it won't move, force it. If it breaks, it needed replacing anyway.
Yeah. Don't never force it. Just get a bigger hammer.
Yeah.
My
It's called an adjustable hammer.
My other saying is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Why?
Pair of channel lock pliers, that's the best.
Yeah.
Yes.
Channel lock
That
pliers.
Bob.
That's everything. That's a hammer. That's you can use it. Yeah. We call channel lock pliers an Alabama socket set.
The only other tool you need, Blue, is a large set of Stilsons for those big nuts that the channel lock pliers don't quite fit around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is Bob. Just checking.
That's Bob.
I actually saw like a C calling him like arrogant, and went while he was in the chat, and I was like,
Yes, he did. He doesn't like Bob. Bob doesn't bugger about with him.
Yeah, there are some people that are just not worth the time, really. I mean, you can see that they're just like, you're not getting like anything out of the conversation at all if you engage.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Whew.
Don't mind me, I'm just
Well,
doing work out here.
when you go over the same stuff twice, it's irritating. But when you hear the same thing 10 times, 20
Yeah.
times,
Yeah.
it
gets old.
Yeah.
Dude, if you didn't go over it 20 or
because
30 or 100 times, I wouldn't learn anything.
You're different.
Oh, sorry.
I'm talking about SE. He's not trying to learn anything. He's just He's just SE, and you're not going to change him. And that's you have to come to that conclusion and stop arguing with him.
He is a walking. He's a walking nutter.
But I don't think I'll ever get to the stage where I'll be able to debate them, because their narrative and their dialogue is too much word salad and monologuing that I don't think I'd be able to get to that level to be able to debunk them in any way.
That's why we won't debate Brian's logic, because it's an absolutely pointless exercise.
Yeah. I actually was thinking like about this whole thing, like about people like that specifically, like this category of people. And I was thinking, why bother going straight for the sort of debunking, but rather just try to evaluate the person and, try to approach him from a different angle, so to speak, angle of attack.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if you can get them off the topic of what they want to talk about, yeah, you might be able to have a conversation with someone.
Because I think it's important to, first of all, understand the person and where all of this sort of conspiracy shit is like growing from, the roots of the problem, the soil, the nutrients. And then you might actually probably be able to work your way out to figure out how to, I don't know, break the illusion.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because there's a lot of them out there that won't get into that personal explanations of how they are. Because there was an example of an interview that somebody did with Anthony Riley one time.
You mean the Vice interview?
Who was that?
Oh no, that's Nathan Lewis.
What's his name? The guy who did the. I know his real name. I can't think of his. He was over in Korea. He moved back to America. I know his real name, but I can't think of his name.
BM Furball.
Yeah, BM Furball. Yeah.
Yeah.
He interviewed Anthony Riley, and he tried to get him at first, a bit of personal questions type of thing here, just normal chit chat. But straight away, he just went straight into his monologue and narrative, so he didn't get nowhere there.
Yeah, well, he kind of, I think, because if we're talking about the same guy, I'm like they're all kind of are smearing into like one person for me sometimes. Shit, the egg guy, yeah.
Not the egg guy, yes.
Yeah.
With his excellent experiment, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a Poe, really. I mean, he's too like to me, I think he's a Poe.
Oh, isn't he suing? Isn't he suing somebody at the moment about some crap with Ranty or
some
somebody?
bullshit going on between him and Randy.
Yeah.
Over what?
Money. Over
Super
money.
chat thing, Roxanne.
Something that he's got no right to actually sue him over.
No claim to.
No claim. If he's stupid enough to take it to a court of law, he's going to realise how much of a non-lawyer he actually is.
They would need.
He's trying to make his whole claim is over a statement that Ranty made that was kind of taken out of context, and it's ridiculous.
And it's got nothing to do with
He's-
him at all. It's not even
nothing
involved
to do with him. No, it's
I personally think that whole thing is staged. I really believe it.
I tend
smacks
to
of it,
agree
doesn't
with
it?
you. I tend to agree with you there, Blue. It's really the whole
Big
way
drama?
of the two of them falling out over the last 3 or 4 months, and then this happening. It's just something's rotten in Denmark.
It could all backfire on him though. Badly.
Depends how far he can take it.
Well,
they
well,
can't
the
get
thing
anybody
is
they can't get anybody to pay any attention to their channels anymore. They're
Oh yeah, definitely.
pretty much ignored. They put videos up, nobody watches them. I
Well,
think it's just
only
I
where
think
there's
all
like
they're doing-
spouts.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to generate a little clickbait. That's all.
Yeah, it could be. You never know with these people. What the hell is going on in their minds?
Well, after all, they start out telling you they think the Earth is flat. So how do you believe anything beyond that?
Exactly. Exactly.
You got to realise that there has been a number of flat
I don't
earthers
know.
now. There has been a number of flat earthers now that have lost their ability to take in PayPal. They've lost their ability to have Patreon, all
Really?
because of financial inconsistencies. It's just it was taken off them. So they're walking a very fine line at the moment with this whole thing that's going on.
I seem to have a bit of a drama in the.
Yeah, no,
And
I
there
think
seemed to be an
Mippett's.
accident having Mippet.
Yeah, I think Mippett's asleep. Okay, so guys, if Mippet times you out, I think she might be actually asleep.
I think she just fell asleep on her phone.
Yeah, I'm trying to message. I'm trying to message it now, but
She said
I'm
she was
pretty
in
sure
bed
she's
and comfortable about 10 minutes ago, so
Yeah,
I
poor,
think she
poor
fell.
Kristen got whacked.
Sorry, Kristen. Because there's nothing wrong with the messages. I've been through them all.
Yeah, no, so did I. And I'm trying to message Mippet and saying you timed out Christian, and she not answering, so I'm pretty sure she's asleep.
And I can't take spanners off people because I'm not on my channel.
Aaron says it's definitely not staged.
Yeah, there it is. Shit, sorry, I nodded off.
I'd take your spanner off your Mippet if I could, but I can't.
So that's commonly called a John.
Yeah.
Yeah, middle finger for Mippet.
John Rapp did that, and I think he timed out quite a number of people on Team Skeptic's channel by pocket dialing. That's just funny. Lucky you only timed her out. You didn't ban her.
Hmm. Okay, last video. Blue Marble Science talks airplanes. The experts debunk the flat Earth.
Sweet.
With Bob, the science guy from South Africa.
North something or other.
Northern Michigan.
That's the place.
Sure.
That could be.
I don't know.
Have you been there?
I have. I've been there.
Oh, it exists. Oh, that's right. Then he is.
It actually exists. I can attest to that.
Well, hi everyone.
Oh, good.
Greetings from Northern Michigan.
Yeah.
I've got to turn his volume up. He has his music loud, but his volume for his microphone soft.
It kind of sucks when you can't really balance out the thing.
Have to move you guys so I can reach the voice meter. Tweak him up a little bit.
No, I don't know what Bob is doing with the whole green screen, but like he kind of struck a really interesting, like, I don't know, a filter or something. Like those saturated cheeks look real nice on him.
He's looking very healthy.
He's got some nice powder puff, isn't he?
Play.
And
Bye.
greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy, and we've got a special treat for you today. Now, many of you may know I'm a pilot. Blue Marble Science is also a pilot. And we're going to devote this episode to Blue and I talking about various topics in aviation that relate to the flat Earth and some of the flat Earth arguments. So let's cue up the music and get going. Well, the next one is one that is kind of close to you and I, and that is that airplanes would have to dip their nose to go around the curve of the Earth. This is actually what got me into looking at flat Earth. You know, I figured I'd make a little 10-minute video on my dining room table. I'm a pilot. I'm showing them exactly why you don't have to do that. And I figured that was it. Then the fight began, and I come up on my 400th video here very shortly.
I understand. Absolutely.
You feel my pain, eh?
Yes, I do. That's one that particularly irritates me.
Harry, how do airplanes fly?
And this is something that they have a hard time with. I think just most of it has to do with the fact that they're not pilots. They've not had any of the experiences, and they don't really understand how an airplane works. An airplane has only a handful of meaningful forces acting on it. It has
nice, John.
lift that the wing is producing, and that's counteracting the weight of the plane. It's got drag, which is a price you pay for the lift, for the most part.
What's
plus,
Bob doing?
Some parasitic drag. And thrust that's counteracting that drag. So you really only have those four forces involved. And as long as lift and weight are equal, and thrust and drag are equal, the airplane will fly in what we call straight and level flight.
What is straight and level flight?
Straight and level flight simply means you're not climbing or descending, and you're not accelerating or decelerating or turning.
Well, yeah, you're not going left or right. You're holding your altitude above sea level the same. Since the Earth is curved, and sea level curves with the surface of the Earth, we will be in straight and level flight, even flying a curve over the surface of the Earth. They're in parallel to each other. It's not straight like a laser.
You can't not be in straight and level flight if you maintain your altitude.
Yes, and don't turn. You're in straight and level flight by definition.
Right. As long as you're not turning and as long as your altitude is not varying, you are in straight and level flight. Yep. And the airplane will do that all by itself.
Yeah.
If you get the airplane trimmed for whatever altitude you want to be at, let's say 10,000 feet. When I say trim, we've got a trim wheel, as you know, in the plane, and that adjusts a tab on the elevator, and that is used to for us to be able to relieve all the pressure, any pressure that we would have to exert on the control yoke. And when you get that thing balanced, the airplane will just simply maintain that altitude.
Unless something from the outside, like a crosswind, blows you one way or the other. Right?
Yeah, if something upsets it, as you burn fuel off and get lighter, it may want to climb slightly. You know, you can have some minor things like that happen, but pretty much it will fly hands off. Yep. And it will just stay at the same altitude. Why? Because the airplane doesn't know what altitude it's at. It doesn't care what altitude it's at. It only knows the density of the air mass that it was trimmed to fly in. And if it descends into denser air, and it increases lift when it does that, so it will climb back up. If it climbs, it will climb up into less dense air, it lose lift, and it will descend all by itself. That's how it works.
You know, when you look at the old World War II movies, they're always wearing their dress cap with their headphones over it, and they always have both hands on the yoke of the aircraft. Mm-hmm. Have you ever flown with both hands on the yoke of the aircraft? I don't know about you, but I generally use a thumb and a finger just to kind of keep the thing from...
That's all. That's it. That's all you need.
Yeah, it's just basically to keep the yoke from getting bumped.
Yeah.
You know, and that's without an autopilot. That's hand flying the aircraft. So
certain airplanes, certain types of airplanes may need a little more brute force when you're trying to land them. You may need to exert additional control pressure, back pressure, to flare the thing. Like the Cessna 182s are really bad about that.
Yeah, they fly like a rocket.
Yeah. Kind of like flying a pickup truck.
Yeah.
But up in the air, no, you don't need more than just a couple of fingers.
Well, it's that big old engine sitting out in the front kind of makes you want to flop down, and you got to keep the nose of the airplane up. Now, the other thing is when you're trimmed to fly at a certain speed and a certain altitude, okay?
Yeah.
If you turn off the engine, what happens to your speed?
Nothing.
Okay, what happens to your altitude?
You go down.
Yeah, you start sinking. Does the angle of the aircraft, the pitch angle of the aircraft change at all?
Nope.
It just goes the same speed, but instead of going along under engine power, it just it starts sinking.
Yeah.
And eventually you're going to sink to the point that we're going to euphemistically call that we're going to land. So so long as the engine or the propeller does not fall off, which is bad for reasons that a lot of people don't understand, and that is if you lose the engine and or the propeller in the front of the airplane, your weights and balances are shot to hell, and you end up going down tail first. But if the engine just cuts, you can continue to fly. You're just going to start descending. You're just going to be landing.
That's right.
And down here in the lower 48, I learned to fly in Alaska. And we didn't have this benefit there. But down here in the lower 48, there's always an interstate lurking around somewhere. You can land on the highway. Not a problem.
Highway, bean field, something.
Yeah.
Plus, you happen to be up over the top of the Smoky Mountains in my neck of the woods.
Yeah. I've had 2 times I almost got gathered flying an airplane, and neither of them were in Alaska. One was in Sault Ste. Marie, and the other one was down in your neck of the wood at freaking Ashe County Airport in North Carolina. I forgot about rotor clouds.
Yeah, that can happen.
Yeah, well, I kind of remembered it as I was landing and looking up at the runway, which was out on a little ridge. I was in the valley looking up on the runway. I hit full power and climbed to my landing. That was kind of an interesting experience. That's not the way it's supposed to work. But I'm still here.
Yeah. I think we've all had those experiences.
Yep. Well,
but the thing pilots say, we learn is, back to what we were talking about, pitch is airspeed, power is altitude.
Yes.
And that's one of the axioms that you get across to a student very quickly.
Yes.
When you start teaching somebody to fly. That's a wonderful demonstration. You take a student up, and I used to do this with every one of the guys I ever taught, guys and girls I taught. Take them up, get the plane trimmed, and then just ask them, what's going to happen if I pull the engine power back to idle? And they'll invariably say it's going to slow down. No, it won't. In fact, it may speed up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you take some of the airflow off the top surface of the horizontal stabilizer. But it always surprised them when you can pull the power back and the airspeed doesn't change, but the plane starts going down.
What a lot of people don't understand is how airplanes actually land. A lot of people think that you fly it down to the ground. You don't. What you do is you put your nose up, and then you trim for your airspeed that you want, say 80 miles an hour, 85 miles an hour. And then what you do is by controlling the power, you either descend or level off or whatever you need to do, and you work down the glide slope to the runway, and you end up landing like that.
Yeah, if you do a absolutely perfect landing approach and landing, it is a continual upward movement of the nose of the plane all the way to touchdown.
Mm-hmm. And by upward movement, that means that you're slowing down as you get close to the threshold. So, like for example, in my aircraft, I have to fly. My safety speed, just bebopping around, is 120 miles an hour. My VMC is 85, and that's not really important what that is. Harry, you'll know what that is, of course. But as I come around, I fly around at 120. Now, once I'm lined up on final, I want to be at about 105 miles an hour as I cross the fence to the airport. And then when I touch down, I want to touch down at about 85 miles an hour. And with my engines almost back at idle, just enough to kind of keep the nose up.
Oh yeah, you power off over the fence.
Basically, all you're doing with the altitude or with your throttle is you're controlling your altitude. And then at the last minute, you slow down by raising your nose as you start running out of flying speed. That's something that a lot of people don't understand about airplanes. And that's one of the reasons that we don't dip our nose. All we do is cut back on the power a little bit, and we basically fly around the curve. It's not a big deal. Well, I don't know about you, but I found that to be an interesting conversation, and hopefully you picked up a few things from it. We're going to continue in this tone with Wolfie 6020 next week. So I hope you'll hit that little bell icon and the like and subscribe down there so that you don't miss any of our future releases. Now, I want to thank everybody for your support of this channel. We have memberships and a Patreon now, and every little bit helps. With the memberships, you get a lot more insight into the behind-the-scenes production of Bob the Science Guy and do some live chats with me, so I hope you'll take the opportunity to do that. In the meantime, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you very much for stopping by, and I hope to see you soon. Take care.
Bye, Bob.
Bye, Bob.
Yes, I like the behind-the-scenes production. When I've gone on to Bob's channel, doing some Streamlabs stuff. So I don't know how he's going with that now. If that's all up and running properly. I know he had problems with it.
Yeah, Streamlabs is having like issues these days. Mr. Sensible actually had his all of his scenes screwed for some reason.
I'm still just using plain old OBS for now.
I'm trying to learn it.
I can tweak.
Yeah, that's the most like. Yeah, go ahead.
I can tweak enough production out of just plain old OBS. I don't need to have too many bells and whistles.
Oh, there's news.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Peter.
That's your lot for tonight.
Apparently, so just before we go...
There's news, Teddy. There's news.
Just before we go, apparently Ranty's actually posted a message from Roxanne, being the one that the Super Chats was supposedly meant to go to, and the case is closed. And he's posted it in his comms post on his page, so I'm guessing on his YouTube page.
I'm just going to go and be nosy.
Beg your pardon?
But I'm just going to go and be nosy. Yes.
Was Anthony the one that was making a fuss about this whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's gonna look
had no
pretty
position.
dumb.
He was like Blue said, he was just stirring up trouble, trying to get more, turning it into clickbait.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting how they're like eating each other at moment's notice. When there's an opportunity opens, they're just like, that's it. You show a little bit of weakness and they're like your dog food.
They'll all murder each other by themselves, won't they?
Yeah, it's kind of sad to watch, really. I mean, you should hold like people that you know accountable for stuff, I guess, but like not like this.
Yeah.
Definitely not like this.
For something like that, I'm sorry, but realistically, it should have been dealt away from YouTube.
Exactly. Like, why turn it into drama? Like,
it's clickbait. That's why.
Might as well just fucking go to Keemstar. If you just want to have a trash fire. Well, good thing that Ranty held his own against Riley.
Sorry, I was muttering.
Apparently, Sam paid for a good lawyer for Auntie.
Oh, yeah, with the not was it $900 odd plus?
That's not too bad. It could have been worse. Could have been way worse. Speaking of the video that we've seen with Bob and Blue, you know what's the most fascinating thing that I've noticed? When flat earthers took this, what's it called? Hang on, I forgot the name. Pilot's Glory, and the circular sort of rainbow that you get underneath a plane from time to time.
Yeah.
And then they were just like so bamboozled by it. They're like, oh, what is this? Are they using some sort of magics?
Magic rainbows?
And then they started coming up with the most insane theories, like, oh, they're using like magnetism on the plane to float and stuff, and this is like a side effect. I'm like, oh, just stop.
Ranty to be chemtrails.
But the most interesting part is that I actually personally never knew that this was even a thing until like the crazy started to bring it up. And I kind of like actually that's the whole point what I'm trying to do when I started looking into the crazies and like in an attempt to tell them that they're stupid and whatever. I'm improving myself. I'm learning, and it's pretty interesting because they bring up sometimes so many interesting things that they like obviously completely misunderstand, but you learn from them.
Yeah, exactly.
If you do it properly, like properly learn, not the crazy learn.
Totally agree.
So even half the time, even if you don't know the science or the math or whatever,
Yeah,
from whatever they're
you can tell.
speaking, it just doesn't come across as logical of what they've said. You go, there's something not quite right with what you just said then, and then you find out yourself, you do your own research or whatever, and you find out, well, yeah, they're completely wrong, or they've cherry-picked something, or misinterpreted something, but they research their own work through their own YouTube circle. They don't go outside of that circle of YouTube. It's just they research each other. Like even Anthony Riley cited his own YouTube page as a source material for that thesis that he put out.
That was like hilarious.
As bad as that
working
woman
yourself
that
off.
does her. Oh, what's that woman's name that cites her own
Claudia Elbers?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Scary.
I love her. She's amazing. She's a brilliant human being. In a way.
Have we got a Pip story?
Nothing recent, I don't think. But I can
Have a
find
look.
something.
See if I've missed any. When's your last one?
I remember the last one you did.
I think we did the last
Really
one the
happened,
other night. Yeah. Well, if you
The
haven't
bird
done,
one's too long.
yeah,
I don't have another short one.
Okay. If you haven't done one since then, we can wait till. Will you have one out by Wednesday?
I'll have one on. Yeah, well, I will for you. Yes.
Okay. Oh well, that's
I
your
put one up on Wednesday morning, so they should have one on Wednesday. Yeah,
Yeah.
usually.
Okay then.
Oh, that's a very. There's a couple of very interesting letters over on Randy's channel right now.
I couldn't read them; they're too small for me.
Oh. Well.
Do you want me to open them up a bit, Peter?
Hang on.
Where have you got it?
I've actually got it on my screen, Terry. Just
Oh, I
give me
thought you
half a
might have put
moment.
it over in.
No, not yet, but I will. I will later if you wish me to.
Is it just text?
Yeah,
Probably
give
put
me a
in
moment.
take. I don't know where you'd put that.
Give me just a.
Yeah, I would have shared it, made it bigger. Keep going. Yeah, that'll do. Whoa, that'll do. So who's Shane?
Particular.
So who's this?
So Shane's
Shane is Ranty.
is Ranty.
Right.
Oh, is that his name?
Glowbusters logo.
So in particular, read this section down here.
Highlight it with your blue thing, with your cursor. And you highlight it when you drag it, what you want to read.
No, I can't, Terry, because it's a picture that I've. It's
Oh.
actually a picture. It's not text.
Oh, it's okay.
So in the blah 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 blah, it will get rid of everything if you just pay her the money. Crap, 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 crap. I'm also pretty sure if you don't do this, it will turn into a shit show with someone like that asshat Riley leading the charge,
Ooh.
speaking in a third party observer, who was there in the chat. That
You can do it.
yeah. Well, you can all read it. It's right there in front of you. But there's Globebusters. There's Globebusters even calling Riley an arsehat.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, to be honest, the Oakley gang never really was on good terms with Globebusters gang, so to speak. Gangs. I like that.
The gangs. Yeah.
Even Jeranism.
You know. But there's more in there. For example, there's actually there's text documents from Roxanne saying those large super chats were Ranty's money, not mine. You know, there's another document in there from Sam himself apologising for super chatting Ranty, that he didn't want to cause all of this trouble, and the money was was for Ranty, not for Roxanne.
Yeah, but didn't Ranty say that he was going to put some of the money from the super chats to help Roxanne?
Depends how you what interpretation of what you hear when Ranty speaks. The way I took it, and this is my personal opinion, it may be wrong, but my personal opinion was Ranty was simply saying that the super chats that he received for Roxanne up to that point, that he was going to transfer them to Roxanne.
Right.
What a mess.
He didn't say for this live stream. He didn't say generically for that live stream.
I think, and I'm going to paraphrase it, Terry. I think he said something along the lines of all of these super chats, Roxanne. I'll transfer you the money. I'll pay you out of my own pocket when my money comes in, so that you get the money as soon as possible. It was something along those lines. I can't remember exactly. So there was a few people that super chatted to Ranty's channel with Roxanne's name in it. This is a super chat for Roxanne. Even though Ranty said at the start of the stream that send it straight to Roxanne's PayPal. It's a very confusing.
Normally people just dedicate a live stream specifically for one sort of donation, like a donation stream. Don't split it. No wonder people got confused and angry.
Well, he did say at the start, don't send me super chats, send it straight to Roxanne.
Oh, we'll finish up now then.
Yep.
I think we've done enough.
Alrighty then.
We've been going for 5.5 hours. Jeez, you
Good
people.
Lord, no wonder my
Jeez,
arse hurts.
Yeah, geez, you talk a lot. Oh,
hey,
thanks.
As long as it was fun.
Thanks, Mad. Thanks, Pip. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Huey. Clapperjack. Big Blue. Concentrated Clouds. That's a tongue twister, that one now. Bacon Earth Day. Okay, they and them. Who did we have out there? We had Kristen, Boggs, Woke. Don't know Woke because this is Alan's channel, so there's going to be people here I don't know. From my channel, I know a few names: Kristen, Colin, Dora, Fred. You have to head over to my channel out there if you don't know my channel, just so I've got people still showing that my channel's still there. Andrea. Who else is out there? Coward Castle. Scroll. Oh, Demon Orb, yeah. Ozzie Glabehead popped his head in. There, Boggs. There we go. Okay, good night, guys. Say good night, Peanuts. Scorched
Good night,
Garments.
Peanuts.
Or,
Peanuts.
Wait a minute. I'm
Good
gonna
night,
just, I'm gonna wait for it.
pistachios.
Okay, there we go.
Good night, pistachios.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. I knew it was coming.